We're here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, bringing you live broadcast here on this tournament. So welcome, and we do hope that the information that we provide to you is very necessary for this tournament. Yes, and good for all of you, as wherever you are in the world. Welcome to another preview with the Grenadines divers. As mentioned by Stacey, the team has not, performed as well as they should have. In some cases, they have had fairly good teams. I could remember, especially in VPL1, the team was very strong in that VPL, but they just haven't really, put all the different aspects of the game together so far. So we'll go through their squad and see what they have.
Yeah, so let's have a look at their squad. Asif Cooper, returning captain. Also have Chadwick Walton, Dean Brown, Benetton Stapleton, Cody Hahn, Razine Brown, Richie Richards, Romario Bibi, Cosmos Haksha, Rodrigo Thomas, Gerard Wiley, Rayshawn Williams, Weswick Strop, and Colby W. I think that they have done a lot in the draft in terms of balance in the team. Compared to last year, what do you guys think? Compared to last year, what do you think?
Well, they definitely have a stronger team than last year, in my opinion. The leader of the team, Asif Cooper, he's the one who really, wears his heart on his sleeve. I was saying off air earlier that he's one of the most loved cricketers in the country. Has a big following as an individual cricketer. He would have to lead from the front, I think, sometimes, because Asif is a very emotional player. As we said, he wears his heart on his sleeve. When the team is not going well, sometimes it is difficult for him to, kind of pull himself away and then try to encourage the others, because then, you can see that he's down as well as the team. And so, that's something that, they'll have to think about throughout the year. They have Chadwick Walton now in their team, vast experience, former CCC player, Jamaica. He has played so much cricket, and he will be a very important force in this tournament for them. And there will some change. We'll see how they go in VPL5. Well, I think it's time enough that the divers take their tongues off and come up with some air, in this tournament. They have been down there for too long. I think the changes that they have made are pretty important. The inclusion of Walton, and that would take some pressure off of Hooper, who has been carrying the team on his back for the past 4 tournaments or so. And Dean Brown, the addition to this team, is a very good finisher. He would make some impact in this team as well. So this may be divers, yeah.
Who knows? If there's the point where you call, where do you think you'll finish? But how do you think of all of that? I'm really excited to hear where you think they'll finish at the end. But the best 11, we selected a best 11 for this squad. In terms of the bowling, Ken Roy, what kind of fans expect?
The bowling for the divers team, just a little bit concerns me. They don't have this out-and-out spinner. Yes, the skipper bowls, and also you have Richie Richards, who bowls an off spin as well. Stapleton, medium pacer, Brown, and Bibi, while he's a leg spinner as well. So they would have to use them in different scenarios, different aspects of the game, up front, in the middle. Who would be doing the job? I don't know. So they have to get that combination right. So the bowling department is what I'm very much worried about in respect of the divers team. They need to get that aspect right.
Yeah, and pressure can do a lot to you.
Yeah.
And the team in the tournament who hasn't got into the playoffs at any point in time. What about the batting? What do you think?
Well, I'm looking at the team, and as mentioned by Ken Roy, if you look at the 11 that we selected, only the 3 of them are unlikely to bowl. So they would have a lot of bowling options. So as he mentioned, how they use them and where they fit would be a very important thing to determine where they finish. But their batting, Walton and Hooper, will be very, very important to this team in their batting. They are the ones who are most likely to be at the start. They are the ones who will give the team that start that they need, that solid base. And if they get a solid start in most of their games, then they'll be very destructive, because we have seen that they have a very destructive back end in terms of the all-rounders that they have. All these all-rounders are big hitters, massive hitters of the ball. Brown, Stapleton, Straw. And Richie Richards has played some very useful innings for them in previous editions as well. So it basically shows that they have that firepower at the end. But the firepower at the end will need a good start, because what will happen is that if they lose wickets quickly or in a clump or cluster up front, then it will be very important for Thomas and Raishawn Williams, who would be that connection between the top and the middle, to then be able to guide the team towards the end, so that the others, the big hitters at the end, can go really hard in the last few overs.
Indeed. That period between 5 and 8 overs for this team would be critically important, whether bowling or batting.
Yeah.
Between 5 and 8 overs. They need to get that part of the game right.
Yeah, I mean, I want to talk about Benetton Stapleton as well. About that he's a player that can hit me miles. So
Very powerful batsman.
They'll look to in that middle order, maybe around that 5-8 period, to come in and assist him, depending on how the top order goes.
Right, you see, that's the thing you don't want. You don't want to put too much pressure on the top half, and you don't want to put too much pressure on the lower half to do too much work.
And the top half needs to have freedom.
Exactly.
They need to know that they can rely on players that's coming. So that might be a question for them as well on this tournament. If the top half goes, who do we have at the back end?
Right. Yeah. So that was that critical period.
Yeah, because you're looking at players, most of them they play in one way. Brown, Stapleton, Straw.
Right.
They're hitters, but you're not going to expect them to knock it around for a while if they're in trouble and then get the team going again. They will go hard. If they get through, then it will be very good for the team. But if they don't, then all of a sudden they're into the lower order very quickly. And so that is something that they have to bear in mind and get that approach right, measure that approach right in terms of their batting lineup.
Actually, that has been the problem with this team. They don't have that comeback power. Whenever things go bad up front, this team tends to collapse. And there's nobody coming back from the back end. So that is the area that they need to work at in this tournament.
Agreed. And we've mentioned a lot of names today, a lot of names. We've mentioned a lot of names, Jim Benetton, Chadwick. But who is the key player in this team? Who do we think is going to make the most impact in this tournament for the Grenadines Divers? Over the years, Asif, who plays with it, sort of turned to. But for me, I think with the addition of Weswick Straw, I think he's a good addition to this team. So for me, he is the impact player. In VPL1, I mean, it's something to mention. He has only played 2 tournaments. He has only played 2 editions of VPL. Yeah. In VPL1, he was the highest wicket taker. Yeah. And in VPL4, he was second behind Ryan Williams for the Hikers. So I think he will be the key player with the ball for them. He's a smart bowler. He knows how to bowl in these circumstances. Yeah. So I think he is the key man for them in this. What about you, Addison?
Well, just to say something about Straw, I mean, something he has been doing for his entire career, because I remember him as a schoolboy at Georgetown Secondary School, and it was a similar role. He was never a quick bowler, so he was never one to open the bowling or anything like that. But he was always able to get variations and to bowl those slower deliveries. And because he himself is a very aggressive batsman, he has the ability, when the batsmen are being aggressive at that point in the game, to kind of have an idea of what they will be trying to achieve and to combat that.
It's just to mention, 2 tournaments, he's only played in 2 editions, and he has 24 wickets. Yeah. So that says a lot about the way he bowls in the tournament.
Well, for me, I have Chadwick as my impact player. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt because I know he hasn't been playing a lot of cricket in recent times. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt because quality is quality. And so he has played 182 matches. He has 3,456 runs, a high score in T20 of 99 not out. So he just missed 100 and a strike rate of 124.22, which may not seem very high. But he is a very, very effective batsman, both against pace and spin. So that's something that is very important. And Chadwick is also a very astute cricketer in terms of the way that he thinks about the game. We all remember what happened a few years ago in the CPL when Keswick dismissed him And of course, Chadwick had the notebook celebration at the time, and every time Chadwick was able to hit him in that next innings, he just kept ticking off, page after page. And he's that type of individual as well. He will think about what he's going to do, not just in terms of his approach on the field, but if there is something else that is happening within the cricket that people want to see as entertainment, then he will be thinking about how he can get involved in that as well. A good jovial player as well.
Well, my impact player for this tournament, for this team, would be Benetton Stapleton. Stapleton has played for Breakers. I think he played for Hikers as well.
Yes, he played in Hikers.
Right, and he have been given several roles, whether to come in, hit the ball, whether to bowl the last over. I could remember him bowling the last over in the finals, and they won the game. And he would be very important for them at the back end. So he could make a very big impact in this tournament and for this team, Benetton Stapleton.
Apart from Chadwick, they also have another active player, right, Sean Williams.
Yeah.
Alan said you can do next because why Sean let the Pats know what they can on him in the tournament.
Why Sean Williams is a batsman, Bajan, Barbadian. And as I said before, it was very difficult to get stats on the Barbadian players on their side. To say that, he will have a very key role in this because he's likely to be batting in the middle. And he'll be that connection between Hooper and Walton at the top. And then you'll have those big hitters at the end who we mentioned before, Stapleton, Brown, Straw, and so on. So he would have a very key role to play. And with his experience, you'd have to know how to navigate so that the team is in a position where they have that launching pad towards up the end of the innings.
Yeah, cool. Last place, last year, best finished fifth. Do you think they've done enough to get into the playoffs? Who knows? Maybe even champions. Where do you see them finishing, Keroy?
Divers coming up for air. I think I see Divers within the first four, really. Chadwick, Walton, Hooper, Stapleton, Straw, Brown. They need to get their team from that position to the one that I'm talking about. They could qualify for the second one.
I will just say that every team in this tournament has the ability to get into the playoff. But I mean, you have to bring yourself and put yourself out there on a limb and choose a team that can get into the playoffs. I would say that this team, it will be very heavily dependent on the performance of Hooper, and I will say as well Walton.
Yeah.
If these two players have very good tournaments, especially from the inception of the tournament, then they will get into the playoffs. But if for some reason these two do not strike, then it will leave too much, I think, on the lower order where you have all that power to do most of the heavy lifting. So that's what I would say. So I'm putting them so far, I'm leaving them out of the playoffs so far.
So another mother winner.
No.
So the Divers not coming up for air this year? No air for the Divers?
And of course I'm saying all of this to say before a ball is born, because after a game or two, if the two of them are in very good form, I might be able just to say, that they're looking good.
All right, well, I'll have to dissect there with regards to the Grenadine Divers, but that concludes our team preview on the Grenadine Divers. Just a reminder, there'll be a preview on all 6 teams in the tournament. Tune in at VPL10 on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. And you cannot miss the action. It begins on April 10th through to the 23rd. So see you there.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
Hello and welcome to VPL T10, VPL5 T10 team preview. I am Stacey and Adams. It's time to have a look at the Dark View Explorers. They're a team that's of capricious in nature. It's always would they or wouldn't they with this team. They were finalists in VPL3 and they finished 4th in the last edition. I have with me Alanson Cookshan and Kenroy Martin, who was the coach in VPL3 when they were near champion.
Well, I'll kick the ball off here. I started it. Explorers, never really have big players, but what they have done is play together as a team. And once you play as a team in a tournament, then you get good results. So they would be banking on that as they normally do, but they would have to be led in accordance to that.
All right, you were so excited to talk about your past. You didn't introduce yourself to the viewers, you know? Didn't tell anybody hi.
Hi, this is Kenroy Martin. How are you doing?
We couldn't wait to get to talking about the dark news spells. Addison Puksha.
Yes, good day, everyone, wherever you're watching us from today. So we are here, previewing one of the teams in VPL5, the Dark Explorers. As Kenroy mentioned, they have been sort of up and down in the tournament from the inception. And I think I don't know if they have gotten over VPL3 because we all remember that finish. I think that was probably one of the actual closest finish that we have had in a VPL final. We got down to the last ball and the team lost by 1 run. But the Explorers, they would be looking to have a good tournament. They have a lot of very important local players, prolific players within our local competitions. Who would want to, show that they can vie with some of the other teams who have a lot of, former internationals in their batting lineup and so on. So they want to show that we can compete and we can actually be right in the mix with everybody.
All right, let's have a look at the full squad for the Explorers this year. They have Roman up there. He's the captain. Chelson Stoke, Shaman Cliffoff, Darren Grains, Kenson Dalzell, Rickford Walker, Darius Martin, Otis Matthews, Ryan Everett, Shadrach Discarty, Denson Hoyt, Cylron Williams, Tilron Harry, and Elron Basco. Something to note there, guys. They have a new captain from out of there. In the previous editions, they were captained by Lyndon James. He is no longer at the helm of this team. He is now the coach of the Strikers team. So that's something to unpack there for the Explorers. How do you think they'll go with a new captain, a new man at the helm, something they're not accustomed to?
Well, Pierre has led this team in batting. He's accustomed to the players. Leadership is something that he has now gotten into. So he needs to just adjust and play his role as captain. You have Graves, you have Hooper who have been there with him. So he knows the players. So I don't think that would be a problem for Pierre. The thing with it is that once he uses his players and he play the game that he's accustomed to play, I think he would do a very good job as captain.
I just wanted Kenroy to answer that question. I wanted to get his thoughts on the new captain. I wanted to get his thoughts on the new captain, as he was former coach. But we selected a best 11 for this squad. In terms of the bowling, what can you expect from the Dark Blue Explorers this year, Alan? Sorry.
As a personnel, I was going to name the entire 11. We had Pierre, we had Graves, Hooper, Everett, Shadrach Discard, Rickford Walker, Stowe, Ron Williams, your leg spinner, Tilron Harry, Denson Hoyt, and Darius Martin in our 11. So in terms of the bowling, we had here Stowe as an all-rounder. He has been effective in the middle overs in some of the past VPL games. Ron Williams had a very good VPL3, both with bat and ball. The young leg spinner was very, very instrumental in then getting to the final in that edition. So they'll be depending a lot on his performance if they want to have a very good finish this year. Hoyt, useful medium pace bowler, bowls a lot at the end, has some variations. And Martin, had his full, I would say he's now coming out of his first full season as a Whitworth player. Right. He has been in and around the team, in the past, but this year he has played a lot of the games. And so he will be looking to bring that experience as an opening bowler to this team, and he'd want to be more incisive. In the past tournaments so far, he has intimidated some of the opponent's batsmen, but he hasn't gotten a lot of wickets. And he'll be wanting to make an impact as far as wickets are concerned in this tournament if the Dark Explorers are to do very well.
Well said, Alanson. Darius Martin will be a key player for this team. He needs to, as Alanson said, make some inroads pretty early, cause a few upsets in the tournament. But somebody who has been very consistent during this VPL is Shaman Hooper. he has been one of the best batters in this tournament, very consistent. He's always on his game. Once he continues to do that with pair at the top, that for Explorers would be a very difficult team to turn over.
We also have Red Emirates, former West Indies all-rounder, still playing from time to time on the circuit, but he will bring a wealth of experience. He has more than 100 T20 games in his career. So he'll be looking to bring his experience to the fore for the Dark Explorers and to pass that on to the other players around him, both with bat and ball. And if that happens and they can, get that information and that make use of that wealth of knowledge very quickly, then, they can upset many of the teams in this tournament because, as you said, cricket is on the day.
Just stay on Riyad Emirates for a little bit. We know he's known as a bowler on the circuit, but we know he's also handy with the bat. Where do you think they'll use it? Do you think they'll use it in the top half, maybe like the pinch hitter? What are your views on that?
I think he will be used in the middle. He's pretty good at striking the ball as well. He bowls a very heavy ball. So they might use him at the back end as well because Martin is up front. Also, what could be done with him as well, as you mentioned it before, is use him as a pinch hitter. But would you want to disturb that opening partnership between Graves and Pierre? That is something that they would have to look at.
Then I have a look at the player we think will make the most impact in this tournament. I'll start off and I selected the leader. I selected Romano Pierre. I think captaincy will bring out the best in him. I think he's a player that enjoys responsibility. I remember having a chat to Martin and you mentioned when you were selecting your team for VPL3, made sure you got him. And with one other person, I can't remember the name right now, but I remember that you said if you wanted to get Romano Pierre, I paid up because in VPL3, he was a leading run scorer. He had 306 runs. In fact, it's the highest tally of runs in any edition so far. Romano Pierre, 306. And I think that's because roles were clear at that time and he was given responsibility. So I think he performed with the bat for his team because of that responsibility. So what about you, Adam?
Well, I just want to piggyback on your point just a little bit before I get into my impact player. You mentioned roles and role clarity. And I think that is something that the Dark Explorers have suffered from in the past. And that will need to be done very early in the tournament if they are to have a good tournament. We have seen in the past where from game to game, orders have kept being shuffled and things like that. And the one tournament when they did very well is because everyone kind of knew what they had to do. The order wasn't being shifted from game to game and so on. So I think that would be very important for them. If they come and go into VPL5 with the same approach of, kind of blowing with the wind and without that clarity, then it would be a very difficult tournament for them. And my impact player that I selected was Emirates. As I mentioned before, he has over 140 T20 games. He has over 160 wickets. His best figures are 4 for 35, an economy of 7.59, and his highest T20 batting score is 54 not out. So he will be able to contribute both with bat and ball. But what I want to see from him this tournament, he's now in his 40s. I could say he's probably semi-retired. I wouldn't say that he's retired, but probably semi-retired from the professional circuit. And he would want to really pass on his knowledge and his wealth of experience and expertise to the younger players. And, if they can pick these things up very quickly, then I can see, the team doing better than I think some people think.
Well, I'm staying home with Sherman Hooper. He has been one of the best batters in the tournament. He's very consistent. And he's somebody what you would want to have in your team in a tournament like this, where the batting is heavily dependent on himself, Graves, Pierre, Emirates, and Stowe. What is missing from the Explorers team really is a good finisher. That is what I see missing from this team. Dean Brung was with the team prior, and this is somebody you could have called upon to score 30, 40 runs within 8-9 balls. That is the only thing that is missing from this team. And I think Williams will be able to fit that role. But Sherman Hooper is my impact player.
All right, and one sec, well, guys, I mean, it's this team has been are quite unpredictable through DPL, the whole tournament. Finalists 1 year, they always look like they're going to do it, and then somehow they fall short. Where do you think they'll end up with the DPL by?
Well, I would always say, as I've been saying, in all these videos, that it's very difficult to say this before ball has been bowled. But going from past experiences, before ball has been bowled, I think that they will find it difficult to get into the playoffs based on the squads that they have. However, I put the proviso there to say that, if the team starts off well and they start on a winning path, and they start to gel together, then they can go very far in the tournament. But on paper, just based on what you see there, I do not have them as a playoff team.
When I have you here, Alanson, along with Riyad Emrit, they also have another overseas player, Shadrach Liscard. They just give us something briefly on him.
Well, he's a St. Lucian. He's an all-rounder. He has played a few games for the Windward Islands, and it was a former youth cricketer as well. And it will be interesting to see how he goes. I think he's another person in the tournament where, although we don't have a lot of information on him, let's say like Riyad Emrit, who has played a lot internationally, he's somebody as well because of the fact that he has played first-class cricket, who can have a very telling impact on the tournament. So, their fortunes may lie very heavily with his effectiveness. So how he goes may determine how they go and whether they get into the playoffs and beyond.
All right, Martin, turn.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is weak. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
There are 2 live matches coming your way. Later today, the Fort Charlotte Strikers take on the Botanical Gardens Rangers. But first, the Darkview Explorers come up against the Grenadines Divers. It's a bottom-of-the-table clash as both teams are yet to get off the mark. I am Stacey Ann Adams, and I have with me Mr. Osnet Kato.
Good morning to you, Stacey Ann, and viewers all around the world. It's another blockbuster event here at the Annesville playing field. We have 2 teams struggling at the bottom of the table, so after today's game, at least one of them will have won one game. So I'm sure both teams will be going hard for this first win.
Yes, indeed. And I mean, we have been treated to some stimulating matches so far in this tournament, Osnet, and this one is expected to be much of the same.
I think the supporters and the fans, they will be very happy so far what they've seen in the tournament. We have a lot of close games. We've seen some big sixes. We also seen some good batting performance as well as some good bowling performance. So definitely having their money's worth so far in the tournament, and I'm sure today would be no different.
Yes, indeed so. But going to the teams today, the Grenadines Divers, the Darkview Explorers, as we mentioned, bottom of the table clash. Both teams are winless so far in the tournament. As you mentioned, they're definitely going to go hard. But let's have a look at the Grenadines Divers so far. I mean, they have shown how astute their top order is with the bat. I mean, so far in this tournament, they've only lost 3 wickets in total.
Yes, the Grenadine Divers, we'll say, a very unfortunate, a very unlucky team so far. They've tried their best. Skipper Asif Hooper really trying to lead from the front. And he'll be hoping to get a change of luck today and register his first win.
Yes, both teams still have a lot to do with the ball. I mean, it's pertinent that both teams get their bowling plans precise today. I mean, as we've seen in the tournament, it looks to be a batting-friendly wicket that we have. So the team with the best bowling more than likely will come through as victorious today, Osnet.
Yes, and I think we have to give kudos to the ground staff. They have prepared some very good wickets so far in the tournament. What we have seen is that the fast bowlers, if they really bend their back, they're able to extract a bit of bounce, a bit of pace. And I think that has actually troubled some of the batters so far in the tournament in terms of playing the horizontal bat shot. We've seen a lot of players top edging these pull shot and hook strokes. Also, if you're a good player, a good batter, like we saw yesterday in the form of Jonathan Carter and Dylan Douglas, you have the ball coming on nicely to the bat, so you're able to play your shots as well. So kudos to the ground staff for that.
Yes, I mean, the Grenadines divers, they have shown glimpses of what they might be capable of in this tournament in the first game as well as the second. The second game wasn't their best because they were bowled out by the Fort Charlotte Strikers, the only team to have been bowled out so far in this tournament. That's the Grenadines divers. But they really need to pull things together in all components of the game. They've also been a bit sloppy in the field. They've dropped catches. They've had some key misfields as well. But the batting and the bowling, it's key for them to pull things together and get themselves up and running in this competition.
Well, they will need a collective effort in terms of all facets of their game coming together at once. They need their bowling to stand up for them today. We also need their batting. And of course, you mentioned in the field, we have seen quite a few drop catches in the tournament by all of the teams so far. So they'll be looking to put in a more improved fielding performance and take their catches whenever they have the opportunities to. And I'm sure that will contribute to their luck changing at some point.
Yes, the Dark Explorers, I mean, they are just inches away from putting together the perfect game to take them to victory. In both games, they chased. The first game, they were chasing 120. They fell just short by 7 runs. They had 112. And then in yesterday's encounter, I'm pretty sure a lot of people wrote them off early, but they were able to keep up with the Hikers with such an enormous total on the board of 156. And the key man for them is Shadrach Descartes. Currently, he's the holder of the Sandals Blue Cap for most runs in the tournament, and he has 129 runs from 70 balls. I mean, how are the Grenadines divers going to stop him today?
Yes, we have seen a lot of Descartes in the 3 matches played so far, a useful medium pacer, but his batting is what really have impressed us most. He has been able to find the boundaries at will. He's hit some huge sixes really, and the Explorers will be hoping that they'll get more of the same from him today. Looking back at yesterday's game, Stacey, and I think the Darkview Explorers will feel that their bowling effort wasn't the best. Chasing down 156 is always going to be a difficult task in 10 overs, especially against an experienced team like Glasgow Free Hikers. They are the defending champions, 3 times champions as well. So it was always going to be a difficult task, but they will take a lot of pride in the fact that they were able to reach that close, and hopefully they'll be able to put in a better bowling performance this morning and hopefully chase down a smaller total.
Yes, both teams winless, looking for their first points today. Key men in both teams. What have we seen from the Grenadines divers? Who can you identify as that key player for them? I mean, they haven't really gotten off to a good start either with bat or ball, but who do you think is key in this matchup today?
Well, the captain, of course, we can't look past Asif Hooper. He has been able to play with a lot of freedom in terms of his batting. He played a very good innings the last time around. It was just in vain, really. His bowling also is something we need to look at. Chadwick Walton, we haven't seen the best of him in the tournament so far. We saw some glimpses in the first game. So those are two in terms of the batting that really need to step up for the Grenadine divers. In terms of their bowling, we have seen Westwick Straw. He has bowled well in the tournament at the back end as well. So they'll be looking for more from these players. Dean Brown, all of these players to contribute more. They need more consistent contribution from all of their players. They're not the most talented team or most fancy team in the tournament, but what they can do is play together as a team, and that always goes a long way.
Yes, and as I mentioned before, I think bowling plans will be key in this matchup today. Both teams have struggled to get it right in terms of their bowling rotations as well as the lengths and lines that they need to be bowling on this type of surface. Most of the times we've seen them, well, the Grenadine divers, for example, they were very short to the Fort Charlotte Strikers yesterday. I mean, the last Free Hikers, they were just punishing to anything, really. And one of the things that I've noticed the pace bowlers, they've neglected to do is pitch it up more, bowl that Yorker length delivery. So for me today, I think the team that gets it right with their bowling plans more than likely will be victorious in this matchup today.
We spoke about the pitch conditions earlier, Stacey, and we were saying that the pitches are very good pitches in terms of it offers a bit for both bowlers and batters as well. But what has happened sometimes, some of the fast bowlers maybe getting a bit carried away with the pace and bounce that is offered in some of the wickets. And it leads to them bowling a bit too short. What we have seen is that the bowlers who has a bit of pace, they've been able to trouble the batters on these wickets. But it's not a matter of overusing the short ball as such. But as you mentioned also in the death overs, some of these bowlers need to find their yorkers and changes of pace as well.
Yeah, on these types of surfaces, variation is key. So the bowlers definitely need to nail that down early. And I mean, nothing is wrong with going to their variation early. It's just 10 overs. And you know that they are going to go at you. So, you know, they need to get things sorted, both teams, with their plans, if they are to get things up and running today for their team.
I think what we're seeing also in terms of the toss being very critical as well. Most of the teams batting first in this tournament, Stacey, and they've really come out victorious. Any particular reason you think for that?
Well, they win the toss and they've gone out and put a daunting total on the board. For example, yesterday the Lasso Free Hikers against the Dark View Explorers. But we saw how well the Dark View Explorers kept up with the Lasso Free Hikers. So it's a matter of winning the toss and putting a good score on the board. The Fort Charlotte Strikers do. You saw what good bowling can do to curtail run scoring on this wicket. So the Fort Charlotte Strikers against the the Salt Pond Breakers, they weren't able to get to 100, and it's because of the good bowling. But speaking of the toss, we do have the toss coming up shortly for you with our co-commentator, Alanson Cruikshank. So we are going down to Alanson Cruikshank, and he has the toss for us.
Good day and welcome to match day 4 and game number 7 of the Dream 11 VPL5 Cricket Away. Here with me are the two captains for this morning's fixture. We have Romano Pear, captain of the Dark View Explorers, and Asif Hooper, captain of the Grenadine Divers. Asif has the coin. Match referee Allen.
Heads.
All right, so it's a heads. Call correctly. Yes, Romano. So you have won the toss. What are you going to do this morning, today?
I'm going to bowl first.
Any particular reason for that?
Well, as you can see, the 2 games, we are actually getting some good performance with the bat. So we're backing ourselves to restrict the guys them and chase down whatever they post.
All right, this is a different strip than the one that was played on the first 2 days. The games yesterday, different scoring. One was a very high scoring game. The first one was a bit low scoring. You think it's playing any differently than the middle strip?
This wicket is much more slower than the middle strip. The middle strip is more the ball coming onto the bat nicely, but this one you have to apply yourself a little bit more.
All right, any changes to your 11 today?
No, please. We're just playing in the same team.
All right, thank you very much. Asif? All the best to you, Paya. You lost the toss today. What would you have done if you had won?
The team decision we made was to bat because the last 2 games we chased, and I just want to ease up my batsmen. I think they're a bit under a lot of pressure. So hopefully today the luck may come our way. Batting first and putting a decent total on the board.
All right, and we have seen so far in the tournament that a lot of teams that have batted first have won their games. Just a couple of games have really been won by the chasing team. Has that influenced you in any way?
Not necessarily. I think it's a very good batting wicket, as you saw yesterday, 300 run score in T20 in a T10 game. So hopefully today we can just come and post a decent total and just defend it.
All right, any changes to 11?
Yeah, we made 3 changes in Benetton, Stapleton, Romaro, Bibi, and Rajigo Thomas. They came in for Kobe Dabrio, Antonio Barker, and Jaron Wiley.
All right, all the best today.
All right, thanks, Alan.
All right, there you have it. From pitch side, the Dark View Explorers, they have won the toss, and Captain Pear has elected to bowl first and chase. Back to you upstairs.
Well, it's something we spoke about just before the toss. The teams that usually win the toss, they look to bat first. However, Romano Pear decided the Dark View Explorers should chase again today. What do you make of that decision, Osnet?
it's a bit surprising. I think that batting first in this tournament has been the way to go. But I think what Romano is drawing his strength from is the fact that they would have almost chased down the total set in the first game as well as the last game yesterday. So, but then again, runs on the board is runs on the board, and I personally felt that he should have batted first. But we'll see what the outcome of this game will be today.
Yes, both teams haven't gotten the opportunity to bat first in their two encounters so far. Today, the Divers will have a chance to show what they can do with the bat when they bat first. Chadwick Walter and Hilbiki have been saying off here to friends and families that have been tuning in. It'll be good to see how Chadwick Walton goes about his innings batting first. He hasn't gotten that opportunity yet. He does so today. So, I mean, as you mentioned, it's surprising. It's surprising to me as well. But I guess Romano Pere decided he is going to give his bowlers another chance to get things right. And then they will be able to chase whatever score is put up from the Grenadines Divers in the end.
Yes, you mentioned Walton. He'll be looking to come to the party, really. Most of the other overseas pros we've seen in the other teams, they've actually made some telling contributions so far. So he'll be looking to do that today for the Grenadine Divers. Asif Hooper, we can't look past him, as we mentioned before. He's a very good batter as well. Dean Brown, Benetton Stapleton, he's a good addition to the team coming in today. So they'll be looking for a more all-round performance in terms of the bat and hopefully post a very good total today so that they can register their first win.
Yes, and speaking of the teams, the Dark Blue Explorers, they've decided to go with an unchanged team. They haven't gone past only losing 3 wickets throughout the whole tournament. The first game just losing 1 wicket and 2 wickets, sorry, and 4 wickets rather fell in the tournament. Shadrach Descartes, he fell rather late in that first encounter and losing 2 wickets again yesterday. So we haven't seen what their middle order can do as yet in this tournament. The Divers, they've been bowled out, so most of their players had a chance to get a knock. The Dartby Explorers, their team readers, Romano Pere, captain, Darren Graves, Shaman Hooper, Tilran Harry is the wicket keeper, Shadrach Descartes, the man with the sandals, blue cap for most runs, Rickford Walker, Navin Stewart, Darius Martin, Kenson Dalzell, and Silron Williams.
The team for the Grenadine Divers, we have Asif Hooper as the captain, Chadwick Walton, Cosmos Hackshaw, the wicket keeper, Rodrigo Thomas, Rayshawn Williams, Dean Brown, Benetton Stapleton, Westwick Straw, Richie Richards, Romario Bibi, and Cody Horn.
So we have more action. We have action coming to you pretty soon in this bottom of the table clash between the Grenadines Divers and the Dark Blue Explorers. But at this time, we are going to take a short break. And when we come back, it's action time here at the Annisville Cricket Ground in VPL5. Cricket our way.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
No, this is fast.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
everyone. Welcome to VPL5 T10 team preview. I am Stacey and Adams. It's time to have a look at the Dark View Explorers. They're a team that's of capricious in nature. It's always would they or would they with this team. They were finalists in VPL3 and they finished fourth in the last edition. I have with me Adamson Cookshan and Kenry Martin, who was the coach in VPL3 when they were near champion.
Well, I'll kick the ball off here. I started it. Explorers never really have big players, but what they have done is play together as a team. And once you play as a team in a tournament, then you get good results. So they would be banking on that as they normally do, but they would have to be led in accordance to that.
All right, you were so excited to talk about your past. You didn't introduce yourself to the viewers, you know? Didn't tell anybody hi.
Hi, this is Kenry Martin. How are you doing?
We couldn't wait to get to talking about the Dark View Explorers. Adamson Cookshan.
Yes, good day everyone, wherever you're watching us from today. So we are here, previewing one of the teams in VPL5, the Dark View Explorers. As Kenry mentioned, they have been sort of up and down in the tournament from the inception. And I think I don't know if they have gotten over VPL3 because we all remember that finish. I think that was probably one of the actual closest finish that we have had in a VPL final. We got down to the last ball and the team lost by 1 run. But the Explorers, they would be looking to have a good tournament. They have a lot of very important local players, prolific players within all local competitions. Who would want to, show that they can vie with some of the other teams who have a lot of, former internationals in their batting lineup and so on. So they want to show that, we can compete and we can actually be right in the mix with everybody.
All right, let's have a look at the full squad for the Dark View Explorers this year. They have Roman up there. He's the captain. Chelson Stoke, Shaman Cliffoff, Darren Grains, Kenson Dalzell, Rickford Walker, Darius Martin, Otis Matthews, Ryan Everett, Shadrach Discarting, Denson Hoyt, Cylron Williams, Tilron Herring, and Elron Basson. Something to note there, guys. They have a new captain, Romano Pay. In the previous editions, they were captained by Lyndon James. He is no longer at the helm of this team. He is now the coach of the Strikers team. So that's something to unpack there for the Dark View Explorers. How do you think they'll go with a new captain, a new man at the helm, something they're not accustomed to?
Well, Pay has led this team in batting. He's accustomed to the players. Leadership is something that he has now gotten into. So he needs to just adjust and play his role as captain. You have Graves, you have Hooper who have been there with him. So he knows the players. So I don't think that would be a problem for Pierre. The thing with it is that once he uses his players and he play the game that he's accustomed to play, I think he would do a very good job as captain.
I just wanted Kenroy to answer that question. I wanted to get his thoughts on the new captain. I wanted to get his thoughts on the new captain, as he was former coach. But we selected the best 11 for this squad. In terms of the bowling, what can you expect from the Dark View Explorers this year, Alan? Sorry.
But as a personnel, we have to name the entire 11. We had Pierre, we had Graves, Hooper, Emirates, Shadrach Discard, Rickford Walker, Stowe, Cylron Williams, your leg spinner, Tilron Harry, Denson Hoyt, and Darius Martin in our 11. So in terms of the bowling, we had here Stowe as an all-rounder. He has been effective in the middle overs in some of the past VPL games. Cylron Williams had a very good VPL3, was with Martin Ball, the young leg spinner. Was very, very instrumental in getting to the final in that edition. So they'll be depending a lot on his performance if they want to have a very good finish this year. Hoyt, useful medium pace bowler, bowls a lot at the end, has some variations. And Martin, had his full, I would say he's now coming out of his first full season as a Woodwards player. He has been in and around the team, in the past, but this year he has played a lot of the games. And so he will be looking to bring that experience as an opening bowler to this team, and he'd want to be more incisive in the past tournaments so far, he has intimidated some of the opponent's batsmen, but he hasn't gotten a lot of wickets. And he'll be wanting to make an impact as far as wickets are concerned in this tournament if the Dark Explorers are to do very well.
Well said, Alanson. Darius Martin will be a key player for this team. He needs to, as Alanson said, make some inroads pretty early, cause a few upsets, in the tournament. But somebody who has been very consistent during this VPL is Shaman Hooper. He has been one of the best batters in this tournament, very consistent. He's always on his game. Once he continues to do that with pair at the top, that for Explorers would be a very difficult team to turn over.
We also have Red Emirates, former West Indies all-rounder, still playing from time to time on the circuit, but he will bring a wealth of experience. He has more than 100 T20 games in his career. So he'll be looking to bring his experience to the fore for the Dark Explorers and to pass that on to the other players around him, both with bat and ball. And if that happens and they can, get that information and that make use of that wealth of knowledge very quickly, then, they can upset many of the teams in this tournament because, as you said, cricket is on the day.
Just stay on Red Emirates for a little bit. We know he's known as a bowler on the circuit, but we know he's also handy with the bat. Where do you think they'll use him? Do you think they'll use him in the top half, maybe like the pinch hitter? What are your views on that?
I think he will be used in the middle. He's pretty good at striking the ball as well. He bowls a very heavy ball. So they might use him at the back end as well because Martin is up front. Also, what could be done with him as well, as you mentioned it before, is use him as a pinch hitter. But would you want to disturb that opening partnership between Graves and Pierre? That is something that they would have to look at.
Then I have a look at the player we think will make the most impact in this tournament. I'll start off and I selected the leader. I selected Romano Pierre. I think captaincy will bring out the best in him. I think he's a player that enjoys responsibility. I remember having a chat to Martin and you mentioned when you were selecting your team for VPL3, you made sure you got him. And with one of the posts, I can't remember the name right now, but I remember that you said if you wanted to get Romano Pierre, I paid up because in VPL3, he was a leading run scorer. He had 306 runs. In fact, it's the highest tally of runs in any edition so far. Romano Pierre, 306. And I think that's because roles were clear at that time and he was given responsibility. So I think he performed with the bat for his team because of that responsibility.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Annisville Cricket Ground VPL5 match number 7 being contested by the Grenadines Divers and the Dark Blue Explorers, who won the toss and decided that they are going to field first. Yes, they decided that they are going to field first. I have with me in the studio Osnet Kato.
Good morning again to you, Stacey. I'm looking forward to this contest this morning.
Yes, indeed. So Darius Martin taking his run up there, Chadwick Walton, and seems to be Cosmos Haksha opening the batting for the Grenadines Divers. So they have decided to stick with this opening combination. As we've seen from the last 2 games, usually Asif Hooper puts his hand up to open the batting. However, they've decided that they're going to stick with Cosmos Haksha and Chadwick Walton.
Not a fruitful opening partnership so far, we've seen, but they're really hoping that there's a change today in terms of this group, this pair giving them a good start, building a good partnership so that the strikers at the end, the back end of the innings can come in and play freely. think that's one of the problems they've suffered from so far in terms of not getting a good start. What we have seen from the teams that have been very successful in the tournament so far is that they've been able to build partnerships at the top so that the middle order can play with a bit more freedom.
Yes, indeed. So, and this team, I mean, I must say, I don't think they have a lot of depth in their batting from what I've seen so far. So it's very important for the top order to score the bulk of their runs.
Yes, definitely. So they'll be looking for Chadwick to fire at some point in time, hopefully today, and then the other top order batsmen to just play freely, but at the same time score at a reasonable rate so that they'll be able to accumulate a reasonable total. What do you think is a reasonable total this morning, Stacey Ann?
Well, after the way, it's a new wicket, as they mentioned, so we'll have to see how the wicket is playing first. A bit of assessment will have to happen early days before we make any sort of predictions. However, the way the Lasufre Hikers went at it yesterday, that was the middle wicket. I'm not too sure what's a comfortable total after the Darkville Explorers. They got so close to the total. No one expected them to get even so close to that total yesterday.
Well, 2 games ago, we were speaking about that pass score. We said most of the teams so far have been scoring between 100, 110, right? But yesterday, the pass score requirements would have increased based on what we saw from the Lasufre Hikers yesterday and the Darkview Explorers. So it's a fresh wicket, as you mentioned, and it will be interesting to see if it plays the same way the other wickets have played so far.
Yes, the scores, they keep getting bigger and bigger here at the Annisville Cricket Ground, and I expect much of the same today as Chadwick Walton gets ready to take first ball from Darius Martin, who bowled exceptionally well in that last over for his team yesterday. He went for 18 in his first over as well. He has 3 wickets so far in the tournament, and he's also in contention for that Sandals orange cap for the player with most wickets. So far, the player leading that charge is Ray Jordan by the best economy. He has 4 wickets to his name. So, first ball to Chadwick Walton from Darius Martin. Short ball. Too short and played away delicately behind the man at third man. That's not a good start, wasn't it?
Not a good start indeed, giving the batter a bit of whiff there. The third man was in the circle as well, so it was really easy for a player of Chadwick's ability to just ride that one and guide it between the man at short third man and point and get himself his first boundary.
Yes, and we talk about not giving the bowlers room to free their arms. We also spoke about the team with the best bowling plan, the team that bowls the best today, as both of these teams have leaked a lot of runs in the tournament so far. So they need to get things right with the bowling plan. That was not a good start. Let's see how he goes with the second delivery. That's better there. That's an acceptable line and length on this wicket when you start, isn't it?
Yes, Darius is a tall bowler, so he'll be able to extract a bit of bounce on this wicket. What we have seen so far, it's pretty easy pace. Chadwick just getting in line and just guiding that one out to point. And they run in between the wickets as well, Stacey, and that is something that there's a hallmark of some of the better teams in the tournament. They've been able to put pressure on the inner circle by running hard. So that's something Grenadine Divers opening batters here would take into consideration.
Yes, and they do have a chance today to come up with better batting plans, the Grenadines Divers. As I mentioned, they were bowled out in their last encounter against the Fort Charlotte Strikers. So, third delivery being bowled by Darius Martin. Yes, that's where you need to be on this wicket. You see, it's keeping a bit low as well. It's not getting up as much as the other wicket in that was played on yesterday in the middle.
We heard the captain Romano Pay mention that this is a slow wicket, so the kind of inconsistent bounce we're seeing early creeping in here, that would be very worrying for most of the batters to follow.
It's umpire Roger Davis, the standing umpire, and Afram Bayam at square leg. Yeah, so, I mean, shot again, and deft touch there by Chadwick Walton to pick up another high rune smashing 4.
Well, looking at the field, Stacey, and I don't think it's a very good field, considering the line that we have seen so far from Darius Martin. It's a line on and about the off stump, back of a length, and it's really is an easy shot there for Chadwick Walton to just guide that ball past the man at short third man. I think a better field would be to take back the man there at short third man, then Suhoit, and put him back on the boundary and bring in one of these deep fielders that we have.
Yes, information coming to hand. It's actually the same wicket that was played on yesterday, but it was played on before. 2 matches played on it before, so I guess that's why the captain mentioned that it'll be slower. But if it's slower, why not bat first?
Yes, that is always the case. When with a slow wicket, you want to put runs on the board and then put pressure on the opposition.
Excellent length there, but it's called a wide by umpire Roger Davis. The bowler doesn't seem too pleased by that. So that he bowled one of his better deliveries there, but umpire Roger Davis adjudged it a wide.
It's another risky delivery there from Darius again. It's a delivery short and wide, and we mentioned before with the third man in, all Chadwick has to do is get some bat on it and he'll get himself another boundary. So it's something the captain needs to figure out in terms of what type of field he's going to set in response to the line and the length that the bowler is actually bowling.
Short delivery, not played convincingly, but he helps himself to another high run smashing 4.
There's a good shot there from Chadwick. That delivery short and on the line of the leg stump, just helping it on its way. Maybe not getting the connection that he was looking for, but another boundary to the total. Score now moves on to 13 without loss.
Yes, it doesn't seem it was timed properly, but what was important is he got enough distance to take it over the fielder at fine leg. So well played to him. Umpire Roger Davis seems to be checking. All right, everything is fine there. A lot of no balls have been bowled in this tournament, so it's quite nervy for the bowling team when you see the umpire making a check.
So no ball is something you definitely don't want to give up, because you give the batter a chance to have a free hit, and anything can happen on a free hit.
It's last delivery coming up in this first over. Excellent placement there from Walton. He won't get 4. But good placement here from him to pick up 2 more runs to his team, and 15 runs coming off that first over, Osnet.
Very good start from the Grenadine Divers, the type of start they were looking for. Without risk-free cricket, really and truly, they have not really played any shot in anger. What we have seen is that Martin has given Chadwick some room outside the off stump, and he has just maneuvered the field. So that is a good start, and they'll be hoping that Chadwick can bat as long as possible.
Yes, the bowler was going back there to bowl another delivery, but umpire Roger Davis realized quickly that that was the end of the over. So at the end of the first over, I start reminiscent to something close to what the Lassufre Hikers had yesterday. They had 18 of the first over, so might be a bit nervous there for the Darkview Explorers, given that yesterday they had to chase down 156, and Darius Martin is a bowler that they look to give them that good start that they would require if they are to deter batting teams. However, he's gone for 15 runs off that first over.
Yes, a very good start, as we mentioned, from the Grenadine Divers. They'll be looking to push on and try and maximize the power play, the first 4 overs of this T10 encounter. So they'll be trying to get a good start in the power play and then try and reassess after those first 4 overs, and then they will know how to go through the middle phase of the innings and finish strongly.
Yes, Cosmos Haksha about to face his first delivery too from Kenson Dalzell it is, and interestingly enough, yesterday he didn't get a ball, Osnet. It's something I was speaking about off air. He picked up in his first game, he picked up 2 wickets in 1 over, and he didn't get a ball yesterday. So I see some change coming from the thinking tank. The thinking tank of the Darkview Explorers today.
Yes, they have bowling options, but the fact is that their bowlers haven't delivered so far. So the captain is kind of uncertain in terms of what type of bowlers to use in what situations. We saw Darren Graves starting the attack both games so far, but this time around they're going for pace from both ends.
It's left arm pace not starting well. It's a wide, and it will also run away to that boundary. So not a good start there from the left arm pace of Kenson Dalzell, 5 wides.
The wicketkeeper there will be very disappointed as well, Tilliran Harry. It was a delivery on the line of the leg stump going further away. He got there in the end, but a rather elementary mistake there and allowed the ball to trickle down to the fine leg boundary for another 4.
Is when you're a team that's leaking a lot of runs, these sorts of unforced error is what you should look to avoid as well if you have to put pressure on an opposition team.
Yes, easy runs really. Considering the start that they have so far, they will be welcoming to those type of mistakes from the from the Darkview Explorers.
Ooh, lifting delivery and appeal there from the player at cover. He was the only one that appealed. So a nice lifting delivery there, some movement away as well from the left-handed Cosmos Haksha.
A better delivery there from Dalzell. Delivery on and about the off stump, just moving further away. Cosmos there just feeling for that one outside the off stump. Thankfully for him and the Grenadine Divers, he missed it completely.
Ooh, and again, movement away, Asnet. Interesting signs here today at the Annisville Cricket Ground.
Another good delivery there, just squaring him up there, Cosmos. This delivery pitching just on about the off stump and just moving away once again, beating the outside edge. So a very good comeback so far. After the first delivery went for 4 wides, he has been able to follow up with 2 very good deliveries.
So again, a nice length being bowled from Kenson Dalzell. And when you see bowling like this today, you wonder why he wasn't used yesterday in the onslaught from the Lassifree Hikers.
Yes, another good delivery. Haksha on this occasion, he got some bat on it and a good single taken there as well. It's good to rotate the strike. You have a right and left hand combination at the wicket. So we have seen that Dalzell, he's pretty comfortable so far bowling to the left hander. We'll see how he goes now against the right-handed Walton.
Short delivery, not timed properly there from Chadwick Walton.
I think he got away with that delivery there, Dalzell. It was a shortish delivery on the line of the leg stump. Walton there looking to pull that one somewhere in the vicinity of deep mid wicket, but just getting the inside portion of the bat, and it just trickled out to a short square leg, and they're able to get another single. So 1 more added to the total, 22 without loss.
Haksha back on strike. Shot, but out to the one bounce, out to the man, Ron Williams at that mid-wicket area.
So another shortish delivery there from Dalzell. We've seen that type of length from him throughout this inning so far. Haksha there pulling that one, but thankfully for the Grenadine, for the Darkview Explorers, the field was well set. Well fielded there on the boundary by Ron.
This time he helps himself to what should be another high run maximizer. The fielder there, Shadrach Descartes with that Sandals blue cap formations. He won't be able to cut that off. And good start here from the Darkview, the Grenadines Divers there, 27 after 2 overs.
Yes, we saw earlier in the over, he attempted to play that shot. Didn't make the type of connection he was looking for, but on this occasion, he was able to just get it to the right of the man there on the deep square leg boundary, and he gets himself another boundary. He moves on to 19, and at the end of the second over, the Grenadine Divers, they've made a good start. They're 27 without loss.
It's not a good start here from the Explorers with the ball in hand. They decided to go to Darren Graves. He picked up an early wicket yesterday in their encounter against the Lassifree Hikers. And today he's bowling the 3rd over. Interestingly, he has switched ends. He's decided to come from the commentator's end, the end that we're speaking from here. And yesterday he picked up his wicket from the Beckway end. He'll be bowling to Cosmos Haksha, a left-hander. And we have an argument about the matchups here in the commentary booth, whether it's effective or not, Asnet. Inside edge on that occasion.
Yes, Graves is a steady off spinner. Doesn't give the ball a lot of air. Try and push it through from time to time. He has done reasonably well over the previous editions of the VPL in terms of giving his team a very good start. At times he's able to make an early breakthrough. And hopefully from the Dark View Explorers perspective, he'll be able to do that here this morning.
As he's bowling now to Walton. Shortish delivery, a good length delivery, just rising a bit. Walton watchful.
Yes, that delivery just bouncing a bit on him here. Maybe too watchful. That delivery maybe could have gone back on the back foot and pulled it somewhere over deep square leg. We'll see how it goes.
Tucked into the mid-wicket area there from Walton. Well, it's the first time he's facing Darren Graves, I'm sure. So he's decided, I'm going to be watchful. He wants to make runs. He wants to make an impression in this tournament so far. He hasn't done so as yet, and today is the perfect opportunity for Walton to do just that. Nicely tucking up the batter there on that occasion is Darren Graves.
Yeah, we mentioned he doesn't give the ball a lot of air. So Haksha here, he'll be looking to eye him up somewhere over the long on region.
That was short. That should have been helped away for 4. In my opinion, or even 6. It was short. It was angling down leg. Nothing was stopping the batter on that occasion to hit this one over the man at fine leg, but just the leg by.
Yeah, so far Haksha hasn't faced a lot of deliveries. Chadwick Walton getting the bulk of the strike. So maybe he's not really into his batting gears yet. I think from the Grenadine Divers perspective, they'll be looking to him to give as much of the strike to Chadwick as possible.
He's gone for it, and he's hold out to the man at short fine leg. Unfortunate scenes here for the Grenadines Divers fans as Chadwick Walton gets the edge, looking to launch it down the ground off the bowling of Darren Graves. So first strike goes to the Grenadines Divers.
Just as we were mentioning that the Chadwick will be looking to get as much of the strike as possible, especially against the right arm off spinner. We see Graves just flighting that one a bit outside the off stump. Chadwick looking to go over the region of long off and just getting the outer portion of the bat, and a very good catch there by Denson Hoyt to dismiss Chadwick for 20.
Yes, he gave his team a fairly good start, 20 off 11, but he would have wanted to push on. Unfortunately, it's not his day. And they're 30 for 1 in the third over. Captain Asif Hooper makes his way to the middle.
Hooper will be looking for a big one today, coming in at number 3. A very important position, no matter what form of cricket we are playing, whether test cricket, one-day cricket, the number 3 batsmen tend to dictate the pace of the innings, really. So he'll be looking to do that for his team and lead from the front here this morning.
Kenson Dalzell is going to continue from the backward end. Well, a pretty good over to the left-hander. Haksha on the right-hander troubled him a bit. He ended up bowling that short pitch delivery to him, so he's bowling to Haksha, the left-hander, on this occasion. Down the ground goes Haksha, misses. Good length here from Dalzell.
A wild swipe there from Haksha, not the best shot. I think he can anticipate the length that Dalzell will be bowling. He has bowled back of a length so far, so he should be able to manipulate that type of length. There's nobody out on the third man or the fine leg boundary, so just a matter of using the pace of Dalzell and just steering it in the vicinity of that region.
That's swing and a miss, but wide, says umpire Afram Bayam.
Once again, looking to go over the onside. That delivery, just pitching and moving away. We have seen that Dalzell is able to get the ball to move away from the left-hander. So it really is a risky shot here from Haksha. A better shot would be to try and hit the ball through the offside.
Yes, I agree with you, as Captain Asif Hooper has a word with his batter. Usually when batters are out of form, they tend to try to overhit the ball. And that's what we're seeing here from Haksha. Some confusion there in the running, sent back. Yes, and I was saying, there you go again, trying to hit it as hard as possible rather than trying to time it and place it, which would bring rewards for him if he does that. I'm not saying that he's out of form. I haven't seen him in recent times, but he's just trying to hit the ball a little too hard. So he's putting pressure on his team and himself at the moment by doing that.
Yes, a better bet would be to just walk the ball into gaps and try and build a new partnership.
This time he connects, it's high, it's long. It's out. Straight to the man at short mid-on. He went nowhere in his innings. He tried to hit the ball too hard. And Cosmos Haksha has been caught.
It was just a matter of time, Stacey, and we saw the previous deliveries, him trying to hit the ball over the leg side. We were mentioning a better bet for him would be to hit it through the offside. On this occasion, again, a delivery just pitching on and about the off stump, moving away. I think it is the movement away that really defeated Haksha there, and he just got the splice of the bat and a very good catch there at mid-on by Graves.
Yes, he's been trying to hit the ball hard down the ground ever since Kenson Dalzell has been introduced in the second over. And there you see Kenson Dalzell just holding his line and length and being successful for his team. And dare I ask again, Osnet, why wasn't he introduced into the attack yesterday after he bowled a good spell for them in the first game?
Well, only the captain, Romano Pell, will know why he did not employ Dalzell yesterday. Maybe sometime as a captain, when things are not going your way, your brain gets scrambled, as they would say. So it sometimes affects your judgment and your decision making. But he has bowled a good spell today, and we saw even in the first game, he bowled his 2 overs up front in the power play. So it's something that the captain has employed so far in terms of having him bowl his full quota of overs during the power play.
Yeah, sometimes it's about looking at resources as well. It's early days in the tournament, so I guess they need to see where they need to have certain people in certain places. Raishawn Williams is the new man in. He goes straight down the ground as well. Can't time it properly.
I think we've seen the slower nature of this wicket, Stacey. It's not coming on as much as the other wickets we saw previously, where there was a runs fest, as we could refer to it too. The ball here just not coming through as much as we've come used to at the Annisway playing field here.
It's down the ground again. So some readjustments would be required from the batters in their thought process when they come out to bat. But right now, it's key for these two players to build a partnership if they are to take their team to some sort of respectable target on this wicket.
Yeah, we mentioned the lack of batting depth so far in this Grenadine Divers team, so partnership here is critical.
Nicely played. That was an excellent over there from Kenson Dalzell, picking up that wicket of Cosmos Haksha. An excellent spell from the young man. He has bowled 2 overs, he's picked up 1 wicket, and he's only gone for 14 runs.
Yes, well bowled there by Dalzell, just pulling back the scoring rate of the Grenadine Divers. We mentioned it was critical that they maximize the use of the power play. The power plays are now elapsed. They're 32 for 2, just a scoring rate of 8 runs per over. Projected score being 80. I'm sure 80 is not in the region they're really looking for, considering this is like a 4-pointer affair between these two teams at the bottom of the table.
Yes, well said there, Osnet. Darren Graves is going to bowl out. He'll be looking to pick up another wicket, which will really break the back of the Grenadines Divers, because then you'll have players who is known for their big hitting coming in early to play that stability role, and that's not what you want right now for the Grenadines Divers. So these two, they have to think about batting longer for their team.
Definitely.
So outside edge there, luckily not going to hand.
Yes, some form of reassessment needed here for the Grenadine Divers. They need to show some recovery after losing those 2 early wickets.
Cross the line again, and he's bowled him, knocked him over. A straight delivery, looking to go down across the line, and he's been bowled, Osnet.
Another poor shot there from the batter there, just playing across the line. It was a foolish delivery there from Darren Graves. Like we mentioned before, he's not a bowler who gives the ball a lot of air, but what he does is bowl pretty straight. And whenever you bowl straight, when the batter misses, you're always in the game.
Yes, and this is something we noticed from the Grenadines Divers in their previous encounter. A lot of cross-batted shots got wickets. And here you see the second delivery from Darren Graves, proven to be successful. Another cross-batted shot from a Grenadines Divers player, picking up the wicket, bowled. I mean, something surely must be done in terms of their shot selections. The shot selections from the Grenadines Divers has been poor so far in this tournament.
Yes, at the start we mentioned that both teams need to start well as a batting unit. Batting first, you need to try and build partnerships. Partnership is the name of the game. We saw a very good partnership yesterday between Dylan Douglas and Jonathan Carter. We've seen Descartes forming partnerships. So the Grenadine Divers, if you look at the record so far, they have not been able to put up these partnerships, these substantial partnerships, and that has really hurt their cause really in terms of trying to build a good total and even chasing down totals when they're required to do so.
Yes, and Asif Hooper has stood at the other end. He has not faced the delivery since he's come in. He's watched 2 of his batters perished. What is a captain? What do you think the captain is thinking here at this point in time, Osnet?
He's a man always under pressure, Asif Hooper. How he deals with that pressure would be critical for the outcome of this game. But there's still a bit of time.
Sensibly played there by the new batter, Rodrigo Thomas. And this over is key for the Dark View Explorers. Darren Graves is one of their frontline bowlers. So you don't want to gift him another wicket. It will indeed be a gift if he picks up another wicket in this over. They're looking for 2. Thomas turned back luckily by Asif Hooper. That would have been disastrous for the Grenadines divers.
I think it was a lot closer than we thought. Graves there not gathering the ball cleanly. Maybe if he had caught that ball on the full, he would have been able to effect a run out. But a run out at this stage would be detrimental really for the Grenadine divers. You don't want to lose wicket in that particular manner.
I'm not sure why he thought 2 was on there. Captain Asif Hooper was not interested at all. If you look at the replay, indeed, it was indeed close if he had collected that delivery, wasn't it?
Yes, Darren Graves putting his name in the hat for the 3D Mr. Economy, bowler who has the lowest economy throughout the tournament.
Down the ground, just one not timed properly. So the timing is not as fluent on this wicket as we've seen in previous matches. So the Grenadines divers, they'll have to reassess things and they'll have to get up to a respectable total. But having said all that, they'll also have to bowl well to curtail the Explorers.
Yeah, it's difficult to judge based on the batting performance of the Grenadine divers. They're not really a confident batting group at this point in time. Maybe after the second innings or even into the second game, we'll have a better gauge as to what type of wicket it is. So far, the batters here for the Grenadine divers have not been able to time the ball as well as they're looking for, but they themselves are not in the best of form, Stacey-Ann.
Yes, halfway stage there, 35 for 3. I mean, you're coming up a team that's also searching for a win. So it's not a team that's full of confidence, you'll say. So they're in the same boat as you. So this is where the Grenadines divers, they really had to step on the accelerator today and put some pressure on the Dark View Explorers and make them think about things. However, the Dark View Explorers decided that today is the day for them to show what they can do with the ball. And so far, I'm impressed with the way the bowlers have gone about their bowling plans and the bowling innings so far.
Yes, recovery efforts needed here for the Grenadine divers. It's a matter of knocking the ball into the gaps, trying to build a partnership. We saw in a previous encounter, we saw the likes of Sion Sween and Ryan John. They played a wonderful recovery innings in terms of not only scoring at a reasonable rate, but they were able to put away the bad balls as well. So that is something that these 2 batters in the middle currently they will have to think about in terms of where are their scoring areas and how they are going to go about in terms of working the ball into gaps and picking up those singles and twos.
Yes, and both of these batters are capable of just that. Also, they need to think about putting away the cross-batted shots unless it's there to put away. You also can score on the offside. So I think that sometimes when you play in these sorts of competitions, the fielders, the batters forget that you can also hit the ropes on the offside. So the man with the sandals blue cap for most runs has entered the bowling arena. Shadrach Descartes.
I think he has been steady so far with the ball. I think his success with the bat would propel him in terms of transferring that type of confidence into his bowling. He's a skilly type of bowler, not the quickest, but I'm sure he'll be able to just put in a good spell here for his captain. His captain needs a good spell at this point in time. 5.1 overs, 35 for 3. It's not a bad start by the fielding team.
Yes, they need to keep the pressure on here on the Grenadines divers. They're doing well with the ball, so they definitely need to keep the pressure on. And that was a good start from him, the first delivery to Rodrigo. Second ball coming up now. Just whips it off. They're looking for 2. Don't think it's advised to take 2 there.
So another shortish delivery there. Rodrigo looking to pull that one Garner Greenwich style over mid-wicket. but didn't really make the connection he was looking forward to, and he just managed to get a single, get his captain back on strike, Asif Hooper.
Played out to cover. One of few shots we've seen played through the offside today by the Grenadines Divers team.
Yes, and most of the time the line that has been bowled by the Darkview Explorers have been predominantly outside the off stump. And as you mentioned, a lot of the batters seem to be reluctant to hit the ball through the offside. They're more concerned about trying to get it over mid-wicket.
Confusion there, sent back. A bit of confusion in the running between these two. I don't know how often they've batted together, hasn't it?
Yes, so far the running hasn't really instilled a lot of confidence in terms of their calling. Seen a couple close run-out shouts. So that is something they need to get organized. They need to be on the same page really in terms of the calling between the wickets.
Short ball, and this will be an easy take. Bowled into the wicket, and another cross-batted shot sees the demise of another Grenadines Divers batter.
Well, this is something we have seen throughout the tournament, Stacey, and most of the batters trying to play that pull shot, hook shot. We spoke about it earlier, just being rushed a bit. And that occasion there, Rodrigo looking to pull that one over mid-wicket, just getting the top edge and an easy cotton bowl opportunity there for Descartes. So he adds to his wickets tally. The score is now 37 for the loss of 4, 5.5 overs.
It's been an egregious display by the Grenadines Divers with the bat so far. I don't know if they'll be able to get back in this. Dean Brown enters the fray. He's in contention for a Sandals orange cap. He has 4 wickets to his name, but he'll be needed with the bat for his team on this occasion. He is capable. He's a very capable, handy batter. He's able to put it away if he gets a ball in his arc. But it's a struggle right now for the Grenadines Divers. They'll need to find a way to get out of this and post a formidable target.
You mentioned a formidable target, Stacey, and it's difficult to see one from here. The projected score, they're currently scoring at 6.34 runs per over. The projected score would be 63, which is way below par.
I take that back. I'll say respectable target. How about that?
Sounds a lot better there, Stacey. But Dean Brown, he's a good player, a good handy player. But most times he'll prefer to come in when the couple of overs remaining, so he can just swing his bat really. He's an attacking player, but he's required to do different things today in terms of trying to build a partnership with his captain.
There's 1 ball remaining in this over from Descartes. Short, lifting delivery, but wide, says umpire Afram Bayam.
Yes, that short delivery just going over the left shoulder of Dean Brown there. The bowler looking a bit disappointed, but the umpire's call is the umpire's call. You have to move on with the game. It was a good start again from Descartes, showing that he has that ability to bend his back a bit and get a bit of power chase from this wicket.
Again, nice shape being kept there by Dean Brown. Getting it through the line. So a good start from him, I must say, compared to how some of the other batters have gone about their batting innings.
Yes, the end of that over, we got 4 runs coming from it. Not the type of over the Darkview Explorers would be disappointed with. On the other hand, the Grenadine Divers, they'll be looking to get some momentum. I think the lack of momentum in this innings is what is really causing this type of performance here. They have not been able to get going in any way. Apart from the first 2 overs where Chadwick got away a couple of boundaries, we haven't seen anything of note following that.
Yes, I mean, if the statistician can tell us, I haven't seen a boundary for the last 2 to 3 overs, if I'm correct. And that's not ideal in a T10 competition. 3 overs. Haven't seen a boundary in the last 3 overs. I think the last time a boundary was scored was off the bat of Chadwick Walton, and he's been dismissed for quite some time now. Another bowling change. Looks to be, is that Navin Stewart? Yes, Navin Stewart, the other overseas pro for the Grenadines Divers.
I think he's a good addition to this unit.
The Explorers.
I think he's a good addition to this unit. He has the ability to bowl with a bit of pace as well, skiddy bowler. Not a long run-up, but he's a strong man and he'll get the ball through.
Edged. Will it be taken? Yes, it is. They're not dropping anything to the Dark View Explorers. They're taking all of their catches. And this time, an easy catch by Denson Hoyt, a top edge from Dean Brong. And another one bites the dust here at the Annisville Cricket Ground.
Well, Denson Hoyt today putting his name in the hat for the Highwind Bucket Hands, which is a fielder with the most catches. He has taken 2 catches so far in this innings, and I think he took catches in the previous game. So he's definitely putting his hand up in terms of taking these catches. Another disappointing shot there from Dean Brong. We spoke about his ability to score quickly, but that delivery there was a slow delivery from Stewart, deceiving Dean Brong, making a big slash at that one, and it just ended up spooning it to the man there at short third man. So another wicket goes down. It's 39 for the loss of 5 Grenadine Divers.
Yes, and if you look clearly at the angle of the bat, going across again, that ball was outside there. If he had tried to play it up and over, probably third man or even point, would have picked up an easy boundary. Instead of that, he was just looking to go across. Once more, another cross-batted shot there, I say. I mean, in T10 competition, there's absolutely nothing wrong with playing across the line. But sometimes as a batter, you have to have clarity of mind as to where your scoring options are, and you have to assess conditions. And I don't think the Grenadines Divers have done just that today.
Yes, some of the better batters we've seen in the tournament, they've been able to hit the ball in various areas of the park. We've seen players hitting 6s over extra cover. So it's just a matter of confidence, I guess. And you mentioned clarity of thoughts. That is something that we have not seen really from the Grenadine Divers, and it's reflected in their performance this morning.
Stapleton, the new batter, greeted with a short delivery. Welcome to the batting crease. Welcome back as well. He's one of the players that was away in that tournament for the SVG team. They won that police tournament there as well. So welcome back to him, says Navin Stewart.
Well, we spoke about Navin Stewart. He's not coming from a long run-up, really. But he's a strong man. He's able to bowl some of these deliveries at a very good pace. So that delivery there just going across the...
This one is high, it's long, and that's a tremendous hit. That's the first 6 of this innings off the bat of Benetton Stapleton, a high run maximum.
The type of impetus that this innings really needed. We were just praising Navin Stewart in terms of his ability to get the ball through at a reasonable pace. That delivery there, trying to bowl another slow delivery there, and Benetton just swinging it over deep, long off, and he gets himself a high run maximum.
Need a lot more of those, Asnet, if they are to get to anything respectable. Shot into his ribs. They're looking for a quick single. Turn down.
So that delivery once again skidding through. Benetton not really comfortable with that type of length. And the pace here that Navin Stewart is bowling is something that he has to get used to. I'm pretty sure that Stewart will not be floating any delivery up to him anytime soon, seeing how he has played the previous 2 deliveries that were short of a length.
There's 2 more balls remaining in this over. I don't think he'll want to pitch it up to Stapleton, given how well he dispatched that pitched up delivery. This one down the ground, excellently played, but he'll stick there and it's just be 1. So looking to go straight is Benetton Stapleton, and I think that's the way you need to play on this wicket. Look to play the angles as the bowler bowls to you. That's the best way to go ahead, and he has done just that for his team, and it's proven to be successful. He is 7 out of 4 deliveries, and Asif Hooper is going to take the last delivery in this over from Navin Stewart.
Well, there are not a lot of deliveries remaining, Stacey-Ann. In fact, there are 19 deliveries remaining in the innings, and they will need to score off every delivery remaining from here if they are to post a reasonable total.
Clipped off, just a single, but they need everything they can get here at the Annisville Cricket Ground. After the 7th over, the Grenadines Divers struggling, diving, if I might use that pun, 47-4-5 here at the Annisville Cricket Ground.
Well, they're definitely diving, but they're diving in the wrong direction, Stacey-Ann. They'll be hoping that they can find some high run maximums at the depth at which they're diving. But 47 for 5 after 7 overs, not a very good batting effort so far. A scoring rate of 6.71 runs per over. Projected score at this stage is 67. And as we mentioned before, given what we have seen from the Dark View Explorers so far in the tournament, 67 will definitely not be challenging for them all things being equal.
Descartes is about to finish his spell of bowling. .47 for 5. How many more can the Grenadines divers get here, Osnet?
Well, they'll need Captain Hooper to face as much of these deliveries as possible. I mean, Benetton can also hit the ball very cleanly, but they'll be depending a lot on Hooper.
One is swung away, effortlessly played by Asif Hooper for another high rule maximum.
Just what we were saying a while ago in terms of Asif Hooper, he has that ability to play pace bowling very well, and that delivery was short of a length, and he just rocked back and pulled it straight over deep square leg for 6. So very good start to the over. He'll be looking to kick on from here.
Yes, the boundaries are coming. It's coming late, but they need to get as many as possible here if they are to get to a respectable total. I won't use formidable. My co-commentator don't think that's the right word to use in this situation, given how slowly they have gone about their scoring rate here at the Annisville Cricket Ground. Oof. Well played there, but an excellent stop from the man at point. Shaman Hooper, always brilliant in the field for the Dark Explorers.
Definitely safe for the Stacey, and it was a little bit short of a length outside the off stump. Asif Hooper going back and punching it through the point region. Shaman Hooper there diving to his left and was able to save 3 runs for his team. Very good feeling.
Yeah, and what was good about that shot is he played with the angle of the ball. He tried to hit it in the offside, which is where the ball was angling. So good thinking there from Captain Asif Hooper. Delivery away. Looking to hit that one across the line again there, Osnet. Missing, luckily. May have been another top edge on that occasion had he connected.
Yes, a careless shot there from Benetton. I mean, it's difficult really for him. It's the end of the innings, so he'll be looking to go at everything. Discarded on that occasion, just showing his pace. We mentioned he gets the ball to skid onto the batter quite a bit.
An appeal for LBW not out. They scamper through for a single. But really excellent bowling plans here being shown by the Derby Explorers. They've definitely learned from their previous outings with the ball so far, Osnet.
Well, it was the ideal game for them to really get back into some bowling momentum. The Grenadine Divers haven't really covered themselves in glory in terms of their batting performances throughout the tournament so far. So it was a good game for them to have at this point in time where they can really try a few things and try and iron out some of the mistakes that they've been making in the previous games.
Short delivery again. Swing and a miss from Captain Asif Hooper.
I think that length, Stacey, has been very troubling for most of the batters in this tournament. It's not necessarily a out-and-out short ball, but it's a delivery that is just lifting off of a good length, and most of the batters have not been able to really nail their cross-batted shots. And we've seen a lot of top edges and edges to the wicketkeeper and that sort. So it's a very good length, and most of the bowlers who have that pace have been able to persist with that length throughout the tournament.
It's 5-5 for 5. The score will remain on that at the end of the 8th over. 2 more overs to go, Osnet. What sort of total do you think is respectable here?
Well, if they got 10 runs per over from here, Stacey, and they will end up with 75. I think they want a bit more than that. So maybe 15 runs per over, 20 runs per over. With the way the Darkview Explorers have been bowling, though, that seems very unlikely at this stage. As if football, they really have to play a blinder or Stapleton from now on. So there are limited deliveries remaining, and Grenadine Divers, they really, as we mentioned, they're diving, but they're not really being that successful in their dives.
Yes, lots of cricket happening here at the Annisville Cricket Ground. We have the Darkview Explorers taking on the Grenadines Divers here. They're struggling a bit. Navin Stewart is being reintroduced into the attack to finish his spell. But just to remind you, on Saturday, we have the VPL Kids Festival. So bring your kids and come out, as we have lots of exciting things in store for you. I'll tell you a bit more about that shortly. Cross the line. One bounce to the man with that blue cap, that Sanders blue cap, Shadrach Descartes.
Another length delivery there. Benetton Stapleton trying to hit that one somewhere in the vicinity of the Arnersville two-playing field, but was not really successful. Just dragging it down to the man there at long on Descartes. He fielded and limited the batsman to 1.
This is a massive hit off the bat of Asif Hooper. It's an infraction to bowl that shot on this wicket, and it goes all the way for a high rune maximum.
I think what we have seen from Stewart so far, every time he has tried that slow delivery, he has been punished. So I think it's something that he might put away for a while, especially against Asif Hooper. We mentioned that in order for Grenadine Divers to really put up any sort of total of note, he will have to face the majority of these 10 deliveries that are remaining here.
Edged and taken by keeper Tilran Harry. So Navin Stewart gets his man Asif Hooper after he was pumped for a six from him. He has him caught by the keeper. So good comeback there from Navin Stewart.
Good comeback indeed, but Asif will be disappointed there. It was a half volley outside the off stump, a bit wide. He was looking to throw the kitchen sink at it really, hitting it somewhere over extra cover, but just managed to edge it straight to wicketkeeper Harry. So that's a very good wicket there for the Dark Blue Explorers. Potentially, Asif had the ability to take this game from being a 69, a 70 score to maybe a 90 or so. So it's a very good wicket for them at this stage.
Yes, Wesrick Straw enters the fray. He's partnered with Benetton Stapleton, who's already shown he's capable of hitting some big ones. Wesrick Straw, he's also capable of doing just that. So both of them, the combination between the two, will need to take them up to at least 80 if they are to pose some sort of challenge to the Dark Blue Explorers on this wicket.
Yes, Straw is a hard-hitting batter, but it will be difficult to come and just hit from ball one, especially against an experienced campaigner like Navin Stewart. We have seen from Stewart so far his ability to use different lengths and also changing his pace. So Wesrick would really need to try and give the team that power surge that it needs, especially considering that there's only 9 deliveries remaining in this innings.
Short, might be too short, no. One above the shoulder there from Wesrick Straw. So the Dark Blue Explorers bowlers, the pacers, they're not afraid to use that short pitch delivery every over, Osnet.
Yes, we spoke about that being a very good length throughout the tournament in terms of it has troubled most of the batters in the tournament. They've not been able to pull or hook consistently. So from time to time, the bowlers that have a bit of pace, they can use that length.
No, you can't bowl that to Wesrick Straw. You cannot bowl that. That has been hit for a high rune maximum. An enormous hit there off the bat of Wesrick Straw.
See Navin Stewart there shaking his head. We mentioned before that his slow deliveries have not been effective in this spell. If we look back on the 3 sixes, 3 maximum, high rune maximum that have come off his bowling, they've all been to slow deliveries. The minute he bowls, hit the deck hard, the batters have been unable to really get him away. So it's really puzzling to see that he's still prepared to use that slow delivery.
This one is edge, it's in the air. Denson Hoyt is under it. He is going to take it. And Wesrick Straw, not a batter gone. Top edge, the top edges has really picked up a lot of wickets in this inning so far for the Grenadines Divers.
Denzel Hoyt being safe as a church mouse, as they would say. He once again adds to his collection of catches in this tournament. So he's definitely trying to be a high rune bucket hands candidate. He has put his name in the hat already. The fielder with the most catches. He has had 3 catches in this game so far, Stacey.
Yes, Mr. High Rune Bucket Hands is what he'll be known as after this tournament is over for sure. If he keeps taking catches like those, Richie Richards, he's made his way to the batting crease. That's the end of Navin Stewart's over. They are 68 for 7, 1 over remaining. But just to remind you, on Saturday, in partnership with the LB's Islands Inflatables, we'll have the VPL Kids Festival. It will start from midday and run through 7 p.m. Lots of excitement for the kids. I know you have a son, Osnet, I believe. I saw he was here with you in the commentary booth. So bring him down. And I'm encouraging all the parents to bring their kids out as well. We'll have bouncing castles for you, go-kart racing, face painting, inflatable balloon, bowling, rodeo, bowls as well. I mean, Kishore Shallow, come on, is it just for the kids? Can I take part as well? Well, look for me in the go-kart racing. What about you, Osnet? What do you think your child will like most here?
It's definitely a day of fun. Hopefully we'll have some good cricket as well. And the kids, they're always trying to enjoy themselves. So it's good to see the VPL providing that platform as well. Cricket our way.
Yes, and after viewing that, we might have some little cricketers putting their hands up. Might see some kids in the future. Kids taking part in a VPL festival, they might end up putting their hands up and taking part as cricketers in VPL tournaments to come. So, at the end of the 9th over, 68 for 7, Darius Martin is going to bowl that last over to Richie Richards and Bennett and Stapleton. They need to get a lot of maximums in this over here, Osnet, if they are to get a respectable total. Wow, that was very short delivery. Well done by Danzel on the boundary. Waiting on a signal from the umpire. Yes, wide signal there. That was extremely short.
Extremely short, Stacey. Darius there just trying to bowl that short ball to Stapleton, who has not looked overly comfortable against that type of length. But on that occasion, it was just a bit too short, evading the wicketkeeper there, Mr. Tiller and Harry. And I think it's a no ball as well, looking back at the replay here. So I'm sure we'll see that signal, yes, coming from umpire Byam.
Yes, he's actually overstepped. We've seen a number of no balls in this tournament. It's good that the umpires have that technology to use, that they can see when the bowler has overstepped. So a free hit to Richie Richards.
He'll be hoping to get a good start, but he cannot be dismissed of a free hit.
Only if it's a run out. And it's also one for the over as well, so he cannot go short again. It's high on the bat. Won't get to the fielder. Denson Hoyt was looking again for another catch. He ran in hard there. Just one. Didn't time that properly, Richie Richards.
It was always going to be that particular length used by Darius. The top order has struggled against that length. And I'm sure Richie Richards coming in at number 9, he would struggle as well. So good bowling there from Darius Martin. He has the pace to trouble the batters at that particular length.
That length again. Yes, that has been successful for the bowlers, and he's a tall man. He's able to produce that length throughout this over for his team. I don't think the batters will be getting much runs if he continue bowling at that length on the surface, Osnet.
Well, they will have to work out where are their scoring areas, especially against that particular length. My suggestion might be to give themselves a bit of room and maybe try and ramp it over the third man region, but there's a third man back on the boundary, so the field is relatively well set for that type of shot. So we are seeing that most of the batters here, they've struggled against that particular delivery. And it's something the batting coaches throughout the tournament really have to zone in on and try and give the batters options in terms of how they can score against these shorter deliveries.
You just missing the arm stump there, Osnet, the leg stump. I mean, that was a brilliant ball Yorker length delivery. I don't think the batter was expecting that, given the length he's been operating on. So excellent thinking there from Darius Martin.
Excellent indeed. Richie Richards there looking for that short delivery once again, but on this occasion, Martin going full, ball just tailing in quite a bit, which is why it would have missed the leg stump. As we look at the replay there, a good Yorker length there, but they were able to scamper through for a single as well. So one more added to the total, 73 for the loss of 7. 3 deliveries remaining.
Marvelous bowling. Look for a single. Oh, it's a run out. It's easy. He hasn't taken off the bails yet, but it's going to be an easy run out. Richie Richards just runs back to the dressing room. Newman, please.
Lack of communication there between the two batters. I think before especially in the last over like this, they have to have the conversation before that. Even though they miss the ball and goes to the keeper, they're going to run. I think that maybe that wasn't communicated to Stapleton, or maybe Stapleton want to face the majority of the deliveries in this over. Either way, it's another wicket down for Grenadine Divers. They're now 73 for the loss of 8. They're in danger of being bowled out once again.
Yes, it won't be a good look for the Grenadine Divers fans. And to see their team bowl out twice in 2 games, they do have 2 balls remaining. They should see if they can get to at least 80 from here on out. 2 balls remaining to do that. But I must commend Darius Martin for the way he's thought this last over. We saw something similar from him in yesterday's encounter, and here he is again putting his hand up for his team, delivering brilliance again. So excellent bowling from Darius. Shot played out to the mid-wicket region and 4 runs. A rare boundary, a high run smashing 4. A rare boundary, I must say, in this Grenadine Divers innings.
Well, it's been a while. There have been few and far in between here for the Grenadine Divers. That was a good shot there. Another delivery short of a length. Benetton on this occasion just middling it. And the man there, Sealer, really diving to his right. Couldn't stop that one. A very good shot. They'll need another one of these, or even a high run maximum to finish off the innings here, Stacey.
Yes, they need one to travel here, the Grenadines Divers, to finish on a high. So let's see what's going to happen on this last delivery as the bowler makes a field placing adjustment. Slower delivery. Excellent thought processing that over there from Darius Martin. And that brings the end of the innings. It's 78 for 8. They limp to 77 for 8, the Grenadines Divers, after their 10 overs. Your thoughts, Osnet Keto?
Well, the innings never really got off. They were insulted by the Darkview Explorers, and no partnership of note really happened for them throughout the innings. They were not able to scope boundaries at will. They were not able to walk the ball into gaps. And I think the good length that has been bowled by the Darkview Explorers really limited their opportunities. Having said that, it's 78 runs on the board. We have seen stranger things happen in cricket, Stacey, but it's really a below par total from the Grenadine Divers.
Indeed, and we mentioned before the start of the encounter today, the bowling team, the team that gets their bowling plans right, would more than likely be victorious in this encounter. And we've seen the Darkview Explorers, they've done everything right today. I cannot say they've done a lot wrong in their bowling, and they've restricted the Grenadines Divers to 78 for 8. So when we come back, we'll see the Darkview Explorers, they'll be in pursuit of 79 runs. So let's see who's going to finally get some points on the board. It's going to be an Island Sips inning break.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys.
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX. Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
That was fast. No, this is fast.
ITFX. Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
Hello and welcome to a VPL T10, VPL5 T10 team preview. I am Stacey Adams. It's time to have a look at the Darkview Explorers. They're a team that's of capricious in nature. It's always would they or would they with this team? They were finalists in VPL3 and they finished fourth in the last edition. I have with me Adamson Cookshan and Kenry Martin, who was the coach in VPL3 when they were near champion.
Well, I'll kick the ball off here. I started it. Explorers never really have big players, but what they have done is play together as a team. And once you play as a team in a tournament, then you get good results. So they would be banking on that as they normally do, but they would have to be led in accordance to that.
All right, you were so excited to talk about your past. You needed to introduce yourself to the viewers, you know? Didn't tell anybody hi.
Hi, this is Kenry Martin. How are you doing?
He couldn't wait to get to talking about the Dark New Explorers. Adamson Cookshan.
Yes, good day everyone, wherever you're watching us from today. So we are here, previewing one of the teams in VPL5, the Dark View Explorers. As Kenry mentioned, they have been sort of up and down in the tournament from the inception. And I think I don't know if they have gotten over VPL3 because we all remember that finish. I think that was probably one of the actual closest finish that we have had in a VPL final. We got down to the last ball and the team lost by 1 run. But the Explorers, they would be looking to have a good tournament. They have a lot of very important local players, prolific players within all local competitions. Who would want to, show that they can vie with some of the other teams who have a lot of, former internationals in their batting lineup and so on. So they want to show that, we can compete and we can actually be right in the mix with everybody.
All right, let's have a look at the full squad for the Dark View Explorers this year. They have Roman up there. He's the captain. Chelson Stoke, Shaman Cliffoff, Darren Grains, Kenson Dalzell, Rickford Walker, Darius Martin, Otis Matthews, Ryan Everett, Shadrach Discarting, Denson Hoyt, Cylron Williams, Tilron Harry, and Elron Basco. Something to note there, guys. They have a new captain, Romano Pay. In the previous editions, they were captained by Lyndon James. He is no longer at the helm of this team. He is now the coach of the Strikers team. So that's something to unpack there for the Dark View Explorers. How do you think they'll go with a new captain, a new man at the helm, something they're not accustomed to?
Well, Pay has led this team in batting. He's accustomed to the players. Leadership is something that he has now gotten into. So he needs to just adjust and play his role as captain. You have Graves, you have Hooper who have been there with him. So he knows the players. So I don't think that would be a problem for Pierre. The thing with it is that once he uses his players and he play the game that he's accustomed to play, I think he would do a very good job as captain.
I just wanted Kenroy to answer that question. I wanted to get his thoughts on the new captain. I wanted to get his thoughts on the new captain as he was Baha coach. But we selected a best 11 for this squad. In terms of the bowling, what can you expect from the Dark View Explorers this year, Alan? Sorry.
But as a personnel, we have to name the entire 11. We had Pierre, we had Graves, Hooper, Emirates, Shadrach Discard, Rickford Walker, Stowe, Cylron Williams, your leg spinner, Tilron Harry, Denson Hoyt, and Darius Martin in our 11. So in terms of the bowling, we had here Stowe as an all-rounder. He has been effective in the middle overs in some of the past VPL games. Cylron Williams had a very good VPL3, both with bat and ball. The young leg spinner was very, very instrumental in getting to the final in that edition. So they'll be depending a lot on his performance if they want to have a very good finish this year. Hoyt, useful medium pace bowler, bowls a lot at the end, has some variations. And Martin, had his full, I would say he's now coming out of his first full season as a Whitworth player. He has been in and around the team, in the past, but this year he has played a lot of the games. And so he will be looking to bring that experience as an opening bowler to this team, and he'd want to be more incisive. In the past tournaments so far, he has intimidated some of the opponent's batsmen, but he hasn't gotten a lot of wickets, and he'll be wanting to make an impact as far as wickets are concerned in this tournament if the Dark View Explorers are to do very well.
Well said, Alanson. Darius Martin will be a key player for this team. He needs to, as Alanson said, make some inroads pretty early, cause a few upsets, in the tournament. But somebody who has been very consistent during this VPL is Shaman Hooper. He has been one of the best batters in this tournament, very consistent. He's always on his game. Once he continues to do that with pair at the top, that for Explorers would be a very difficult team to turn over.
We also have Red Emirates, former West Indies all-rounder, still playing from time to time on the circuit, but he will bring a wealth of experience. He has more than 100 T20 games in his career. So he'll be looking to bring his experience to the fore for the Dark Explorers and to pass that on to the other players around him, both with bat and ball. And if that happens and they can, get that information and that make use of that wealth of knowledge very quickly, then, they can upset many of the teams in this tournament because, as you said, cricket is on the day.
Just
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys.
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
Hello and welcome back to Annisvale Cricket Ground. We are still being treated to lovely sunshine here in the beautiful St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And we are back with match number 7. The Grenadines Divers versus the Darkview Explorers. Let's just remind you the Darkview Explorers, they won the toss, a justified reason to bowl for us as they restricted the Grenadines Divers to 78 runs. They have now resumed and they will be in pursuit of 79 runs to win their first encounter of this match. Seems to be a new batting pair out there, Captain Romano pair. Looks to be partnered by, I'll tell you the name of the batter shortly. Darren Graves, who opened in the first 2 games. He is no longer opening in this. He won't be opening in this encounter. Captain Asif Hooper has the ball in hand and he'll be bowling to Captain Romano pair.
Yes, the Grenadine Divers will be looking to start well here. Wickets is the name of the game for them today.
Exceptional start there from Captain Asif Hooper. Getting his pace just right on that occasion to Romano pair. Rickford Walker is the other batter standing at the non-striker's end. Across the line, loud appeal. No, says umpire Roger Davis.
It was a close one there. Romano pair trying to go across the line. Maybe too early in his innings. He still has time. There's not a big total. So he can just push this ball down the ground, get a single, get himself off strike. Going for the big glory shot there over deep mid wicket. Almost losing his wicket.
Looks for a quick single. Doesn't pick up quick enough to deter that single. Rickford Walker survives.
Walker there, not a lot. Doing a bit of ball watching there. That delivery punched through the cover region to the left of the man there, and pair leading out straight away. But in the end, all is well that ends well. The Darkview Explorers, they're off the mark.
It'll be interesting to see how the Grenadines Divers goes about their bowling innings. They haven't been bowling so well so far in the tournament. Captain Asif Hooper, he didn't bowl the opening overs as he's accustomed to, and on this occasion he's doing that for his team. Looking to go down the ground early is Rickford Walker. Doesn't time it properly.
But during the break, Stacey, we spoke about the top order batters for the Darkview Explorers. We were speaking about Darren Graves not having the best of tournaments in terms of strike rate and production of runs, really. And we're seeing a change here at the top in terms of Rickford Walker being promoted up the order.
Yes, it might be a case of looking forward. I'll continue after this delivery. Some innovation. And I think he's got him. I think umpire Afron Bayam is going to send this upstairs. Romano pair off balance. So let's see the result of this.
This will be interesting. I think the timing of taking off the bails here by the wicketkeeper will be key. Because we saw that Romano pair, he was off balance for a period of time there. But did he wait just in time to really get him at the right point in time when his foot is outside of his crease? That will be the question here for the third umpire.
Yes, all will be revealed shortly. Definitely overbalanced. He was off balance there, but it's just left to be seen if Cosmos Haksha. No, says the third umpire, not out.
So he was just able to keep his foot down for that long period of time, which means that he lives to fight another day, Romano pair. But he looks to be flustered really. I think he can play normal cricket and start his innings, and then later on maybe branch off into these reverse sweeps and sweeps that we have seen him tried maybe too early in his innings.
Yes, but good try there from keeper Cosmos Haksha, trying to wait it out, but he as he was overbalancing, he managed to keep his foot in behind that line. That's much better from Romano pair, as you were saying.
Yes, that is the type of cricket we were mentioning, that he's not under a lot of pressure. 76 from 54 deliveries is nothing out of the ordinary really, just around 8 runs per over, 8.5 runs per over. So they'll be looking to walk the ball into gaps and try and score as much runs off this power play as possible, but most importantly, form a partnership at the top of the order.
Yes, at the end of the first over, the score is 3 without loss. And as I was saying earlier about the change in the batting lineup, it might be a case of looking forward because you have tougher games to play. You have other games to play as well. You've lost 2. You're in your third game, so you need to find a way to cement that opening combination to make sure you get good starts. Darren Graves wasn't able to do that for them in the first 2 games, and here you see Rickford Walker partnering his captain Romano pair to see if this might be the right opening combination for them going forward.
Yes, the top order has some good batters for the Darkview Explorers. We spoke about Descartes being the Sanders Blue Cap pair so far. We also have Navin Stewart, a powerful strike of the ball as well in the mix. We have Darren Graves, we have Romano pair. So they have some options there at the top. But as you mentioned, maybe they're looking forward to deeper in the tournament where they can show some flexibility in terms of their batting order. This is also Rickford Walker's first game as well, coming back from the police tournament in second game.
This one is high in the air. Fielder won't get to it. Wasn't timed well. They'll collect 2. Raishawn Williams, another spinner, has been introduced into the attack, so the captain showing he's willing to go to his slower bowlers to try and get a result here for him.
It's the opposite to what happened when the Grenadine Divers were batting. We'll get back to that. As this one is just stroked up to the man there at mid-on. I was saying that it's different to the tactics used by the Darkview Explorers in terms of their bowling effort. They started with two pacers, right? And what we are seeing here from the Grenadine Divers is the use of their spinners very early. So contrasting styles really. And Grenadine Divers will be hoping that they'll be able to get some success with their spinners early in the piece.
Yes, and Rickford Walker, he'll be hungry to get some runs. He played in yesterday's game, but he didn't get a bat. He's one of the players back from the regional police tournament. It's an inside edge on that occasion. Looking to go down the ground, but it goes out to that mid-wicket region.
Walker, so far, he's looked like he wants to get on with it. Maybe that's the instructions that he was given going out to bat, opening the batting. Or maybe they wanted to have a right and left hand combination as well, Stacey, and there's something to take into consideration.
Yes, there's also that. The Darkview Explorers, they are packed with left-handers at the top. 4 left-handers in that top order for them. We saw 4 of them batted yesterday, so it might be a case of that also. Wide delivery, a good stop there from Cosmos Haksha. Surely would have gone on to be 5 wides if that had passed him.
So far, we have seen good rotation of strike from the Darkview Explorers. That is something we didn't see when the Grenadine Divers were batting. Too often, they faced too many dot balls and never got their innings going. But so far, we have seen a lot of singles and twos as well. And that is something critical in terms of overhauling this total.
Stark contrast from what we saw in yesterday's innings. I mean, batting and timing on the surface seemed pretty easy. I don't know if it's a case of the batters trying too hard on this wicket, but they haven't been timing it well in both innings so far. Swing and a miss there. So I don't know if it's a case of the pitch. I don't know if it's because of the batter's intent. They're coming out and looking probably to try a bit too hard on the surface when they need to just think about timing and placing more.
Well, we mentioned the fact that these two teams are at the bottom of the table for a reason. Their bowling has not been up to standard, and also their batting performances at times have left a lot to be desired. So they both don't have the confidence really in terms of their batting, so that might be reflected in the type of shots that we are seeing, shot selection, and not being able to time the ball as well as some of the other teams in the tournament so far.
But we know one player for sure who's smoking it, who's playing it quite well. Shadrach Descartes, the man with the blue cap, he's yet to come also here. So both of these players will want to get some runs under their belt. Romano Pair, he scored a half century for his team yesterday.
Now we spoke about these batting efforts really of the Darkview Explorers, Stacey, but what is interesting to note is that they've only lost 4 wickets in the tournament, right? So it's a matter of them not being able to bowl well enough so that they can chase down whatever total is put on the board.
Ooh, drop catch, it'll go down as a drop, but certainly was hit hard back to Asif Hooper. So good hand there from Asif Hooper.
Well, knowing Hooper, he'll be very disappointed with that. He's a man who holds himself to very high fielding standards. It was a delivery there, flighted a bit, and Walker there trying to hit that one back at the bowler, as if diving with his wrong hand. I think maybe if it went to his left hand, it would have been a different story. But as you mentioned, it's a difficult chance, but it would definitely go down as a drop chance.
This time he pulls it, but just to the man at that mid wicket. The field is set well for that, but it was a bit too short for my liking. Don't think you need to be bowling that short on this surface. So
it's a rather quiet start, Stacey, from the Darkview Explorers. We're not seeing a flurry of boundaries, and so far they've been able to accumulate some singles as well. But as long as they continue at this pace, the Grenadine Divers will always feel that they have a chance really in order to get the scoring required run rate up a bit. It's now 8.93. It started out at 8, so the Grenadine Divers will be looking to push that required run rate up, and hopefully that will bring some wickets for them.
Yes, discussions there between the captain and senior man Chadwick Walton. Senior not in this competition, but he's played a fair bit of cricket. Down the ground, can pitch it up, cannot pitch it up on this wicket, and that's a high run maximum off the bat of Rickford Walker.
Well, he attempted that shot on numerous occasions so far. This time he has been able to time it well enough. There's a lovely shot there, flighted delivery by Asif outside the off stump, and there was Walker. He went over long off. Beautiful shot.
Too short on this occasion. Doesn't get hold of it.
Just pushing that one through a bit there, Asif. He was never going to flight that one again as the previous delivery, and he was able to limit the batter there to a single or to deep mid-wicket. So Walker, he's up and running. The score is now 19 without loss. We're in the 3rd over.
Timing seems to be getting better for these two batters on this surface, Osnet.
Yes, we spoke about the start being a quiet one, but in this over, they were able to get 10 runs off this over, so that is in line in what they would be looking forward to in terms of scoring and overhauling this total as quickly as possible. Something to note also, the net run rate will come into the equation at some point in this tournament, Stacey. And so whenever you have these smallish totals, as we will call them, you need to score these runs as quickly as possible.
Yeah, so 1 over remaining in the power play. They are now 20 without loss, needing 59 more from 42 deliveries. Seems to be a walk in the park at this moment for the Darkview Explorers. But the Grenadines Divers, they'll have other things in mind going forward in this match.
Don't want to say walk in the park, but it's certainly in line with what a comfortable run chase. 59 from 42 balls, 9 times out of 10, the batting team, you'll back the batting team in a situation like this. But if Grenadine Divers are to get back into this game, Stacey, and they will need to take some wickets.
Definitely, that's the only way that they'll be able to make inroads into the batting lineup. Destructive batting lineup, I might say, for the Derby Explorers. As we've mentioned before, they've only lost 4 wickets in this tournament.
Richie Richards, another spinner.
Starts off with a wide that seemed to have turned a bit there from the ball of the bowling of Richie Richards. So good signs for the Grenadines divers. And the finger goes up. Richie Richards makes the first breakthrough, getting Captain Romano Pair. And at this point in time, we have an interview with Miss Banava Brown from some fan in the crowd. Yes, we'll have that interview.
Ready? Hi, I'm Banava Brown. I'm coming to you live from the Mike Finley stand, and I'm here with a new VPL spectator. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great, my dear. Good afternoon. I'm doing well.
Are you enjoying the match?
I'm definitely enjoying the game.
So rumor has it that you're new to VPL.
Well, yes. Yes and no. My daughter is a fan, and she always goes to all of the games, and she's been inviting me since last year. But, you know, now that I'm retired, I'm a retired teacher, I'm happy to be here. I took up the offer, and so I'm here enjoying myself.
And if there's anyone at home who's considering coming to VPL, what will you tell them?
I would tell them that they should be down here right now, because there's lots of excitement, you know, and it just relaxes the body and the mind, and you see good talent, you see good batting, you see good feeling, you see good game, and I'm enjoying it so far.
Well, thank you for coming out, and happy retirement.
Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Back to you.
Yes, and back here in the studio, Shadrach Descartes joins Rickford Walker. Short delivery, too short to a man in form, and that'll be a high run smashing 4 of the bat of the man with the most runs in the tournament so far, Mr. Shadrach Descartes.
Well, from the first game, Stacey, he has shown that propensity to start well. And here it is, Richie Richards, giving him a bit of room outside the off stump, and he was cutting that one away past him on that backward point for another boundary. So he gets up and running, and the score is now 25 for 1.
Yes, not a good start there to a batter that's in such good form as Shadrach Descartes. It's a much better delivery there from Richie Richards.
Yeah, he has been able to get an extra bit of tone from this wicket, Stacey. You've seen from the first delivery was a bit wide, but it actually turned away from the batter. And he has 2 left-handers so far bowling 2, so he should be able to pose some problems for these left-handers here.
Ooh. Hand-on head moment there by the fielders of the Grenadines divers. Was that a drop catch, wasn't it?
It would be difficult to see from up here, but the reaction of the fielders tells you that it was close. The wicketkeeper there not gathering it cleanly. But as a better delivery, slower, and he was able to deceive Descartes, a man in form, in the flight.
Intelligent bowling from Richie Richards. After being played for 4, he tightened up his line and length, and he bowled slower through the air to Shadrach Descartes. So excellent finish from him. At the end of the power play, the Derby Explorers, they are 25 for 1.
So far, Stacey, and the Derby Explorers not really running away from the Grenadine divers. They will still think that they have a chance in this game as long as the run rate of the Derby Explorers doesn't increase exponentially. So 4 runs from 4 overs, 25 runs, a run rate of 6.1 or so. That is not the ideal start for the Derby Explorers, but it's a small total they're chasing, and they have their star man of the tournament so far in terms of the bat, Descartes at the wicket. So they'll be looking to him to just continue his good form and hopefully overhaul this total very quickly.
So we'll just have a look at the scorecard for you at the end of the power play. The Romano pair, he was dismissed by Richie Richards, keeper Haksha. He made 7 of 9 deliveries. Rickford Walker is still there. He has 11 out of 10, and Shadrach Descartes just joined him. He has scored 4 out of 5 deliveries.
The bowling so far, Asif Hooper, 2 overs, none for 13. It was a good spell, tidy spell. Ryan Williams, 1 over for 7. Richie Richards, he bowled the last over. It was a good. He's the only wicket taker so far. He has 1 for 5. And now we are seeing Dean Brown, the first pacer for the Grenadine Divers, being introduced into the attack.
Length would be key here from Dean Brown. We saw how the Explorers pacers went about. They went about bowling on the wicket, and the length was key. So he'll need to operate on that sort of length as well if he's to be successful. He has 4 wickets in the tournament so far, a contender for that Sanders orange cap for most runs. So he'll need to get a lot more wickets for his team if they are to overhaul the Explorers in this encounter.
Well, he doesn't have the pace of the likes of Martin, but what he does, he's a slippery customer, Dean Brown, and he has used the short ball to good effect throughout the tournament. Remember in the last game he got 3 wickets from the short ball, so that's something I'm sure he will employ at some point in time against these batters.
Hit hard, but straight to the man at mid-wicket.
It's a good start by him, Dean Brown. Just that hard length, really. Walker there looking to hit that one a bit squarer, but just managed to just get it out to the man there at deep mid-wicket. Another single. He adds to his personal tally. He's now on to 12. It's 26 for 1.
Captain Asif Hooper just getting his feels right. Fielders in key areas. It's important if they are to make another breakthrough here. And they need another breakthrough.
I don't think Descartes will play any differently to how he has been playing throughout the tournament. He's a confident young man. And I'm sure if the delivery is within his arc or his range, he'll do what he's been doing, depositing those high run maximum all over the Annisway playing field.
Yes, he had a look at his bat as he pulled away there before Dean Brown ran into him. So he's taking something off his bat and handing it to Roger Harper, but it's okay now. Might be his favorite bat. He won't want to change that the way he's been hitting them in this tournament.
I think the Grenadine Divers will be hoping that the bat has some sort of problem, because the man behind the bat is in a lot of form. It's a bat that has worked very well for him in the tournament so far.
There you go. That's the length. That's an acceptable length on this wicket. That's where you need to be if you are to make any breakthrough on this wicket. So a good start from Dean Brown, hitting that hard length as we mentioned before.
Grenadine Divers sounding a lot more vibrant than they did about 25 minutes ago. That wicket would have really propelled them as well, encouraged them. Captain Asif always encouraging his bowlers, his fielders.
Wide, he got away with that one there, hasn't it?
Yeah, a shortish delivery outside the off stump. And I think it's safe to say that this wicket is not coming on as well as the previous wickets, because here we are seeing Descartes, a player who has shown brilliantly throughout the tournament. He's still struggling to get his timing going.
Gets a hold of that one, a quick single, a rare fumble from Captain Asif Hooper, and they come through for 1. Could have been disaster if he had picked up and knocked over the stump there at the non-strikers in Osnet.
Yeah, a bit of uncertainty there in terms of the running. Both of these batters haven't batted together throughout the tournament. We mentioned this is Rickford Walker's second game. This is the first time he's actually batting. So it will take some time for both of them to understand each other. But thankfully, from the Darkview Explorers perspective, a single was taken and no further damage to the wickets column.
Short delivery, played out to the field at mid-wicket. He slips, but fortunately for the Grenadines Divers, he didn't slip too much to cause any damage to him. Fielder Raishon Williams on that mid-wicket boundary.
Another batter there trying to pull the ball vociferously in the deep mid-wicket region. I think what has happened is that most of the batters trying to play that pull shot, they're trying to pull the ball for 6, Stacey. Sometimes it's better to just bring your bat from high to low and hit it on the ground.
Swing and a miss there from Shadrach Descartes. Seems to have hurt himself trying to play that pull shot there, Osnet. Dean Brown went down as well. Probably just being a bit dramatic, thinking about how close he was to getting that wicket on that occasion there.
Is it an appeal for a run out here, Stacey? Or is the end of the over?
Yes, the end of the over there, 28 for 1.
Yeah, so not a quick start here from the Dark Blue Explorers. 28 from 5 overs. They need a further 10.2 runs per over. So we started out with the required run rate being 8 runs per over, Stacey, and it's now gone up to 10. So for the Grenadine Divers, that's a good thing. The Dark Blue Explorers, on the other hand, they have to be mindful of this required run rate soaring in that particular manner. They want to keep it at a particular rate. But as we said so far, the wicket is not really that easy to bat on based on what we have seen from both teams so far.
Yes, and we had that discussion earlier. Was it while the Grenadine Divers were batting? Is it a case of the batters trying too hard, or is it a case of the wicket not being too conducive to stroke play? It's looking like that here, because Shadrach Descartes, he's been in fine form throughout this tournament. He's been putting anything bad away. Matter of fact, he's also been putting good deliveries away, and he's struggled here a bit so far. So let's see how the remaining of this innings pan out. The Grenadine Divers, they've been bowling well. They've been bowling quite well to the Dark Blue Explorers. So it's a case of if they can maintain the bowling rhythm that they have found in this innings so far.
Well, here's a man who's been in very good bowling form, Reswick Straw. He's been one of the better bowlers, the more economical bowlers throughout the various editions of the VPL. And he's normally coming in to bowl at this particular stage, as well as I believe he will bowl either the second to last over or the last over if the game reaches that far. But his captain will be looking for a big spell from him today, Westwick Straw.
Swung across the line there from Rickford. So Divers, they'll be looking for wickets right now, especially that of the man with the blue cap, Shadrach Descartes. So he's a key wicket that they'll need to collect if they are to go on to be victorious in this match, Osnet.
Yes, we like to think that if Descartes bats the majority of these overs, the Dark Blue Explorers will more than likely overhaul his total. So his wicket is a prize wicket, and coming up against Westwick Straw, he has to be mindful of the different variations that Straw brings in terms of the slow ball. He also have a very good bouncer as well. So the Grenadine Divers will be looking to just capitalize on this good start and hopefully close out this innings and try and get a victory.
It's a wild swing. It's in the air. The fielder won't get to it. They pick up a single.
When you inform these type of incidents go your way, Stacey, there it was a full toss outside the off stump. Descartes trying to hit that one over the region of extra cover, taking the outer portion of the bat. But it's a big side of the ground, that side. So the two fielders out there, a man there at deep extra cover, a man at deep point, they were not able to come around in time to effect a catch.
Yes, it was a full toss, but it was angling away from him. So he had to find a way to reach it. He did in the end, but didn't connect cleanly. If he had connected, it may have well gone to Richie Richards and the cover boundary. Yes. A good 3 deliveries so far from Westwick Straw. It's bowling in the right area, so the Divers have found the length that they need to be operating on, and it's a matter of closing things out, closing out the overs as well. Something that we haven't seen them do well throughout this tournament. Usually they might have some good bowling overs going and then finish it. They won't be able to finish off the overs. So it's a matter of finishing things off here for the Grenadines Divers. Went down the ground on that occasion there, Shadrach. Didn't make sufficient connection to take it to the boundary, but still one added to the Grenadines Divers tally.
I think they've seen quite a bit of that from Descartes. His ability to use his feet, especially against the seamers. I think he likes that particular shot.
Yorker length delivery there from West Rickstraw shows that he's thinking about what he's doing, and it's paying out quite well for the Grenadines divers so far here.
Well, it's a over of singles so far, 5 singles in this over. Shaw will be looking to close out the over, limit the batter here to maybe another single. Descartes, on the other hand, he'll start to feel the pressure a bit. Despite the fact that he's the leading run scorer in the tournament, he's scoring 7 from 11. That's unlike him.
Yes, what they'll need is a wicket. Down the ground. This has been launched all the way over that man at long on for a high run maximum.
That's definitely a maximum if I ever saw one, Stacey. And it was another delivery there. He came down the wicket. We mentioned that it's his preferred mode of operation, especially against the seamers. And there it is. Shaw was trying to bowl maybe a slow ball. He picked it and deposited it over a long on. And that's a big 6.
Yes, Shaw is upset with himself. We mentioned finishing off the over well. And the last ball travelled for 6, so some pressure being taken off Shadrach Descartes at the end of that over. 6 overs gone, 4 remaining. The Derby Explorers, they've moved on to 39 for 1 in pursuit of 79.
Yes, we highlighted the importance of Descartes in this innings. That 6 just reiterates the point that he is one of the more powerful players we have in the tournament. He's also the player, one of the players for the Play 4 Ball Blazer. As a player with the highest strike rate in the tournament. He also has his name in the hat as well for the high run maximizer, the player with the most 6s in the tournament. So he's up there in terms of the batting awards, Stacey, and very early in this tournament.
Yes, and he does have the most 6s in the tournament. I think 13 to his name so far, that one adding to his tally that he had previously of 12 yesterday. So this is the man that the Grenadines divers will need to dismiss if they are to get into that middle order of the Derby Explorers. We haven't seen the middle order bat for the Derby Explorers, so the Grenadines divers will be thinking about that, thinking about finding a way to get to that middle order and hopefully put some pressure on the Derby Explorers.
Yes, definitely. That is part of the plans that Asif Hooper would have in his mind, as we see him bringing in a new bowler, Romario Bibi, right, medium fast bowler. He'll be looking to start well and keep up the work that has been done so far. They've been able to just manage to take the required run rate up to 10 runs per over. They're requiring 40 from 24 deliveries here, Derby Explorers. It's turning out to be a tight game here, Stacey.
That is an infraction on the part of the bowler. Definitely twofold, and Rickford Walker launched that for a high run maximum.
Yeah, Walker has been looking for this type of length throughout his entire innings. It's actually his second 6 in the game. That delivery there by Bibi, not a very good start. We mentioned the importance of starting well and carrying on with the good work done so far by the Grenadine divers bowlers. But that was a full toss on the line of the leg stump, and easy pickings really for a man of Rickford Walker's stature and class, and he just managed to just flick that one over deep mid-wicket for a huge 6.
Yes, he has a lot of power. He don't want to bowl anywhere near his arc. On that occasion, it was easy. It was an easy put away for any batter who has strength, and he managed to launch that for a high run maximum. Romario Bibi has to come back in this next delivery. That's a better delivery there. Huge appeal, turned down, close for the run out as well. So much better ball from Romario Bibi on that occasion.
I think that was what he was aiming for on the first delivery. Just got his length a little bit off. On this occasion, a very well bowled Yorker length delivery. He had an opportunity there as well to run out Descartes. Would have been a close one. He's a big man, had to get down and dive. So a good comeback there from Bibi, and he'll be hoping for more of the same. And he will need to be better, especially against Descartes in this form.
So lots of changes happening here from Captain Asif Hooper. He's having a word with his bowler as well. He's deciding to go around the wicket to the left-hander.
With the field that we're seeing here, Stacey, there's a deep point. There's also a deep extra cover and a long off. So clearly the line here from the bowler is expected to be somewhere on the off stump.
It's too wide. It's too wide on that occasion there from
But you can see
Bibi.
what he was aiming for there, Stacey, bowling to his field.
We saw Darius Martin yesterday bowling over to the batters, bowling around the wicket to the right-handed batters and angling it across them. And in this occasion, he's deciding to go around the wicket to the left-hander and still angle it across him. So let's see how effective that will be. Oh, it's an even it's been signaled a no ball, in fact, because I think that went off the pitch. And you know, for the rules now in cricket, if the ball is deemed to have pitched off the wicket, it'll be considered a no ball. On that occasion, Romario Bibi trying too hard and getting it too wide, and it's a free hit to Rickford Walker.
Yeah, Bibi here showing a bit of nerves. He's struggling to really bowl that line his captain require him to bowl, trying very hard to keep it outside the off stump. But there's a thin line there. There's not a room to maneuver in terms of the wides outside the off stump, Stacey, and he's struggling there with that particular delivery.
Maybe it would have suited him best to stay over the wicket and then try to angle it across. Maybe that would have been a better option. But he's coming around the wicket and still trying to angle it across, so it's going to go even further away. High on the bat, it'll be taken, but it's a no ball. It's a free hit, remember. So while Rickford Walker survives, the only way you can get dismissed off a free hit is via the run-out route.
Well, we mentioned the word nerves, Stacey, and on the first couple of days of this tournament, Romario Bibi coming in here for his first game, maybe a bit of nerves on his part.
It's interesting that he's decided to bowl this sort of length to the batters. I mean, we've seen how successful Dean Brown was in his over, bowling that hard length. So too were the Darkview Explorers when they operated bowling that hard length or even short sometimes. He's a big man. I think that he should be able to hit the deck hard. Instead of that, he's looking to bowl it fuller to these batters. And he's missing his length and line as well.
Very good point, Stacey.
Tries that length this time. It's in the air. Oh, it just misses Dean Brown. That would have been an important wicket. And the length that we've been calling for almost produced a wicket, Osnet.
Well, that would have been a contender there for the Island Sip Golden Grab Award, Stacey. And there it is, a good, you were mentioning the hard length. And he tried that length there against Descartes. Descartes trying to pull that one as he has done successfully throughout the tournament. Dean Brown, a very good fielder, diving to his right, but just not able to pull off that catch. Descartes lives to fight another day.
Yes, and they also ran two there. So excellent running from these two batters also. Down the wicket, not able to connect properly. And there you go, much better bowling from Romario. Bowling up, getting the ball into the surface. That has proved to be a tricky length on this surface so far.
Definitely, that's the type of length that we spoke about in terms of the Darkview Explorers bowlers utilizing that length a lot against the batters of the Grenadine Divers. And I think that the Grenadine Divers should have taken a cue from that and used that same tactic, right? And as we said, the pitch, it's not coming on as well as Descartes would have liked, because we are seeing him struggle with his timing as well.
Length straight to Walton. Good. Wild throw there from Walton, but doesn't bring about a run or any overthrows.
A good comeback there from Bibi. He went for a 6 off his first delivery. He also bowled a no ball in that over, so it was a good closure to the over. He bowled one over for 13. The Darkview Explorers now requiring 8.6 runs per over.
Yes, 13 runs less, I believe the captain would have wanted from that over. 13 runs more rather, and the captain would have wanted from Romario Bibi. They need 26 runs just from 18 deliveries. And Descartes, he's still in the wicket. He's struggling to find his timing a bit here. And Rickford Walker, he's there as well. He's 24 of 18.
Going back to that catch, Stacey, and that would have been a critical point in this match. If they had been able to take that catch, then it would have put more pressure on the batters coming in. We have seen that you're not able to come in and score very quickly. You know, even the batter who is the leading run scorer, he's struggling a bit. So if that wicket was taken, it would have given the Grenadine Divers more encouragement, really. And it's important now that they try and get another wicket. I think that would slow down the scoring rate tremendously.
Looks for a big swing walking down the wicket. A good start there from Wesrick Straw.
Well, the captain, we mentioned earlier that the captain normally uses Straw as the finisher in the bowling lineup, but he's been forced now to bring him in the 8th over here. Just trying to put a bit more pressure on the batters, hopefully getting a wicket for him as well. That would be ideal for Captain Hooper.
Yes, they need a wicket here, the Grenadine Divers. Down the ground he goes, over that offside, and a marvelous shot there from Shadrach Descarte. A high run smashing 4 from him.
Classy there from Descarte, a delivery on the line of the off stump, and he was able to just punch it over the man there at extra cover. 1 bounce into the boundary for 4. Very good shot.
He's been working on him all the time, and it's been proven to be effective. So if Wesrick Straw has that short ball in him, maybe it's the best time to bring it out. Uses his feet again. It's been hit in the air, and it bounces just short at that fielder lurking on that point boundary.
Descarted chancing his arm outside the off stump there, delivery on the line of the off stump again, looking to play a repeat of the previous shot. But this one just coming off the outer portion of the bat and going out to the man there at deep point. It's for another single, so he moves on to 21. Score now moves up to 58 for 1, 7.3 overs.
That's an excellent delivery there from Straw. They're looking for 2. It's been turned down from Descarte. Just pick up 1.
Another good ball there from Straw. Said that he's one of the better bowlers in the tournament in terms of closing out the end of the innings. Seen another good Yorker length delivery there. Rickford just walking this one out to the man there at deep mid-wicket for another single. So they're scoring off all of the deliveries and not conceding any dot balls, Stacey, and that is exactly what the Dark View Explorers need if they are to chase down this score successfully.
Still searching for a wicket, the Grenadines Divers, to break this partnership. Down the ground he goes. Swing and a miss. Getting the ball to tail away on that occasion, Wesrick Straw.
There's that delivery on the line of the off stump, moving further away. Descartes trying to hit it again over extra cover. But the movement there defeating him. So 5 deliveries so far in this over. 6 runs.
He's decided...
So once again, Straw will be looking to close off the over.
This one is high in the air. Will a fielder get under it? Should be taken easily by Ryshawn Williams. And Shadrach Descarte goes. He decided that walking along the wicket was the way to go to Wesrick Straw. And Wesrick Straw in the end having the last laugh, picking up that key breakthrough for the Grenadines Divers.
Descarte will be very disappointing with that shot. It was the last ball of Wesrick Straw's spell. We mentioned that he's one of the key bowlers for Grenadine Divers. But on that occasion, once again, trying to finish the over with a bang. Went down the wicket and tried to hit that one over a deepish long on. Just taking the top edge. And a very good catch there by Ryshawn Williams. He would have started late. I'm not sure if he saw the ball coming to him initially, but in the end, he managed to take a very good catch there in the outfield.
Yes, contender for the Island Sips golden grab of the tournament because it had mileage on it. It was in the air for a very long time, and he positioned himself well. And the base is important. Our co-commentator, Alanson Cruikshank, he speaks about that base, setting up yourself well so you're able to move from left to right if you need to on that occasion. Perfect example there from Ryshawn Williams.
Well, one of the criticisms levied towards both of these teams, Stacey, is the catching and the fielding. I think we have seen improved performances from both teams today, and that is commendable. It means that they were trying to work on their game and trying to improve, and hopefully they'll be able to win more games and move up the table.
It's Navin Stewart, overseas pro from Trinidad and Tobago, rather, has entered the
Stacey, and I think you need to be specific in this case.
Tobago.
Tobago.
Yes. I corrected myself quickly. Yes, I corrected myself quickly there on that occasion. He has played for the Trinidad and Tobago team But he is from Tobago. I just want to say that to make myself clear. Don't want to get in any trouble here, you know. We too have extending islands, Beckway, Union Islands, and they too, if you say, if you misjudge and say, hey, are you from St. Vincent? They don't want to hear that. They want to hear that they're from Beckway, they're from Union Island. So Navin Stewart, he's from Tobago, he has entered the wicket. Dean Brong is continuing to bowl. Short delivery, and it's been edged. Not where he's intended it to go, but it's effective for the Dark Dew Explorers.
Yeah, Dean there giving Stewart a dose of his own medicine, really. That short delivery, we saw quite a bit of those from Stewart when he was at the bowling crease. Dean Brong there will be very disappointed, very unlucky there with that delivery. It was a good delivery, good height. Stewart just trying to hook that one over deep square leg, managed to incur a top edge and get it over to the fine leg fielder and gets another boundary.
Yes, and the fine leg is in the circle, the square leg is up as well, and he decided to go short on that occasion. Swing and a miss.
But that's the type of player Stewart is, Stacey, and we have seen 2 balls so far, 2 shots being played. Is the type of... It's Walker, actually. I'm sorry, yeah. So, Walker has been that aggressive throughout the entire innings. He has played a lot of shots, but his strike rate is not really that great. It's 29 from 21 deliveries, so he hasn't really been able to time the ball consistently, Stacey.
No, he hasn't, and we spoke about that hard length that they need to be operating, and Dean Brong has done just that. Goes again, this time it's edge and it's taken. Another one goes down for the Dark View Explorers, and it's something in the making here for the Grenadines Divers to get their first win on the board here, Osnet Ketu.
Well, it's the only way they're going to get themselves back into the game here, Stacey, getting wickets. And that was a big wicket. Walker has been there for a while. He opened the batting, 29 from 21 deliveries. The previous delivery was a similar length. He tried to play a similar shot, missed it completely. This time around, taking the outside edge, and that was a very good take there behind the wicket by Hawkshaw. So they need 16 from 9 deliveries. Interesting in here to this first match.
Yes, it's shaping up to be an engrossing encounter between these two teams, a low-scoring affair, and it's going down to the wire here at the Annisville Cricket Ground as Deron Graves, the man who has opened the innings for the Dark View Explorers in their 2 previous encounters, he's now coming at number 5.
Yes, so Graves, usually the opening batsman, he'll feel a bit strange coming in this late. But he has a job here to do for the Dark View Explorers in terms of finishing off this game. It's not a difficult task. Just need to score 10.6 runs per over. Dean Brong, with his tail is up after getting that wicket. He's in the middle of a very good spell, 1.3 overs, 1 for 7. So they'll be looking to squeeze Graves here. He has not really had the best tournament in terms of runs production as well as strike rate. But he'll be looking to do a job here for his captain, Romano Pair.
Yes, and with that wicket, Dean Brong has moved to the top of the leaderboard with most wickets. So pretty soon we'll see him with that orange cap on his head for most wickets in this tournament so far.
And he has bowled well throughout the tournament. We have seen him giving his all. That's the type of cricketer he is. He's a wholehearted cricketer. And he'll be looking to finish off this spell here. 3 deliveries remaining in this over. He'll be looking to get another wicket for his captain, and that will really propel them in terms of putting them in a driver's seat in this game.
Yes. Excellent bowling from Dean Brong. Wide Yorker.
With that delivery outside the off stump, Graves there, a rather tame looking shot. Not really a lot of conviction in that shot. He'll need to get up and running, get his feet moving, and try and get as much singles or even score off as much of these deliveries as possible.
It's getting tense here at the Annisville Cricket Ground. He's hit this one. I don't think he's timed it. A field is there. He's taking the catch. And another wicket for Dean Brong in this tournament. He moves up to 6. And he is so excited about that wicket. Deron Graves goes for a duck. And the score moves on to 63 for 4. They now need 16 of 7 deliveries. Osnet Ketu.
Disappointment there from Deron Graves. His 2nd consecutive duck in this tournament. He really hasn't shown with the bat for the Dark View Explorers. It was a foolish length there from Dean Brong. trying to go over the man there at long on. As we said before, it's very difficult to come and time the ball on this wicket. You have to spend some time in the middle, get used to the pace and bounce that the pitch is offering, and that has proven to be the downfall there of Darren Graves. He goes for a duck. The score is now 63 for the loss of 4. Interesting nail-biting finish we are on for here, Stacey.
Indeed, so a captivating encounter here at the Annisville Cricket Ground. We promise you action-packed cricket, we promise you excitement, and these teams are delivering for you. And Dean Brown, he has one more ball in this over, and I'm pretty sure he'll be only thinking one thing for his team, to get another wicket to take it further away from the Darkview Explorers, as young Tilran Harry, the wicket keeper for the Grenadines, the Darkview Explorers, he's in the middle now. Asif Hooper is having a word with his bowler. He's talking about the length and the line that he should be bowling to this young man. They have 5 fielders out. Most of the fielders are on the boundary, on the offside. So he might be looking to bowl wide of the batter here. So set, so done, and he drops it. Unbelievable scenes. There's a chance for a run out as well, but unbelievable. Chadwick Walton puts down a sitter, and my, oh my, oh my, this game is turning out to be. I don't have the words, Osnet. I do not have the words. Help me out here, Osnet.
Well, you mentioned it. It was a sitter there for a man of Chadwick's experience. It was a sitter. It was a delivery on the line of the off stump there. Tilran Harry throwing the kitchen sink at that one. Not timing it as well as he would have liked. Went straight to the man there at extra cover Chadwick, and he'll be very disappointed to drop such a catch, especially at this point in the game.
That was the setup, Osnet. They were going to bowl wide at him, wide and full, and the field was set perfectly for it. It went right into his hands, and he shelled it. Unbelievable scenes here at the Annisville Cricket Ground. The Grenadines divers, they pulled themselves back in this game. Last over is going to be bowled by Benetton Stapleton, and they have to defend 16 runs if they are to be victorious and win their first game. Marvelous scenes here at the Annisville Cricket Ground.
It's an interesting choice, Stacey, and for the last over, he hasn't bowled the over for the day. Are you surprised at this move?
Benetton Stapleton, I'll tell you about him after this delivery, Osnet. Edged, taken. I was about to tell you, Osnet, this young man is known to bowl the last over in the tournament, and he has done a wonderful job for his team on most occasions. He defended a low score for the Hikers. I remember a match for the Hikers that he played for. He bowled that lone over, and it was successful. And Denson, he picked up 3 wickets in this over, and there you go. First ball, wicket. And we've been talking about the middle order. Now we are in the lower order of the Darkview Explorers. Denson Hoyt makes his way to the wicket. His team is in some trouble. A set batter, Rickford Walker, walks back. And the Darkview Explorers, dare I say, are staring down defeat here. Navin Stewart, was that batter that was out. Slower delivery there from Benetton Stapleton. Good grab from Kazmat Haksha. My oh my, how the game have turned, doesn't it?
Well, we spoke about the need to get wickets. That's the only way the Grenadine Divers are really going to get back into this contest. And they've been able to do that so far. Coming into this game, the Darkview Explorers only lost 4 wickets in the entire tournament. So the middle order hasn't been able to get a time in the middle. So now they're coming into this high pressure situation. We'll see how it goes.
In the air, this has been launched. Is it long enough? Yes, it is. And that's the 6 runs off the bat of Denson Hoyt. Over pitching on that delivery was Benetton Stapleton, and Denson Hoyt said, thank you very much.
Well, he's no more with the bat, Stacey, and I play quite a bit of cricket with Denson at different levels. He's a good player, can play very well through the offside as well. That delivery was on the line of the middle and leg stump, and he was able to just hit it over deep mid-wicket. A very good shot there, 6 runs.
Yes, Stapleton immediately putting his hand up, realized his error. Let's see if he can make the correction. They need 10 or 4 deliveries. This game is beautifully poised here at the moment.
Beautifully poised indeed. It's a high pressure situation for both teams. Both captains will be desperate for a win here.
Wide of the crease, he's launched it over that mid-wicket, and it's another 6. It's another high rune maximum off the bat of Denson Hoyt. 2 short on that occasion from Benetton Stapleton. He got the first wicket and the first delivery, and then he's been hit for 12 and the next 2 deliveries. Oh my goodness. They now need 4 of 3 deliveries. Lots of meeting happening out there in the middle of the net.
It's definitely not the length to be bowling at this particular stage. He doesn't have the pace, and he's bowling right into the hitting arc really of Denson Hoyt. He's a guy who plays a lot of softball cricket as well, so these cross-batted shots will come second nature to him really. So it's a slowish delivery on and about the middle and leg stump, and basically we saw a repeat of the 6 hit before.
Yes, the field is set for him to bowl wide Yorkers and the off stump, but he's made the mistake and paid the price off the bat of Denson Hoyt. 4 of 3.
Denson have been having a very good day in the field in terms of his catches, right? And sometimes that type of confidence can be transferred to your batting as well. So he's playing a very good cameo here for his team, and hopefully from a Darkview Explorers perspective, he'll be able to take his team home.
Yes, he didn't get a chance to bowl today, but he's decided, I'm going to put my hand up with the bat for his team. 4 runs to win. What can Benetton Stapleton do? And it's a wide delivery. They come through for 1 and they get it. That's 2 runs. They're looking for another run. Can he? Oh, they collect another run. That's 3 runs off 1 delivery. They now need 1 run to win. The crowd erupts here at the Annisville Cricket Ground, and
it's a lot of action there of that delivery. Stacey caught up in the drama down here at the Annisville playing field. A wide delivery there. There was a wicketkeeper trying to effect a run out. A direct hit would have definitely got Tiller and Harry, and then a misfield there by the bowler, and they managed to scamper through for a second. So the scores are now tied here at the Annisville playing field.
Oh, how the game have swung. And now it's in firm favor of the Darkview Explorers. They now need 1 run to win. All the fielders in except for the man at the mid-wicket region. Denson Hoyt has the game in the palm of his hands. He just need 1 for his team. Benetton Stapleton has the ball in hand, and unbelievable scenes here at the Annisville Cricket Ground, hasn't it? Need to take a moment to catch our breath. Feel the drop to rag. Thank you for doing that.
Yeah, we spoke about the entertainment so far in this VPL as Benetton runs in.
He's hit it, he's driven it back down the ground, and that's victory. Victory snatched out of the jaws of defeat from the Darkview Explorers off the bat of Denson Hoyt. Unbelievable scenes here at the Annisville Cricket Ground. The Grenadines divers cannot believe that they lost that match after picking up that wicket in the first delivery from Benetton Stapleton, from 0 to 0 in a matter of minutes here at the Annisville Cricket Ground. Unbelievable cricket we've seen here so far in this VPL5 tournament.
Another exciting game here, Stacey, and Grenadine divers will be very disappointed. They managed to just stifle the Darkview Explorers for a while. They managed to get some key wickets at some key point in the game, but somehow there was a very good cameo there from Denson Hoyt. Very happy for him. He's a very good player, very good all-rounder. You mentioned he didn't get the chance to bowl today, but he took some very good catches in the field, and he was able to transfer that confidence into his batting, finishing on 16 from 3 deliveries. Very well played there, Denson Hoyt.
Wow, hasn't it? I mean, the Grenadines divers, at first, I was saying to myself, I can't believe the mess the Darkview Explorers have made. And now here I am saying to myself, the Grenadines divers, they looked as though that they were going to take that one, and the Darkview Explorers off the bat of Denson Hoyt proved to be victors in the end here at the Annisville Cricket Ground. Marvelous cricket here we've been treated to in the VPL5 competition. We have another one on our hands coming up shortly. The Botanical Gardens Rangers will take on the Fort Charlotte Strikers. We'll be back shortly here at the Annisville Cricket Ground.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
That was fast. No, this is fast.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
That was fast. No, this is fast.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, The touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
It's from yesterday. Yes, good afternoon and welcome back to the Arnorsville playing field, where we have just witnessed the 7th game on the first game on match day 4 here at the Dream 11 VPL 5 cricket away here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And I want you to just look at that picture that you have there on your screens. You can see Beckway in the background, that lovely vista, and what a wonderful place to be, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. As I say good afternoon to my co-commentator, Miss Stacey Adams, who is still catching her breath from the previous game. Good afternoon, Stacey.
Yeah, I'm breathless right now. I was just having some island sips water there. But my goodness, what a match that was. I don't think I can take another high-pressure match like that, Alanson.
Yes, to follow these games, you have to, make sure that you check your doctor first and check your blood pressure. Make sure that, you're about 120/80.
Yeah, I'm always good, thankfully.
All right, so we're going to have another game here. Now you could see both teams on the field warming up. We will have the toss shortly, but both teams on the field warming up. We have the Fort Charlotte Strikers, who have won one. They were extremely impressive in their first game, winning quite easily. But they succumbed yesterday to the Saltpan Breakers. And we have the Botanical Gardens Rangers, who have not really played since match day 1. When they won that rain-affected game, that was curtailed, and they won by virtue of Duckworth Lewis. They were 72 for 3, and they needed 70 for 3 at that point, winning that game. And so they are now playing their second game. Most teams have already played 2, so this will be their second game. They will want to continue their winning ways, and the Fort Charlotte Strikers will want to rebound from their loss yesterday, Stacey.
Yes, let's see how both of these teams go, for the Botanical Gardens. Well, points are very important in this game for the Fort Charlotte Strikers. It'll be a case of getting things right with the bat again. They started out like a powerhouse with the bat in the first game, scoring 126, and in the second game they fell short. They went to where they scored 83. So it'll be a matter of getting things right with the bat for the Fort Charlotte Strikers. So too the Botanical Gardens Rangers, because in their pursuit in that run chase against the Lassufre Hikers, they were also losing wickets along the way. So both teams will be looking to get their batting done right in this encounter. Yeah,
and we actually saw some persons basically saying on social media and on the streets when you were walking around today that in the days prior that they felt that the Lassufre Hikers may have won that first game if the game went to the full 8 overs.
Yes, a lot of opinions on that game. But what's done is done. We're here for this encounter between the Fort Charlotte Strikers and the Botanical Gardens Rangers. So, first encounter was an engrossing one, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be similar here. As I said, I don't know if I can take any more breathtaking finishes today.
All right, so we are about to have the toss. Down on the field, we have Mr. Osnet Cato, who is down there with the match referee, the 4th umpire, and with the 2 captains. Over to you now, Osnet.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Arnorsville playing field. It's a wonderful day for cricket here. We just had a nail-biting finish in the game earlier. We have another blockbuster game for you this afternoon between the Botanical Garden Rangers and the Fort Charlotte Strikers. I have here with me the 2 captains, Mr. Kesrick Williams and Gideon Pope. Gideon has the coin in his hand. Tails is the call. It's a It's a head. Yes, it's a heads. So, Gideon, you have won the toss. What are you going to do this afternoon?
We're going to have a bowl first.
Any particular reason?
The pitch look like a decent wicket, look like it's not going to change much, so we're going to try to restrict them to a low total as possible.
2 games so far, a victory in the first encounter, a defeat last time around. How important is consistency going to be throughout this tournament?
Consistency is important in anything you do, but it's just the guys, to learn as we go along and stick to the basics and execute.
Thank you very much, Gideon. All the best in this game.
Thank you.
Good day, Mr. Williams. What would you have done had you won the toss?
If I won the toss, we would have bowled first.
Any reason behind that?
Solely because we won the toss the last game and we actually bowled first and we did really well. So we wanted to continue in that vein. But at the end of the day, you can't just stick to one thing. You have to do different things. And at the end of the day, we back ourselves to go out there and score some runs. And we have bowling in the camp to defend whatever we score. So it's just a matter of us to just come out there and execute it another day.
Yes, one game in the tournament so far, a victory over the defending champions, the Surrey Hikers. Your team must be full of confidence coming into the second one.
Yeah, we're always confident coming into the tournament, especially from the draft. We realized the guys that we picked, we sat down and we picked the team really well. And the guys came out in the last game and they did what they're supposed to do. As a coach said this morning, we could have picked anybody from around the Caribbean, but we selected who we have here. And it's good to see that they're coming out and do what they're supposed to do. So the most we can do today is just come out and execute, as I said earlier.
Any changes in your team?
Yeah, the vice captain is back in. He missed out the first game because he was overseas. Kenneth Demba, so he's back in, and Jaron John is out.
Okay, thank you very much. All the best in the game.
Yeah, thanks.
Yes, there you have it from pitch side. The 4 Charlotte Strikers have won the toss, and they are going to bat first.
All right, thank you very much, Osnet, from the pitch side there. I think that the 4 Charlotte Strikers, they're actually going to chase. I think that's what they said at the toss. So Gideon Pope has won the toss. He's elected to chase. He'll have about second. And what do you think about that decision, Stacey? And you think that was the right decision?
I'm not in the business of saying what's the right decision right now, given how some of the games have gone on the surface. I mean, we saw a high-scoring affair yesterday. That the Explorers almost chasing it down. Today, we saw a low-scoring affair going right down to the wire. So the 4 Charlotte Strikers, they've decided, you know what, we're going to go out there, we're going to have a look at the wicket first, we're going to bowl, we're going to try and restrict them, and then we're going to chase it down. I don't think it's a bad decision. It's still early in the tournament. They have batted first in 2 of their encounters. So if today they decided, let's see what our team can do under pressure, I don't think it is a bad decision. Go thinking about what's to come in this tournament.
All right. So what about some of the key players in both teams? Let's begin with the Botanical Gardens Rangers finalists last year. Andrew Fletcher is back for them from the Spiceman from Grenada. Former West Indies T20 and 50 over batsman. They also have within their ranks, of course, Captain Keswick Williams, former West Indies pacer. Well, we wouldn't even say former, but he hasn't played for them in a while. And then we have Roshan Primus, the strapping all-rounder, who has played for the St. Lucia Stars. He has roots in St. Vincent. He has played sometime in Trinidad and Tobago, and now he's back in his native Barbados. And just to have for you the teams, the playing 11s for today. The Strikers, they're playing Keswick Williams, captain. Andrew Fletcher. Kenneth, yes, the Botanical Gardens Rangers, sorry. Keswick Williams, captain. Andrew Fletcher. Kenneth Demba, as mentioned by Keswick, is back today. Kieran Kotoy, Atticus Brown. Wayne Harper. Roshan Primus. Ravendra Prasad. Ronnie Jeffrey, Tijon Pope, Michael Joseph, and Michael Joseph. So that's the 11 right there. And missing out from the last game is Jaron John, who was replaced by Kenneth Demba. So a fairly strong team on paper there, Stacey. And what about the Strikers?
Yes, and for the Strikers, Gideon Pope, he's a captain. Salvan Brown, wicket-keeper. Shem Brown, he's back in. He's replacing Hiram Shallow. There's also Sealroy Williams, Carlos Brathwaite, Donwell Hector, Alston Bob, Jerome Jones, Kevin Abraham, Ray Jordan, and Winston Samuel rounding out that 11 for the 4 Charlotte Strikers.
Yeah, so it should be an interesting game. Both teams, I'm sure, we would want to get keep their winning ways and get back to winning ways in the case of the strikers. And there are also two teams which are preferred by quite a few persons based on their selection for this edition of the VPL5. And they would want to show today, both teams would want to show today that they are not just contenders to get to the playoffs, but they are putting their hand up to want to lift the Irving Warrington Trophy.
Yes, we mentioned before that the strikers, they started out hot with the bat, and then the second game they didn't show up their batting talent so much. Gideon Pope, he didn't get off. Hiram Shallow, he had a blistering start for them, 46 of 19. However, he wasn't so successful with the bat. He's been dropped today. Shem Brown comes back in. And there's also Salvan Brown. He didn't get off either with the bat. So the openers, they'll be looking at the openers to give them a really good start here. And then Carlos Brathwaite can come in a more comfortable position where he can try and push the scoring rate on for them. But so far, Carlos Brathwaite, he has done well with the bat in terms of the way he scores. He's been scoring at a healthy strike rate for his team as well. Jerome Jones, he's a handy left arm pacer, and we saw that he found the right line and length on this wicket as well. Ray Jordan, he's bowled with exceptional pace in this tournament so far. However, in the last encounter when they needed him, he wasn't able to put his hand up and get that wicket for them. He got the wicket, but before he went for 22 runs off that last over that he bowled. So he'll be looking to come back in this game as well and bowl his miserly self as he's done throughout the history of the VPL tournament.
All right, thank you very much for that analysis, Stacey. And when we come back, we will have for you match number 8.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX. Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
No, this is fast.
ITFX. Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
No, this is fast.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
No, this is fast.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
All right, welcome back to the Arnorsville playing field here where we have the second fixture of match day 4, match number 8 of the Dream 11 VPL version 5, edition 5. Cricket our way, and we have the 4 Charlotte Strikers coming up against the Botanical Gardens Rangers. The Rangers are taking 4 strike, and Stacey and Adam, she has a promotion for us. Stacey?
Yes, it's not just about cricket here. I mean, we have been treated to some exceptional cricket matches so far, but it's also about kids and family here at the VPL5 tournament. VPL in partnership with LB's Islands Inflatables presents to you the VPL Kids Festival that will happen on Saturday, this coming Saturday, April the 15th, midday through to 7 p.m. Lots of excitement for the kids in store. We have bouncing castles, go-kart racing, face painting, inflatable bowling, rodeo bowl, and much more. You have no excuses, ladies and gentlemen, as it's free entrance for children under 12, and it's sponsored by Vitamalt. Vitalize naturally, Alanson. I can go for a Vitamalt right now. What about you?
Yes, it's very hot. Very hot. We need some cool refreshments here.
Oh, we do have Island Sips water. I don't think you're a bear man, so you can have some Island Sips water.
Yes, I have my big bottle of water right here by my side, as you can see. Island Sips, one of our sponsors. As we're about to get going here, Ray Jordan, he'll be bowling to Fletcher, his former Windward Islands teammate. And the 2 fielders out are fine leg and a man at third man. There is a 4 slip. So there's a catcher, additional catcher there. Most teams they have not really employed a slip fielder in the power play, but we have seen that the strikers have done so to Ray Jordan all the time. So here's Jordan. This one is on the pads. Turn down to fine leg, single taken. Let's see if there's any signal from the umpire.
Yeah.
Came coming straight off the face of the bat here.
Yeah, off the bat there, helped on its way to that fine leg fielder. Lots of pace from Ray Jordan. That's what we've grown to expect from him throughout this tournament.
Yeah, so Wayne Harper, his former school teammate, will be facing up to him now. Both of them went to Georgetown Secondary School. So those who are watching at home who went to Georgetown Secondary School, or what formerly was the Bishop's College Georgetown, just a shout out to you. Excellent delivery and a loud appeal. Quick single taken. Umpire by him, he walks away to the leg side and he signals a leg by. So interesting one.
Yes. Yeah, seems to be impact outside there. From my vantage point, we'll see on the replay shortly. But that's what I like to see. A bowler of that pace deciding to pitch it up to the batter. In fact, impact seemed to be outside the half stump there. Looks pretty close, but benefit of the doubt to the batter.
So you saw some swing on that delivery, Stacey, and that one actually swung in the air, and some movement there kind of squared Wayne up as he was looking to defend that. But yeah, it was close, but benefit of the doubt going to the batsman there around the off stump. Quick delivery again, but no run taken. Defended there by Fletcher. It's a good start so far from Ray Jordan. As you mentioned yesterday in his second over, he got hit around a little bit by Dillon Johnson. He really should have had his wicket off his second delivery when he was dropped on the boundary. Well, he was caught on the boundary, but Shallow went over the boundary while attempting the catch. So, a little bit of a delay. Slight delay here at the Arnesville playing field, but Jordan is ready now. And this one has been launched down the ground. It's high. Will it go all the way? Yes, it does. Just clears the rope marginally. It wasn't timed perfectly, but it's a high run cracking 6, Stacey.
Indeed, down the ground went Andre Fletcher. I give credit to the batter for that shot. He read Ray Jordan perfectly. You saw the last few deliveries from Ray Jordan. He decided to bowl length to Fletcher, and this time he decided to give him the match, and he launched it spectacularly for a high run maximum.
Yeah, he didn't time it 100%, but the boundaries are not long, especially the straight ones. The straight ones are actually shortest of the boundaries. So let's see how Jordan replies. Looks for the Yorker, but this one going down the leg side. Wide signal there by umpire Byam, as it was a good stop there by Brown behind the wicket.
Yes, a full in swinging Yorker. He was looking to throw Fletcher on the ground there with that delivery. Unfortunately, it was too wide and well stopped by the keeper, Salvan Brown. In fact, we'll see the signal here now. It's actually a no ball, so an infraction on that front line there. Ray Jordan deemed to be overstepping.
Yeah, that one is a harsh call there, because although he ends up in front of the line, the force contact, there's some of part of the heel behind the line on the force contact there with the ground. And that one is whipped over mid-wicket, 4 runs, and Jordan will feel a little bit hard on there, but it was a poor delivery. Was full on the pads and duly dealt with by Fletcher.
Yes, full delivery as you mentioned there, and all Fletcher had to do was get some batting on it and put it through that vacant gap there for a high run smashing 4.
He's getting the ball to drift in or to tail in. He has that low arm action. He's not a very tall bowler by any means, Ray Jordan. And he's getting that ball to drift in. So if he starts it probably just outside off stump, then that will be where he will want to be ideally to get it to come in around middle and off or middle and leg. At the moment, he's starting some of them a little bit too straight, so they're going further onto the leg stump. And Fletcher has cashed in on the leg side a couple times now.
Yeah, the second delivery he bowled to Wayne Harper is just what he needs to be bowling if he's going to be attempting to attack the batter's pads. He's getting it to tail away, as you mentioned.
And this one has been hit for 6. This one is a half volley, and it's a high run cracking 6 on the roof of the PH Vaver Pavilion. And Jordan is being treated harshly here.
Yes, excellent use of the feet there again from Andre Fletcher, recognizing the length early and deciding to give him the charge, and dispatched for another high run maximum.
Yeah, and that's, I think, the end of the over. 19 without loss, so a rapid start here by the Botanical Gardens Rangers. They seem to mean business here today, because they have gone after the trump card of the Fort Charlotte Strikers in Ray Jordan. And they may be thinking to themselves, if we can take Ray Jordan for 19, then we're going to destroy everybody else.
I mean, what I've seen from Ray Jordan in this tournament so far is he seems to put himself under pressure. When he gets hit for a boundary, the rest of the over seems to be a bit helter-skelter after that, if I should use that word. Because just like what Dillon Johnson did to him, he tore him apart in that over before he got his wicket. So he keeps missing his line, and he doesn't correct it quick enough. And the batters are able to capitalize on it. I don't know if you know the young man. I don't know if he's somebody that sort of falls under pressure. But it's not a good start from him. He has a lot of pace, and he needs to find a way to bowl. He needs to bowl up right length, or else he's going to travel on this wicket.
Yeah, well, he was my former student, actually, at Georgetown Secondary School. Quite a few years ago now. I wouldn't say what year it was, Stacey, before you start aging me. but it was some time ago. I think what happened is that yesterday, I think he was shell shocked from what happened because he has been historically very miserly in this tournament, and he hasn't been treated in that manner. And I don't know if it is a case where even now in this over, he still hasn't recovered from what has happened yesterday. But you'd expect that he should bounce back quickly with his experience, as we see now Alston Bob being brought into the attack to bowl to Wayne Harper. It's a short, sponge to the man at cover. No run.
Yeah, short, but not a lot of pace for the batter to operate with. So, good start there from Bob. Needs to get it up some more. Needs to be effective here.
This time it's another short delivery coming off the inside edge. It scamper through for a quick single. Harper didn't know where that one went. He was looking around, but he was called through quickly by Fletcher there on that occasion.
Yes, Fletcher seems to want the strike here in this match. Wants to make a statement. But going back to Ray Jordan, before the start of the day's play, he was actually the player with the most wickets. He had 4, tied with the other bowlers, two other bowlers. However, he had a better economy. But after this match, I'm pretty sure his economy may have taken a dent.
Yeah, he has one over to bowl still, so he has to make up for it then. This is cut away. Wonderful feeling there by the man at point. It looks like Donwell Hector preventing an extra 3 runs, so he has kept it down to 1.
Yes, a good hand there from Hector, but we see the difference in the play between the two batters. Wayne Harper, he was just standing in his ground and looking to cut it. Fletcher on that occasion gave himself a bit of room to get his hands to the shot, almost picking up 4 on that previous delivery. So a good comeback there from Bob. Slowed it up and bowled it fuller to Wayne Harper.
And for those who are wondering, there's a long on and a deep mid wicket outside of the circle. This one another flatter delivery. Tucking him up for room there on the middle and leg stump. Also with the angle coming in from the left arm spinner or from around the wicket. So no run conceded there. Very good over so far from Bob. This one is short. It's edge and it should go for 4. There's no way that you catch anything running down that hill. And that is a high run smashing 4.
Yes, getting the edge there on that occasion of the batter of Wayne Harper, but it's a shot. It's just 10 overs, so you won't usually see a slip employed for the spinners at the Annisville Cricket Ground. But there you see Wayne Harper. He wasn't exactly looking to get it there, but an edge which proved to be effective to bring up a boundary for his team to get his innings up and running. He's now 4 out of 6 deliveries.
Yes, and Alston Bob, that over only went for 5 runs. So after the first over was very expensive, they have pulled it back here somewhat, but the run rate is still 12.5 per over after being 19 after the first over. And we're going to see a change in bowling here from the northern end, what used to be the airport end. And the bowler is Jerome Jones. He has bowled with some pace so far in this competition. Left arm seamer has gotten the ball to lift off the pitch. Strong shoulders, fairly tall young man. And it will be interesting to see how he goes. For him, he has a 3rd man out and a man at deep backward square leg. So short ball may be something that he will try here as well. This one has tucked him up, but he has gotten it into the gap. Should only be 2. As Hector comes around to do the fielding. That one was just in front of square. So 2 runs there to Fletcher.
Yeah, the length is key here for Jerome Jones. We've seen in previous matches, especially the one that we saw between the Grenadines Divers and the Darkview Explorers, the harder length proved to be effective. So it's left to be seen how he decides to operate on this wicket.
This one is short and cut, but well fielded there. No run taken.
He didn't time it well, Andrew Fletcher, and he didn't get it into the gap as well. He threw his hands at it, but his feet went nowhere on that occasion, so he wasn't able to get close enough to it to put it away for 4.
This one is a slow delivery outside off stump. Beats Fletcher's drive. Extremely slow delivery there, Stacey.
Yes, you don't see a lot of pace bowlers deciding to go to their variations early, but it's good thinking from Jerome Jones deciding to mix things up this over, probably trying to catch Fletcher off guard, and it's working quite well for him. So far, it's just 2 runs off 3 deliveries.
And this one has been run down to third man. He's sprinting hard for 2. It's not there. Fielder Williams already there to the delivery. Fix it up, fields, and 1 run taken. Based on the field placing, I was about to ask you what do you think the plan was. But you have already articulated that he seems to be mixing it up. He doesn't want to be too predictable.
Yes, and that's a good way to go against somebody like Fletcher. You know, he's a batter that likes to dominate the bowling. So it'll be good for the Fort Charlotte strikers to get his wicket as early as possible.
Quick delivery there. That one came in sharply off the pitch. That was an excellent delivery there from Jones. That one pitched just around middle and off, and it came and hit the top of the leg stump. That was a very good delivery.
Yes, typically you expect the ball to go away from the right-hander for a left-arm pacer. That one just held its line a bit, and he was bowled all ends up there on that occasion. That's what left-arm pacers strive to do. Yes, they move the ball away from the right-hander, but when they can get that magic delivery that just holds its line, it deceives the batter, and on that occasion, straight through Wayne Harper.
Let's look at the replay here. You can see this one coming back off the pitch, hitting the top of the leg stump. Harper, he was beaten there by the line because of the movement. And that was a very good delivery there by Jerome Jones. As we have the new batsman coming out, Roshan Primus, to join Fletcher. So Harper dismissed early in this innings. Hasn't gotten going yet in the tournament, Harper. He has been a vital player for them in the past, including in the last edition. But hasn't really gotten off to the best of starts so far in this tournament. Primus, he was not out when the rain came in the first game, Stacey, and so he'll be looking to have an impact on this game and maybe get them to a large total, which they can defend.
Yes, and that short innings that we witnessed from him, he's a powerful strike of the ball, Alanson. So he'll be sent in here. He'll be looking to maximize the power play. They have 7 balls remaining in this power play.
He needs to look out for that inducker. So on a short, cut away 4 runs. Bad delivery there by Jones. After bowling that last delivery, I would be thinking to myself that he needs to replicate that delivery that he bowled to Wayne Harper.
Yes, 2 short and 2 wide. The batter being able to free his arms on that occasion, and all he needed to do was get it up and over the infield, which he did successfully for a high run smashing 4.
Yes, having Primus get away with murder there, of that type of forced delivery. You know, if you really want a forced delivery in a limited overs fixture, I think that is something that you will really, you swallow up and be joyful for as a top order batsman. You grab that with both hands. As Bob continues, he'll be bowling to Fletcher. Long on in place and a man at deep mid-wicket. The mid-wicket is very straight. And there's also a short mid-wicket, a short fine, short third. And this one has been launched for 6. He has used his feet. Bob has been bowling quite... Oh, and that's a massive hit. That one has hit the roof. When it left the bat, it didn't seem as if he really, hit it with much ferocity. But that one has traveled, that would be about 100 meters there.
Yeah, marvelous use of the feet there from Andrew Fletcher, and we've seen in this inning so far, he's looking to come down the wicket to get to the pitch of the ball, and he did get to the pitch of that one quite well, launching it for 6 down the wicket again. Better delivery, tucking him up on that occasion was Alston Bob.
Yes, and the way Bob bowls, he usually bowls quite slowly. So if you're willing to advance down the pitch, you can get some scoring opportunities against him. For those who stay in the crease and like to swing across the line, it will be fraught with danger because he does bowl on the stump and he varies his pace a lot. But if you're willing to use your feet, because he's not a prodigious turner of the ball, then you can have some runs against him. It's a quicker delivery, flatter delivery, big appeal, but stifled in the end.
Yes, seemed to be going down leg on that occasion. Umpire Jonathan Blades, yes, heading down leg, way down leg. Surprised there was even an appeal from the fielding team.
That's one is punched off the back foot. That's a top shot. That's an excellent shot there by Primus. Just punching that off the back foot. Wow.
Yes, timing to perfection and placement even better. Beating the fielder there at cover. He wasn't able to collect that. Marvelous timing of the bat of Rashawn Primus. He will mention he's a powerful stroke maker, but he's also showing he has touch and class, Alanson.
Yes, that's a very good shot, top shot. I was lost for words for a moment. I actually just said, wow. It's a 3-letter word, but it expressed what happened. And that's the end of the, well, no, that's not the end of the power play. It's 3.4 overs as the ball is being retrieved. Short discussion occurring mid-pitch there. Consultation between the two batsmen. Primus is on 8 of 3. It's 43 for 1. 3.4 overs have gone. They have lost the wicket of Harper, but I'm assuming that these two will look like to push on the rate and up the scoring even further. They'll be thinking that they need maybe a massive score here today to put some pressure on the 4 Charlotte strikers. So yes. A new ball comes out, Stacey Ann. Seems that one may have gone under that block area, those open blocks that you see under the Frank Thomas Pavilion.
Yeah, the way he timed that is probably still traveling somewhere, Alanson.
So Bob will continue. How will he respond? That was not a bad delivery, but it was punched convincingly off the back foot for 4. A straighter, appeal for leg before, but seemed to be going down the leg side, Stacey.
Yeah, what was good from Bob there is he didn't give him any room on that occasion. He kept it straighter to him and he slowed it up as well. So good combat delivery from Bob.
And this one is punched straight to him, ends his spell. So he has bowled 2 overs, done for 16. Good return so far from him. He was struck in this over for a massive 6 and a 4 off the back foot, but he has conceded only 16 runs in his 2 overs. Not a bad return from him, Stacey. And at the end of the power play, it's 43 for 1, the Botanical Gardens Rangers.
Yes, I agree with you there. However, the Botanical Gardens Rangers, they're scoring quite well. They've only lost 1 wicket. Not the position the strikers would hope they'll be in after winning the toss and deciding to chase. But with a batting lineup like that, they may be thinking we'll be able to chase any targets on this surface.
Well, who knows? I mean, yesterday we saw a 150-plus score almost being chased down. Who are we to say that a score is out of reach?
I'll never say that again, Alanson. Not in this VPL5 tournament. I'll never say, oh, this is an enormous target. Might be hard for another team to chase it down, but the way the batting acumen of some of these players in this tournament, it's ridiculous.
And Carlos Brathwaite, he's being introduced to the bowling, former West Indies skipper in the 2020 format. And the former West Indies playing the other 2 formats as well, Tests and 50 overs. He's bowling to Fletcher. This one is short. Comes in off the pitch. They're looking for a quick single. Keeper Brown doesn't gather, allows them to take that single. By signal there by umpire by him.
Yes, Fletcher was looking to come down the ground again, but Brathwaite, with all his experience, decided to follow him. Some inward movement off the surface there on that occasion.
He looks for that shot where he walks down and he'd either flat bat it over the offside or hit it down the ground if it's full enough. This one, easy single. Smart cricket there. Primus just dropping that one into the leg side. No one in the circle forward of square on the leg side. So easy single there, acres of room.
Yes, and good thinking from Brathwaite. So far, Primus's scoring shots have been when he had the occasion to free his arms, and so he kept it close to him. So let's see how he goes against the deliveries that's closer to him.
This one is a top edge, but it will not carry it to the man on the boundary. He didn't go fully through that shot, just tugged it around. Fletcher. But so far, not a bad start from Brathwaite in his first over.
Yes, he didn't get in position quick enough and he went with a sort of flick pull. I don't know how to describe that shot. Luckily for him, it didn't go to hand as he didn't time it well.
This one is punched straight. It should be caught. And that's the wicket of Primus. That's an excellent take and a very important wicket for the Fort Charlotte Strikers, Stacey-Ann.
Yes, and that's what I was talking about. So far, Roshan Primus, when he gets the chance to free his arms, that's where he scored his boundaries. Carlos Brathwaite, he's kept it close to him. He decided to try to launch it down the ground. Instead of that, it went straight to the man at mid-off, and importantly as well, it was also a slower delivery. He slowed it up also, but slow delivery or not, you can travel if you give the batter room. So keeping it close to him was key as well.
Yes, using the angles here in his favour. He's usually a batsman, a bowler who angles the ball into a right-hander. So he's wideish of the crease, and that one was always coming closer and closer to Primus, who was looking for the room. And also he took some pace off that. You can see from the replay that it was an off-cutter. And so good thinking there by Brathwaite as he picks up his first wicket today. And the second wicket goes down for the Botanical Gardens Rangers, which brings the left-handed Kiran Katoy to the crease. They are 46 for 2 after 4.4. Katoy in the past editions of the VPL has had some up and down tournaments. He had a very good tournament in one edition, I think, when he was batting quite high up the order for the Botanical Gardens Rangers. Scored a couple of quick 50s. Something that they seem to have to want him to do again this time around because he's batting at 4.
Yes, he'll need to join Andrew Fletcher and try and build a partnership for his team. Losing wickets. If you lose wickets in quick succession, it will deter your scoring. So a partnership is key here for the Botanical Gardens Rangers between these two.
This one leaves him off the pitch. This one leaves him off the pitch beaten as it was taken there by wicketkeeper Brown. It's another good delivery by Brathwaite.
Yes, and you've already mentioned that he gets inward movement into the right-hander. So it's just typical of him for the ball to move away to that left-hander, which you saw there beating Kiran Katoy on that occasion.
Coming down the wicket, lifting him over mid-wicket. They should get only one. Throw is coming in now from Samuel. Good return to the keeper. Keeps them to single. And that's the end of the over. At the end of 5 overs, the Botanical Gardens Rangers are 47 for 2. Fletcher is not out on 29 or 15. Katoy on 1 off 2 deliveries. They are going at a run rate of 9.4. And they would want to increase that as they go deeper into this innings, Stacey-Ann.
Yes, but if the Fort Charlotte Strikers keep picking up wickets, it will curtail their strike rate. But what I've seen from the Botanical Gardens Rangers batters so far, is they are looking to use their feet and come down the wicket to these bowlers. So far, it's proven to be successful for Andrew Fletcher. We saw Kiran Katoy deciding to come down the wicket to Carlos Brathwaite as well.
Yes, and Kevin Abraham, off spinner, is going to be introduced now into the bowling lineup. He has played for the Botanical Gardens Rangers in previous editions, Stacey-Ann, along with the Grenadian Divers.
Yes, he didn't bowl in the last game that the Fort Charlotte Strikers played. So he's getting a chance here now to impress his skipper.
This one is full, hit down to the mid-wicket area by Katoy. They didn't challenge for 2. Quick feeling there and a strong throw from Jerome Jones. Quite sharp in the field. Fletcher is now on strike. And the power players ended, so the field has been pushed out. There's now a deep mid-wicket, a long on, a square leg, a long off, and a sweeper cover. On the offside, there's a short extra cover, backward point, short third, and a 45 on the leg side. This one is hit to the man at square leg. Single taken.
Yes, delivery that was moving into Andre Fletcher. He's an off spinner, so you'll expect that. But he didn't time it well. And he couldn't get the placement either to get it to the gap to possibly pick up a boundary for his team.
This for the left-hander, there are 3 fielders on the leg side boundary. This one is hit in the gap, should cross the boundary. Yes, good placement there from Katoy for a high run smashing 4.
Yes, down the ground, but that's unacceptable. You can't bowl full to these batters. He didn't connect it well, probably because he didn't connect with it well, probably because he was advancing, but he was able to pick up the gap. So excellent placement from Kieran Katoy.
Yes, good placement indeed. Gives himself room, looks to cut, beaten outside the off stump. Some turn there on offer on this wicket, as we saw earlier in the first game from Richie Richards as well, bowling off spin.
Yes, Kieran Katoy himself will be happy to see that. He's a leg spinner himself.
Looking for the switch hit, struck on the pad. And let's wait for the signal. Yes, leg by signal by the umpire.
Yes, some innovation being shown there from Kieran Katoy. Wasn't successful, just a leg by.
Well, he thought of that shot because on the leg side, everybody's on the boundary, but he's still hitting with the wind on the leg side. So this one is edged, should be caught by Shem. And that's a big wicket there taken by Kevin Abraham. And I think Shenbrong might have been a little bit nervous under that one, considering what happened in the first game, but he held on comfortably in the end.
Well, this is actually the second catch of this match for him. He took the catch of Raishan Primus to dismiss Raishan Primus earlier. So that's his second catch in this game, putting his hand up for the high rune bucket. Is right? Oh, okay. Right, well, that's his first catch. He took it. Well, he did take a catch in the last game to finish things off for his team. But Andre Fletcher looking to go down the ground on that occasion. Kevin Abraham giving it some air and getting that edge, which flew high, and Shenbrong taking a comfortable catch on that occasion.
Yeah, he ended up giving himself a bit too much room and a bit early as well. So Abraham saw it, floated it up wide, and so he had to stretch and was only able to get the outside edge, which travelled comfortably to the man at short third man, and he was caught. So Winston Samuel now is being introduced into the bowling lineup, and Ravindra Prasad replaces Andre Fletcher at the crease. This 54 for 3, the Botanical Gardens Rangers. Losing wickets steadily. Somebody would have to put up their hand here and take the game by the scruff of the neck for them. But the 4 Charlotte strikers will be pleased with the fact that they are periodically taking wickets in this innings, Stacey.
Yes, indeed so. At this time, they are able to introduce a new bowler into the attack. Winston Samuel, a former member of this Botanical Gardens Rangers outfit as well. He played for them last year, so he has a chance to bowl to his former teammates.
Yes, and he will be very familiar with what Katoy is trying to do as he comes in now to bowl. This one is wide outside the off stump, and so signaled by umpire Bayam.
It's a very wide delivery to start up there from Winston Samuel. I don't think that's where his captain would want him to be bowling, given how the field is set. But it's left to be seen how the rest of this over will play out.
This one is driven firmly, but should be cut off easily by the man at long off. Brathwaite, who returns interestingly with his left hand, doesn't throw it in with his right. So showing some ambidexterity.
Quite strong left hand he has as well. Yeah, but Kieran Katoy again deciding to just shuffle along the wicket a bit. And he hit it straight to Brathwaite there at that long off area. Ravindra Prasad is the new man.
This one has been hit away for 6. Short, easy shot there for Prasad. He just lifted his feet off the ground, a la Gordon Greenwich, and lifted that one over backward square leg for 6.
Yeah, you can't bowl
Hyrun's cracking 6.
Yeah, you can't bowl short on this wicket to these batters. And Ravindra Prasad, he has a habit of hitting first ball sixes in that game against the Lassufre Hikers, where they just won by 2 runs. He came in and hit a timely blow. First ball went for 6 off his pads. He seemed to be a player that likes anything on his pads, as most batters will welcome that. So Winston Samuel needs to tighten up his line to Ravindra Prasad here.
Yeah. He's not quick enough to be bowling that length. Better length. This one is in the air. Should be caught by the man at long off. Comes in now, takes the catch. So he takes his revenge, adjusts his line, adjusts his length, and has taken the wicket off Prasad. So another wicket goes down for the Botanical Gardens Rangers, and the strikers are striking regularly here at the Arnoldville playing field station.
Yes, a bit of fumble there by the fielder, Jerome Jones, but he takes a comfortable catch in the end. But there you see Winston Samuel, we called for him to tighten up his line and length, and he did so. And Ravindra Prasad deciding to throw his hands at that one, looking to launch it down the ground. And he managed to sky it to the man at long off. That took an easy catch. Jerome Jones taking an easy catch for his team there.
Yeah, he did juggle it just a little bit, but held on. What he did is that as it went into his hands and he started to juggle, he just brought his chest close down to it to embrace the ball and show that this one is not dropping out.
Yeah, that's why catching technique is so important. You know, you have to give your time. You have to give yourself time to retake it just in case it bubbles out. So the way you position your hands are very important when you're going for a catch.
So those listening at home, you listen to Coach Stacey Ann. Joseph is a new batsman. This one is straight, gets an easy single. And that's all there will be as he tucks it into the leg side. 63 for 4. Michael Joseph is the new batsman at the crease. And he's off the mark immediately.
Yes, the scoring rate isn't bad for the Botanical Gardens Rangers, but they have lost 4 wickets. 4 wickets more than I think more than what they would have asked for at this point in time. They've also lost Andrew Fletcher. So a lot of work for these 2 batters to do in the middle.
Nice shot there by Katoy. Run on the shot and a direct hit would have been interesting. They're coming back for 2. Should be close. And I think he throws at the wrong end because Katoy was always comfortable there.
Yeah, Katoy is the one that instigated that second run, so he was always coming back. Joseph was a bit on the back foot, but deft touch shown from Kieran Katoy, not being able to place it in the gap to pick up 4, but using the pace quite well there of Winston Samuel. Unfortunately for him, it only went to the man at short third man.
But he ended up getting 2 runs. Straight to short third man and you get 2.
Unforced error and Botanical Gardens Rangers, they'll know a lot about unforced errors in this tournament.
Yes, they were the recipients of one not so long ago. This one is driven and it goes over the man at short. Third man down into the boundary for 4. A high run smashing 4. Although it was not in the direction that he wanted, he will definitely take it, Katoy.
Yes, unintentional but effective there from Kieran Katoy. Slashing at that one, throwing his hands at it, looking to hit it down the ground, or even mid-wicket, really, the way he was shaping up. Or getting a thick edge that flew over Kevin Abraham at short third man.
And I would say, Stacey, if he's going to employ that line wide of off stump, then it would serve him and his team to have the third man back in the orthodox position on the boundary.
Yes, and it's something I spoke about when he bowled that first delivery that went for a wide. I don't think that's where the captain would want him to be bowling because the field isn't set for that. They don't have that third man. The cover isn't as wide as you'll expect it to be, as straight as you'll expect it to be if you're bowling that length. So he needs to be operating on that straight line and length. I think that's what he was required to do. He did so to Ravindra Prasad. He picked up the wicket, but that was a blunder on his part bowling that wide.
So Jerome Jones, he's going to continue now from the southern end. Change of ends for him. He's bowling to Joseph. Aborts his run. And just to go through the field, there is a man at third man, a backward point. And there is a sweeper cover, a short extra cover. Well, extra cover is actually on the circle. Mid off, a mid on, a deep mid wicket. A man back at deep square leg and a long leg. This one is short, lifting delivery. That one was a wicked delivery off the pitch there.
Yes, employing a short delivery there, Jerome Jones. That's how we saw the other Pacers operating in the previous match. A short lifting delivery, throwing Michael Joseph on his feet. He was able to get up and pick up one for his team, though.
Yeah, that one seemed to have struck him on the glove. He's grimacing away now. That was a get off me type of delivery, and that was a shot that he played, get off me. Rip tickler.
Yes, he's still shaking his hand, Michael Joseph. Took him by surprise, that delivery.
He does seem to bowl his short ball with an extra yard of pace, which is good. I mean, if you're going to go short, then it needs to be an effort ball. And it can surprise the batsman, which it just did there. It's bowling to Katoy now. Short again. This one is off the inside edge. Doesn't beat the man at short, fine. A slight misfield there from Shem Brown. They come back for 2. And they get it quite comfortably in the end. Brown is not covering himself so far in the field with his efforts.
Yeah, he did take that catch, but a poor effort there from him, I must say, at this level. It looked to be an easy one for him to pick up, but unfortunately, he threw his body over it.
This time, Katoy gives some room, sees him giving the room, and a slower delivery. Very well bowled there by Jones. Beats him, all ends up.
Yeah, Katoy, as he's been looking to do in this inning so far, use his feet and give himself room on that occasion. Jerome Jones equal to the task, deceiving him in pace, slowing things up, and he missed that one.
Good spell so far from Jones. This one is short. Oh, and that was a lovely shot, a magnificent shot. Made the error of going on to Katoy's pads, and he just picked that one up over square leg. A magnificent shot there for Haroon cracking 6.
Yes, indeed. I mean, we've just been commending him about how well he's gone in this over so far, but he made the error of pitching it up on Katoy's pad, and all Katoy had to do was get his hands to it and time it, and it resulted in a 6 on that occasion.
Yes, Stacey, and he showed out those subcontinental wrists. They're flicking that one just with the wrist work well over the square leg boundary for 6, using the pace of Jones, and he's been bowling quickly here in this game. So a shot to remember there, but let's see how Jones responds. This one is in the air, slower delivery. Salvan Brown is under it, and he takes the catch. Excellent catch there by Salvan. I think he saw that the ball was going to his brother Shem, and he said, no, I'm going to run this down.
No faith shown there from Salvan Brown at all. This was going to land directly into the hand of Shem Brown. However, Salvan Brown running across there decided, I'm going to take it. And a contender for the Island Sips Golden Grab of the tournament. He made a lot of room. A riposte of sorts from Jerome Jones after being launched for 6. He's come back and taken that wicket of Kieran Katoy. So excellent thinking there from Jerome Jones in this over.
Yeah, so good spell so far from Jones. And another slow delivery he bowled there. Katoy was looking to lift that one again over the onside. Got the top edge because he was through the shot a little bit early. Ended up losing his hand off the bat as well as he was essaying that shot. And he got the top edge. He was going to the man at short, fine, but went very high, so the keeper had the opportunity to come across. And I think that he made the choice to ensure that he was going to attempt that one. Didn't want to leave it to his brother, who has not really covered himself in glory in terms of his catching so far in the tournament.
Yes, I like to have a look at that replay again there when Salvan was going for the catch. It seems as if Shem Brown just decided, let me just stand out of the way. I mean, he wasn't even attempting to go for it.
All right, so looking at that ball was actually about 2 yards away from where Brown was, where Shem was feeling.
It would have landed directly in his hand if he had stood his ground, but he decided, it didn't look as if he was going for it, he was uncertain. But Salvan Brown called early, and that is what communication is for. Once somebody calls for it, then that fielder should definitely go for it.
Yes, and they're brothers, so they would know each other's language for sure. Attempt there for a shot down the ground by Pope.
Yes, he was wrapped on the pads there. A loud appeal, but umpire Jonathan Blade said not out. Let's see the replay there.
Let's see that one, Stacey. And it looked pretty close. And with the angle of the left arm, unless it was probably going down leg. Yeah, it's
looked pretty close there from my vantage point, Allenson.
Yeah, I would say it was close as well, but I suppose benefited all to the batsman, but it was close indeed. If he was given out there, I don't think he could have had much argument either way. So maybe it was an umpire's call?
Yeah, quite possibly.
So we neglected to mention that the new batsman is Pope. And he replaced Katoy at the wicket. Pope, a young left-handed batsman, all-rounder, fine fieldsman. The young man is, as Brathwaite now continues bowling to him. Slow deliveries, looking to hit that one over the leg side. Quick single taken here. Brathwaite looking for the far corner, but he missed his shot there with his foot, that is.
Yeah, Tijon Pope looking to launch that one over that mid-wicket area, much like what he did in that tournament last year to take his team to victory. However, Brathwaite, an experienced campaigner, just slowed it up, was only able to get an inside edge into his foot on that occasion.
Yeah, so these overs will be critical. How many can the Gardens Rangers get? They are 80 for 5. They've lost quite a few wickets. It would be good if they can get to 100, but you may still challenge them to get there. Punch off the back foot by Joseph. Running on the shot. He's wringing his hand. I think he's still suffering a little bit from that blow that he got on his fingers from that short delivery from Jones.
Yes, definitely. And when you play a shot, that's when you feel it more. I mean, he was cooling off at the other end when Kieran Katoy was on strike previously, and he got a chance to play that shot and realized that.
He's beaten there, Pope, advancing. But the head was in the air. He wasn't really looking at that ball all the way as it came down to him. So you'd be well advised to just look at it a bit longer. Keep his head down. And as we always say, keep a solid base for when he has to strike the ball.
Yeah, just to continue on Michael Joseph, he may have just realized that that blow to his hand has impacted him more than he thought.
Looking to hit that one out of the ground again was Pope, but I think he's aiming a bit too square. He's opened his body right out to go over the square leg region. He should be trying to aim down the ground. For one, it's the shortest boundary. And also it gives you a more surface area of the bat to connect the ball.
Yeah, the problem right now for the Botanical Gardens Rangers is that they lack a set batter in the wicket. Kieran Katoy, he was there, he was set. Unfortunately, he was dismissed in the previous over.
This one is short edge and taken by Brown. And again, I think that shot, the way he played it kind of epitomizes and demonstrates the fact that he was having some problem gripping the bat, because as soon as he hit the ball, even though it was only an edge, you could see his reaction in terms of his hand coming off the bat because of that blow that he received earlier.
Yes, it was a short delivery. He just swung himself off his feet there, looking to throw the kitchen sink at it, as we usually say. The delivery was angling away from him. Instead of looking to hit it up over point, perhaps he decided to just hit it as hard as possible across the line and getting a healthy edge through to Salvan Brown. Yes, but what I was saying is that they lack a set batter at this point in time that can really push the scoring run rate for them. The way they were going earlier, it looks as if that they would have amassed a total of about 110 or so. Now it looks as if they'll probably struggle to get to 100 as Jeffrey walks to the crease. New batter is Ronil
Jeffrey, yeah, he's come to the crease now. Well built lad. So the assumption would be that he can hit the ball some distance. Left to be seen. He'll be facing up former West Indies skipper Carlos Brathwaite, facing against him. And he has one delivery left in his second over. Figures of 2 for 5 so far. Short delivery, looking to pull, but walking on the pull and missing that one and beaten outside the off stump. So after 2 overs, Brathwaite's spell, he has taken 2 for 5, and the Botanical Gardens Rangers, they are 82 for 6, and 1 over is left.
Yes, I mean, that spell from Carlos Brathwaite has to be the most inexpensive spell of the tournament so far. Definitely putting his hand up for 3D Mr. Economy of the tournament. Two overs, 2 wickets, and just 5 runs. So, an exceptional spell from Carlos Brathwaite. Rich Jordan, he's about to bowl that last over. His first over went for 19 runs. So, he'll be looking to make a comeback in this last over for his team.
And this is a good point for him to bowl. He'll be bowling at the lower, middle order and the lower order. And with his pace, he might be thinking that I should try to get as many of my Yorkers in as possible and see if I can get some wickets to offset the expensive over that I had at the beginning. He'll be bowling to Pope. And there's a deep set left. There's a deep set onside field. This one is in the air. Brown is under it. And Shem Brown drops the catch. And they get 2 runs.
Short delivery, gloved. Was it gloved? Don't know if he got all of that. He looked to help it over that field, that short fine leg. However, Shem Brown had a chance to take a catch. Where was Salvan Brown on that occasion, Alanson?
That one didn't go high enough for him to reach from the keeper's position. So
Yes, I know. But he would have been eager to try and get across there as he saw his brother under that catch. Unfortunately, a diving effort from Shem Brown, but he couldn't hold on to it.
There's Ray again. This time he gets the edge, so the wicket taken. Pope was looking for an almighty shot down the ground over the long on area, and he was caught. And so that's a wicket. He should have gotten it off the previous delivery, but he gets it now. So a wicket to Jordan in this the final over. 84 for 7. That's the dismissal of young Tijon Pope.
Yes, the first delivery was short to him. On this occasion, he decided to bowl that Yorker length delivery wide of the batter. And he got a healthy edge through to Salvan Brown, who takes another catch. Definitely putting his hand up for Island Sips. Well, the Hyrule bucket hands of the tournament. He has taken 3 catches in this innings so far.
So Kenneth Demba comes to the crease. Surprised to see him walking in this low, actually, at number 9 in this team. He has made useful runs for them in the past. Formerly their captain at one point. Demba. He has played for the same franchise for all 5 seasons of the VPL. 4 deliveries remaining. It's 84 for 7. Current run rate is 9. Can they get to 90? Can they surpass 90? Can they touch 100 with the few deliveries remaining? This one is off the edge. Goes down close to the boundary. Shem should cut it off. I think he does, but of course they would want to see a replay of that.
Yes, it was edged, but Salvan Brown was going in the other direction, so he wasn't able to get over in time to catch that. Shem Brown may have redeemed himself with that effort on the boundary, but I think the umpires are probably going to have a look at it just to make sure he didn't touch the rope with his foot when the ball was heading to the boundary.
So a slow ball comes off the edge. At one point, it seems as if Demba thought it was going to the boundary. They're looking here, but I think they will need the other angle. From where I was standing, it was pretty close. And I'm actually standing just a few yards above and behind him. We're just behind that side screen that you're seeing now, just above that. So it's called 2 by the umpire. This one is short, a quicker delivery. Opting for the quicker delivery that time. He bowled a slow one a few deliveries before. So 2 deliveries remaining in this innings. 86 for 7. And from the point that they were at about 2 overs or so, 25 without loss, or even after the first over, 19 without loss, they'll be extremely disappointed with where they have ended up so far.
Yes, they should be.
Not a short delivery, a quick delivery there. Demba is missing all of them. The third man is back. I think that's why he's probably not trying to ramp it over the keeper head, but I think that's a good option still. With the pace of John, it may go over the third man for 6.
Yes, that's true. He was looking for a signal there from umpire Afran Bayam, but no signal came. He was looking for that one above the shoulder signal. So I think Ray Jordan could still bowl one, a shorter one, in this over.
And exactly that he does. And they take a bye. And they finish on 87 for 7 after their 10 overs. The Botanical Gardens Rangers, they'll be very disappointed with that, Stacey, and being 25 without loss after 2 and 90 without loss after the first over.
Yes, a good comeback there from Ray Jordan. Only going for 3 runs after going for 19 in his first over. So a good finish. Sometimes it's not always how you start. And we've seen this a lot in cricket. It's how you finish in proceedings. And the Port Charlotte Strikers, they have finished well. They have a target of 88 runs to chase. But, I mean, the way things went in that previous game, who knows what a good target is on this wicket right now?
Well, we saw on the same wicket yesterday, 150 playing 140 odd. But in the other games, the scores have been quite modest. Is it a reflection of the wicket? I would not necessarily say so. Is it a reflection of the caliber of the batting that we saw in the second game? Maybe, maybe not. So it's left to be seen as we go forward into the tournament. I actually think the wicket, it's a little bit slower, and it's taken purchase of the slow deliveries and also from the spinners. But I don't think it's a bad wicket by any means. So I don't think that 80 is a par score. And I think that they are falling a bit below par here, Stacey.
Yes, I do think having the chance to bat first, they would have been looking for a score of 100 or so in mind when they went out there to bat. And the way they started, but what they lacked at the end, as I mentioned before, is that one set batter that could have pushed things on for them at the back end.
Yes, and looking at the scorecard, the batsman for the Botanical Gardens Rangers, Fletcher, he was dismissed. Shem Brown bowled Kevin Abraham for 30 of 17 deliveries. Harper, he was dismissed. Bowl Jones, a lovely delivery that came back into him off the pitch for 4 of 7 deliveries. Primus, he was dismissed for 9. Bowl Brathwaite caught Ray Jordan of 7 deliveries. Couture, he was caught Salvan Brown, wicketkeeper. Bowl Jones for 21 of 13 deliveries. Prasad didn't last long, hit his first ball for 4 and was out of his second delivery. 6 runs he made. Caught Jones, bowl Winston Samuel. Joseph, he was caught Brown, Salvan Brown, wicketkeeper, bowl Brathwaite for 3. Pope was caught Brown, bowl Jordan for 3 of 6 deliveries. And Jeffrey was not out without having trouble the scorers, but he only faced 1 delivery. And Demba, he made 2 of 4. What about the bowling, Stacey?
Yes, Ray Jordan, as I mentioned, he started expensive. He had an expensive start, but he backed himself up. He came back. He managed to bowl 2 overs for 22 runs, 1 wicket. Alston Bob, he had 2 overs, 16 runs, no wickets, but good support from Alston Bob. Also support from Jerome Jones. He had 2 overs, 16 runs. He picked up 2 wickets. Carlos Brathwaite to pick up the bowlers. Just 5 runs coming from his overs, and he picked up 2 wickets also. Support also coming from Kevin Abraham. He bowled that lone over that went for 6 runs, and he picked up a wicket. Winston Samuel also contributed, but he went for 15 runs in his 1 over, but he picked up that wicket of Ravenger Prasad. So a good bowling display from the Port Charlotte Strikers. Over to the bat now. Just let's see what they have in store for us with the bat.
Well, Fletcher and Wayne Harper, they had a good partnership of 28. That was the highest partnership of the innings. Not much to speak about other than that. And Fletcher, he was the top scorer as well with 30. As you mentioned, Brathwaite was the pick of the bowlers for the Strikers. As we look at these images that we are seeing on screen from ITFX SVG, a panoramic view of the ground here at Arnesville. Lovely vistas. You can see the Beckway in the background. That's that elongated island that you're seeing there. Then you have in the distance, you have Batuwe and Baliso. And further in the distance, right behind Beckway, as you're viewing now, with Mustique. So those are some of those islands in the Grenadines that we are seeing here from our vantage point here at the Arnesville playing field. We thank ITFX for the images and for their coverage. And you are in the gem of the Antilles, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. When we come back, we'll have the response of the Port Charlotte Strikers, who need 88 for victory here at VPL5 Dream 11. It is cricket our way.
To me, VPL life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
That was fast. No, this is fast.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
Welcome back to the Arnesville playing field here for the response of the Port Charlotte Strikers. They are going to be chasing 88 for victory against the Botanical Gardens Rangers. The two umpires are back out in the middle. Umpire Jonathan Blades and umpire Byam, Afron Byam. And we're about to get things going here, as I'm here with my co-commentator, Stacey Ann Adams. Stacey Ann, who do you think will win this one?
Don't put me in that position, Alanson. I'm not going to call it so soon. Come on.
You know, I was going to say that, you know, the public wants to know who is going to win. Yeah, we don't know, of course. We don't know. We have no idea just yet, and it can go either way. You would say at the moment it's in favor of the strikers needing only 88, but we have seen already that a similar score, in fact, a score that was even less than this. It took all of 9.5 overs to get there in the first game, and they needed 16 of the last over. So, who knows how this one will go?
Yes, the end of the island sips in its break, and as you said, things are in favor of the Fort Charlotte Strikers, restricting the Botanical Gardens Rangers to less than 100 on the surface. It's lots of cricket action here in VPL5, but we also have something for the kids. Family, it's a family day affair on April the 15th. So, in conjunction with VPL, partnership with LB's Island Inflatables, we present to you the VPL Kids Festival on Saturday, April the 15th. It kicks off at midday through to 7 p.m. here at the Annisville Sporting Complex. And as I mentioned to you before, we have lots of fun things in store for the kids. You see there on the screen, bouncing castles, go-kart racing, face painting, inflatable bowling. We have rodeo bowl as well. It's free entrance for children under 12 years old, and it's sponsored by Vitamall. So, cricket action, but we also have something for the kids as well, Adamson.
Yes, and good to see that ITFX, they're ready with the display on the screen, and we could see the signal for play to resume here from umpire Bayam. Roshan Primus will be opening the bowling for the Botanical Gardens Rangers. And the opening batsmen for the strikers are the captain Gideon Pope and Salvan Brown. The diminutive Wayne Harper, he has the gloves. Spiceman is in the field, which is usually the case for the Rangers, although Fletcher is a keeper, they have elected to use him in the outfield.
Yes, both of these batters, they want to get their tournament up and running. They haven't been hitting it as well as they've known to throughout the VPL edition. So something to keep an eye on these two openers. Is it Salvan Brown that's opening? Yes, Salvan Brown and Gideon Pope to face up to Roshan Primus.
It's a full delivery, loud appeal, attempt of a run out, and Gideon, oddly enough, he's been dismissed twice from short deliveries in the tournament thus far. Once from Dean Brown and the other time from Dillon Johnson. And so that is something to note.
Yes, it pitched straight, but it definitely looked as if it was going down leg. So a good start from Roshan Primus. He's not a quick bowler. So when you're not quick, the best thing to do is attack those stumps early on. So brilliant start from him.
So it'll be left to see if some of the quicker bowlers will attack him in that region, Pope. He tucks this one off his pads, gets a single. So the strikers are on their way in pursuit of 88 for victory this afternoon.
Salvan Brown is about to take first strike to Roshan Primus. And with Roshan Primus in this 11 as well as Revenger Prasad, it sort of gives the captain another option. He has a lot of bowling options to choose from. He's decided to go with Roshan Primus in the opening over.
Looking at the field, man at deep square. On a third man. This one has been cut away for 4 by Salvan. Wide of the off stump. He likes that area, and that is a Haroon smashing 4.
Yes, too short, too wide. All he had to do was place it, and he did so perfectly to pick up the a 4, and gets his innings up and running here today.
Yeah, that one was a bit too wide from Primus. He started off close to Pope, tucking him up to the straightish line. But now to the right-hander, he has given him a bit too much room outside the off stump and also shortness of length. This one is a wow. It's a wonderful delivery. Lifting off the pitch. Seem to have some away movement. And that's a Jaffa after having bowled that poor delivery first up.
Yes, a good comeback there from Rashawn Primus. Some pace on it as well. Lifting through to the keeper. Good take there by Wayne Harper, the man with the gloves on today. Well, he's usually their keeper.
So there's a deep third man, a man at deep backward square. Everyone else is within the circle. Ring of fielders on the offside, so it's a 5-4 field. 5 on the off, 4 on the on. No catchers in place. This one is a Yorker length delivery. Well bowled, well played by Salvan Brown, and also good feeling by Primus. Good all-round cricket.
Yes, indeed. So you heard one of the players saying, bowled him. Shouted out, bowled him there as that ball was delivered. As that's where Rashawn Primus needs to be operating to Salvan Brown. Early on, just bowl it full. Take it away from his swinging arc.
So some slight adjustment, just asking his ring feelers to go a bit squarer on the offside. This one is short, it's in the air, it's pulled. Feeler is under it, and he drops it. Joseph, he drops it. And Wayne Harper might be wondering if he should have done what Salvan did when his opponents were in the field.
Yes, I think he should have done that actually. I think he should have called for it. It was in the air long enough. It was high. Salvan Brown looking to go across that one instead of hitting it through the offside. And Michael Joseph, he had all the time in the wall. Just at the last minute, he didn't have a steady base on that occasion. So he was unable to get in position at the last minute with that drift to collect it cleanly.
Yes, so opportunity gone there.
Yes,
6 of the first over, and what a fillip that would have been for the Botanical Gardens Rangers to have dismissed Brown in the first over.
Yes, that would have been an exceptional start for them. But you know, they say the man with the bigger gloves and bigger hands on the field, that's the keeper. If you're in a position to take the catch, the call should always be yours. But it was going straight to Michael Joseph. I mean, at this level, you wouldn't expect fielders to be spilling those types of catches. But at the end, he wasn't in a position to take it as it drifted away from him.
So Demba to bowl now. Turned off the pad, no run. He's bowling to Brown. And it's not a man who you want to be given too many chances, Salvan Brown. He can actually up the scoring rate and make you pay. This one he turns onto the onside. Single taken. And you could hear from his dugout, well done, well done. They appreciate that rotation of strike.
Yes, he's a player that can hurt you the longer he stays in a wicket, because we know he's known for playing one way, really. He looks to hit it out of the ground, and he looks to hit it hard, and he does so at a really good strike rate as well. So he's a player that you want to dismiss early. They had the opportunity to do so. Unfortunately, they didn't take it.
So Pope will come into strike, facing only his third delivery of the innings after getting off the mark of his second delivery. There is a long on in place and a deep mid wicket. All the others are in the ring. A good delivery, a nice length and a line there, bowled there by Demba, who is the Windward Islands off spinner.
Yes, a watchful Pope just comes forward and strokes it into the cover area, not looking to play a shot to that ball.
Flighty delivery again. Some turn, quick single here on the onside, and they are both home safely. Good thinking, but another good delivery there by Demba, who has had a very good first-class season this year, to back up a good one that he had in the previous edition of the regional 4-day tournament. So he should come in with some confidence, Demba.
That might explain why the batters are so watchful to him. Just two of us that he can bowl, but Captain Keswick Williams, he has a lot of resources in terms of the bowling department.
It's another good delivery again. And what he will exhibit is good control. He doesn't usually bowl bad deliveries. So if you're going to hit him, you would have to hit one of his good balls away. So far, his length has been outstanding in his first few deliveries. This one is too full though, and that Salvan goes inside out over extra cover. A lovely shot there for a Hyrule smashing 4.
Yes, too full, and he also got the room to hit it. But what was good about that is the batter decided to hit it up and over cover instead of trying to hack it across the line. So we spoke about him being able to hurt you, and he was dropped early on. So I wonder how the Botanical Gardens Rangers might be too early to say that they ruined that drop chance, but he has managed to hit 4 runs off that last delivery. So we'll see soon if that drop chance will really come back to haunt the Botanical Gardens Rangers.
Yeah, and although he's one of the older players in the competition, he's not a limited player. As we saw there, he went inside out over the offside, so he can score all around the ground. And so that is something that they have to be aware of. They're only defending 88 runs, 12 for none so far, the strikers. So they're going at 6 runs and over. So they would not be perturbed because they have all 10 wickets in hand. And the Rangers, I think, will also be pleased because they have kept them to a reasonably slow start so far.
CN Atticus now with ball in hand for the Botanical Gardens Rangers. I have a question for you, Alanson. Who doesn't bowl on this team? You have a lot of bowling
That's actually
options.
a good question. And even the ones who you have not seen bowl, they do bowl, but it's just a matter of the pecking order. Who is better than who? So, or who the management and the captain and so on have deemed better than who to get that opportunity. Or more suitable for the situation of the game. This one has been hit for 6. There was Pope, he was using his feet, and he has hit that one onto the players' pavilion for Hyrule cracking 6.
Yes, enough said Gideon Pope on that occasion. He was watchful early on and he decided to use his feet to that, get to the pitch of it, and a Hyrule maximum. They've decided to send back that fielder, Denbar. Or was he back? He was back before, but even if they send him back, Alan said, I mean...
Yeah, they would have to send him back into the players' pavilion, yes.
Definitely.
That was well over the boundary. That was not staying with us. It would have been 6 anyway. Cricket is played. So let's see how Brown responds. This one is fuller. It's wide down the leg side. Stopped there by keeper Harper.
Yes, Brown just trying to take it away from the swinging arc of Atticus Brown, looking to tuck him up. On that occasion, he was too wide.
This one is full again. Pope goes down the wicket, but he miscues this one off the inner portion of the bat. It goes down to the man at long on. Single taken.
Yes, he didn't connect properly on that occasion. So have to be Atticus probably slowed it up to him.
So 20 without loss after 2.3 overs, 68 needed off 45 deliveries, a required weight of just over 9 and over, so close to what they needed at the beginning, which was 8.8. And he's down the wicket is Salvan Brown. It's into the gap, 3 extra cover. That's a lovely shot for 4. A Hyrule smashing 4.
Yes, marvelous use of the feet and even better placement from Salvan Brown, getting it in that vacant area. I mean, he's showing his range of shots here at the Annisvale Cricket Ground. He seems to be a player that's really great through the offside. His 3 scoring shots have been through the offside so far, but we know he's also able to slug it on that onside. But he's playing, that's something that we talked about in the Grenadine Divers innings, having that clarity of mind to play to play the ball on its merit basically, and that is what we're seeing from the experienced Salvan Brown.
So Atticus to continue. This one is short. He's looking to cut it. He was advancing first, then he wrapped back onto the back foot, but was beaten outside the off stump. No run scored. 24 without loss. 1 delivery remaining in the 3rd over. 64 needed off 43 deliveries for the 4 Charlotte Strikers. And the Rangers are looking to restrict them. This one was a bit quicker. Excellent fielding. Some indecision there, but they take the single in the end. It's Tijon Pope, who we know as a wonderful fielder. A good half stop by him there.
Yeah, Salvan Brown tapping his back there at the end, saying to himself, I missed out on that one there. He wasn't able to place it past the man, at the diving man at point. At this point in time, we have Banava Brown in the crowd, and she has a fan interview for us.
Hi, I'm Banava Brown and I'm coming to you live from the Mike Finley stand, and I'm here with two spectators who are just visiting St. Vincent for the day. How are you today?
Yeah, really good, thank you very much. It's wonderful to be in St. Vincent. What an amazing island.
Are you enjoying the cricket so far?
The cricket's really good. Surprised at what good quality it is. You've got some great players out there. It's, it's amazing.
And where are you from?
England, where it's very cold at the moment.
Are you enjoying the cricket today?
I think it's amazing, and it's surprising that such good players playing at club level.
Great. So do you want to come back for VPL next year?
Oh, absolutely. It's been amazing.
Thank you guys so much for taking the time out.
Thanks.
Back to you.
Thank you very much, Banava, with that interview. Seemed like a father and son there from the UK enjoying the cricket here at the Arnesville playing field. And of course, they are pleased with the quality. Hard sweep there by Pope, but straight to the man at deep square leg. And he gets a single, 27 without loss. Stacey.
Yes, they were in the fourth over. Still 4 more balls to go in the power play. For Charlotte Strikers, they haven't lost a wicket as yet. Salvan Brown looks like he's about to play a really good innings for his team. He was dropped early on. We'll remember that as this innings progresses.
Good delivery into the pad, not giving Brown any room. He, in that regard, coming to the end of his last over, so he's looking to make amends. Here is Demba. A good delivery again. The length there was key. Saw him coming, he pulled the length back, and what was good from Salvan is that he adjusted. He didn't get there to the pitch, and then he tapped it back to the bowler. Looks to cut this one. Quick single taken, but they are home easily in the end. It was a good pickup by Fletcher and throw straight over the base, but comfortable single in the end.
Yes, and 1 ball remaining in the power play. And it will also be the last ball of Demba's spell. And I think it's important for the Botanical Garden, the 4 Charlotte Strikers rather, not to gift a wicket to Demba on this occasion, because he seems to be operating quite intelligently for his team. I'll continue after this.
Watch there.
And I just said it, Alanson. I just said it. You don't want to gift a wicket to Demba on this occasion. Yes, it's the last ball of the power play, but you just need to get 60 or 36 more deliveries, and Demba has been operating quite smartly since his introduction.
We were just talking about it off air, and we were just saying as well that, you know, Demba is, in my opinion, and I'm basing it on the previous VPL editions, probably the best bowler on the team. And so because of that, you really don't want to be, if you have the opportunity, just 1 delivery remaining to play him out, and you continue without having lost a wicket, chasing a relatively modest total, then why would you attempt a shot like that off his last delivery?
Yes, and I'll continue to say it was poor cricket on the part of the captain, in my opinion. I'm pretty sure he'll be upset with that dismissal as well, because it was the last ball of his spell. You weren't going to see Demba operating again for the rest of the day. So they could have just simply looked to play him out, because that would have been it for them. But instead of that, he decided to chance his arm to him and giving him an easy return catch.
Yes, and I say what I said based on the fact that he's currently in first class cricket, the first choice spinner for the Windward Islands. So that says a lot about the way he's bowling at the moment, and his performances in the last 2 seasons also back those things up. When I say 2 seasons, I mean the first class seasons here in the Caribbean. And so Prasad, he'll be bowling now to Brown. He has been introduced into the attack. It's 28 for 1 at the end of the power play. Just the wicket of Pope off that last delivery, taken there by Demba, caught and bowl. That's cut away by Brown. Should be cut off. No, that's fabulously timed. That one sped across the ground as you know, our commentator friend Ravi will say, hit like a tracer bullet.
Yes, terrific placement there off the bat of Salvan Brown, and he's timing it quite well in his innings so far. Ravindra Prasad getting some treatment from him. He'll need to clean up that length to Salvan Brown. Donwell Hector is the new man in as well.
Again, short. This time it doesn't find the gap. Has to be careful with that length. Brown is quite proficient on the cut. Well, proficient through the offside, whether off front or back foot. When he's beaten this time, you'll be very disappointed with that one, Brown. And just to mention that there's a long on, a long off, a deep mid wicket, deep square leg, and a man on the sweeper cover. Those are the fielders outside of the circle, bearing in mind that the fielding restrictions have been lifted. And that's a wonderful shot by Salvan. That one he delayed his shot as he was looking for the cut, and he just placed that one in the gap. That's a top shot there, and Hyrule smashing four if there ever was one.
Yes, deft touch there from Salvan Brown. And what was good about that as well is that he found the gap. On this occasion, we saw him cutting one to point previously. So he decided to wait for it and just get his hands through it and place it to that gap for four.
Yeah, I think Passad is actually fortunate to only have gone for 2 boundaries because he has seen that the shot. Anyway, let's continue. This time he cuts it straight to point. Maybe he likes the shot. Because just finding the gap on either side of these men would be 4 all the time for Brown. This time he goes leg side. But it will be fielded cleanly there by the fielder, Katoy, who is a brilliant fielder. Single taken, so at the end of the over, it's 37 for 1. They're in pursuit of 88 for victory. They need another 51 of 30 deliveries, the 4 Charlotte Strikers.
Yes, the last delivery there from Ravinder Prasad. Salvan Brown opting to use the crease a bit, walking across its stump and dragging it to the onside. So also not a bad option from him.
Yes, and we see a change of ends here for Atticus. He'll now be bowling from the southern end, which I think is the end that he prefers. But Demba, of course, pulling rank. He's high up the pecking order for the 2 off spinners on the team. And so he got his choice of ends. So now that Demba has finished his spell, he's getting to bowl from the southern end, the Beckway end, I would say.
Yeah, so far we've only seen one pacer. That of Rashawn Primus being used in this bowling inning so far. So Kedrick Williams definitely sees something for his slower bowlers on this track.
It's actually not a bad ploy because we have seen that this track, unlike the Miller track, has taken a lot of spin. The ball turns once you slow it down. It has some grip, be it for the slower deliveries from the pacers or the spin bowlers when they're bowling their start deliveries. This one is punched down the ground for a single by Brown. 38 for 1. Another 50 required of 29 deliveries.
Hector is about to face his first delivery in his batting inning so far.
Yes, Hector, he has played for the Windward Islands. Quite a long first-class career, but he would say, if he's honest, that he hasn't really set the VPL alight in all of its seasons. Especially bearing... Oh, and this is a close... Oh, my. I think a direct hit there would have gotten him, but in the end, they get 2 runs. He was looking for that single Stacyan, and it was a good pickup by Prasad. If he was a direct hit, they would have gotten him.
Yes, it was also a good stop from him. I mean, probably would have just... It wouldn't have been a boundary because there's a field out at that cover area, but a good pickup and recovery from him, sending it to that even if the bowler has collected.
And this one has been hit away for 4. Too much room on this occasion, and Hector used his feet, flat batted this one wide of the long off fielder. Another high run smashing 4.
Yes, this is off the bat of Donwell Hector this time, also showing that he too is good through the offside. But going back to that run-out chance, maybe if the bowler was close to the stump, if he had collected from the replay, it probably could have still been curtains for Donwell Hector.
Hector goes down the wicket again off the inner portion of the bat, but he has gotten some good strength into that one, and it still goes all the way for 6 over mid wicket for Haroon, cracking 6.
Yes, and we usually call that the big side. It didn't look like he middled that at all, and it still traveled all the way for 6. But the good thing is that it didn't go straight to a fielder, or else I believe that he would have been caught out because it didn't have height on it. But he definitely got the placement. Another Haroon maximum to the 4 Charlotte strikers.
And Hector has come out with a mission here. Seems like they've given him that license to go after the bowling, especially the spinners. And he's on 12 of 3 deliveries. He has brought the run rate already down to 8.77. It was trending upward. It was going above 10 at the beginning of the over. So, see how he goes here now. This one is high in the air, should be taken by the bowler. And he's dropped it. Harper was contemplating going for it. He was standing nearby. He was called off by the Atticus Brown. And really, Brown, a player of his experience, he really should have taken that catch.
Yeah, I mean, he managed to deceive the batter. He was down the ground. He bowled it into the pitch. Dunwell decided to go through with the shot. Both fielders were unsure as to who was going for it. In the end, Atticus decided. Oh, my goodness.
And this one now is short outside the off stump. Salvan cuts it away for Haroon, smashing 4 and holds the pose. Cut for 6, actually. It's a Haroon cracking 6. So Brown moves on to 33, not out. And you could see there that one gave him the room, and he cut it fiercely backward of square on the offside. It went all the way for 6. Stacey.
Yes, that was a marvelous shot there from Salvan Brown, the best of the lot that I've seen from him off his bat so far. And he held the pose at the end as well for the cameramen. Hope they got his picture. So a solid placement and timing from off the bat of Salvan Brown there on that occasion.
Yeah, so from a couple of overs ago where it seemed as if, the game really was in the balance, at this point, the 4 Charlotte strikers are in the ascendancy. They only need now another further 31 runs from 24 deliveries, which is in their favour. But we never know with cricket. It's a game of glorious uncertainties as Prasad continues. Ooh, that one had a lot of bounce and turn on it.
Yes, that one certainly took off on the surface. It was done well. Hector didn't expect that at all. But Salvan Brown, the man who's striking it quite well, he's back on strike, and oh boy, the Botanical Gardens ruined that drop chance right now.
This one on inside edge, he gets a single, keeping a little bit low, but it was clear that Prasad, he took a bit off of that delivery. He was trying to deceive him in the flight and the pace. Quick single taken. Intelligent cricket, Stacey.
Yes, indeed so. Getting Salvan Brown back on strike. He's a man that's hitting it well. I mean, they just need 28 out of 21 deliveries. But, I mean, scoring at this rate, they'll also be considering the run rate at the end of things.
And Salvan looks for a big shot, should be caught. And he's dropped again by Atticus. Oh, my word.
Another one goes down from Atticus Brown. He was running back. It looked to be a simple chance. The other one was a simple one as well. Salvan Brown looked to go across on that occasion of from the spin to Prasad, getting a top edge, and Atticus Brown spilling it.
And this time he will get another opportunity, will he? Will he? Oh no, this is Tejon Pope. He will not drop that. Tejon Pope, an excellent fielder, showing how it should be done. And that's the end of Hector, who made a quick fire 14 of 7 deliveries, and he has brought the rate down because of his aggression, and they now require 8.1, so they need 27 from 20. Stacey.
Yes, he's definitely done his job. Done well, Hector. I don't think the team would mind his dismissal too much. I mean, it was a good delivery from Ravinder Prasad, not a lot of pace on it. Again, the batter trying to go across that one and getting a top edge that flew to Tejon Pope at cover. And he takes an easy catch. I mean, we can't really call them easy catches anymore because we are seeing a lot of catches.
For Tejon, it's an easy catch. Probably for him. We could probably depend on him to take most. I think Atticus will be very disappointed with his fielding efforts so far in this game, Stacey Ann.
Yes, indeed. So you could have had Salvan Brown. And also Michael Joseph dropped him earlier. Atticus Brown has dropped 2 catches. I mean, we do have a competition for Island Sips. Well, the Hyrule bucket hands at of the tournament, but I feel like the fielders are competing for a different competition that we know nothing about. Most drop catches.
It might be the strainer hands or the sifter hands. So that's an aspect of the tournament. We heard one of the spectators saying they like the standard, but that's one aspect where we can step up over the remaining games. Hasn't really started off well in terms of the catching in particular. As Passard comes to the end of his over, it's the end of his spell. A good spell from him. He has bowled 2 overs, 1 for 12, taking that important wicket in the last over of Donwell Hector. 61 for 2 after 7, Stacey Ann.
I wonder if we're in for another nail-biting finish here, Allenson.
It's possible. They need 9 runs and over. And the pitch has shown that it has taken the spin. And in light of that, more spin being brought into the attack. Kieran Kotoy being introduced in the 8th over to the bowling crease. He'll be bowling to Brown.
3 overs remaining. It appears as if it goes to the 10th over, Kieran Kotoy more than likely will bowl 2 of those, largely depending on how this over goes as well. Who else do you think that they'll turn to? Who are the other spinners? I know Kesrick hasn't bowled as well, but who's another spinner in this lineup that they might look to?
Well, since Kendrick hasn't bowled as yet, he can only bowl a maximum of 1 over. And that means that they will have to look in the direction of one of these other fielders who can bowl. Primus has bowled 1 over, I think. And yes, they have a few others like Jeffrey and and that's inside out over extra cover. A Hyrule cracking 6 from Salvan Brown. A lovely shot.
Yes, 2 full there from Kieran Kotoy to start, and I mean Salvan Brown has been hitting them so well over the cover. He held the shape beautifully on that occasion, taking it all the way over the ropes for 6 runs. I mean, we were talking about the spinners. I know Jeffrey, he bowls. It seems as if Kesrick Williams believes that the spinners will bring the game back for him from this point on. I mean, Kieran Kotoy hasn't started well. He does have a chance to redeem himself.
Mm-hmm.
So I know Kesrick might probably bowl the next over because there's only 3 overs remaining.
It's actually not a bad ploy, that they have come out with the spinners. However, I don't think they have catered for Salvan Brown. And this one is pulled away. Should be... Oh, no. Doesn't get there, does Jeffrey. Thought that he would have made a dive there at the last moment to try to get that catch because it was the all-important wicket of Brown.
Yes, I thought he would have made a better effort. He was running around hard, but he didn't get to it in the end. Putting his body on the line, ensuring that the ball didn't slip through him to go for 4.
This one on the back foot is Brathwaite punching it on the onside. They get a single. It's now 69 for 2 after 7.3 overs. They need another 19 or 15 deliveries. The rate is now only 7.6 that is required. Good delivery, covered up there by Brown. And I think what will happen in this over, based on what we've seen from Salvan, is that he will keep going if he gets any other opportunity.
Well, on that occasion, they decided to show some respect to the bowler. But anything that's in his arc or pitched up, he's going to put it away.
Are we going to have the non-striker run out here? I think Kieran Kotoy has been watching Ravi Ashwin.
Oh boy.
So there's going to be a review, I think. We will have to be seen if he was already in his delivery. Or has it been called not out? I'm seeing the umpire communicating. I'm not sure if he has signal for
Probably
anything.
decided to take back his appeal.
Okay.
How friendly they look out there, I believe.
This one is punched into the offside. Single taken by Brown. Now 70 for 2. 18 needed off 13 deliveries. Can Katoy keep this last delivery quiet? This one is pulled into the... should be caught. And it's taken there by Tijon Pope. As I said, Pope will not drop them. And that's the big wicket of Carlos Brathwaite. Gone for 1. And he's out to the leg spinner again.
Yes, an unnecessary shot there, I must say, given how well Salvan Brown has been striking it. But he decided that he wanted to get in the action of hitting deliveries. He chose the wrong delivery to try to hit out of the ground. Not a lot of pace on that one from Kieran Katoy. And he picks up his man after an appeal for a man cut at the non-strikers end. It seems as if he took back his appeal and he decided, you know what, I'm just going to bowl and get him out. And he did so successfully.
Yes, and if you are familiar with Carlos Brathwaite's career, especially over the last few years, you would know, and that seems also to have been a googly, that he has not really fared very well against leg spinners, especially those who have the googly variation. And that came into question there. And it was actually not bad planning and execution by the Rangers team, so they have seen the back of him. Can that wicket now bring them back into the game where they can defend this 18 that's needed of the last 12?
Well, this over is key. It's the penultimate over. The captain is going to bring himself the second over of pace that we'll see in this bowling innings so far. Kesrick Williams is an experienced campaigner, but he's bowling to a man who's been striking them quite well in Salvan Brown.
Yes, and there's a third man in place, a short fine leg. A man on a sweeper cover boundary. There's a a mid-on. Deep mid-wicket. Man at backward square and a short fine leg in the circle. Now some adjustments being made. There's a short third and a man at a deep backward point, almost a squarish third man. Not very fine there, third man. As Keswick Williams comes in to bowl to Salvan Brown. This one is struck fiercely down to the man at long off. Should be only a single. And that it is. So 17 needed now from 11.
Yeah, it seems the plan is to bowl away from Salvan. He's off to strike now. But that's where he seems to like it, Allenson. So I'm surprised that they're deciding that they're going to bowl the ball away from him. Young Sealroy Williams, twin brother of Sealron, left-hander, he's made his way into the wicket.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, that seems to be deployed, but I don't know if they're hoping that he has been there for a while now and he's probably tiring and that he'll make an error. But that's an error that he likes, as you mentioned. So Sealroy on strike. Sealroy for his first delivery. Beaten there by the lack of pace. Seemed to be a slower delivery, but they will take a leg by. Let's wait for the signal. Yes, so signal by umpire Bayam. So 16 needed now off 10. 16 needed from 10.
It may well be a tactic. And they're probably hoping that Salvan Brown will decide to go across. Kesrick Williams bowling. Well, he decides he's coming around the wicket now and angle it across him. So let's see what Salvan Brown decides to do here.
Cuts this one hard. Should be 2. They're running on the throw and they get the 2 easily in the end. So that's 14 now needed off 9. I'm not thinking that this might be the best plan to this particular batsman. This is my opinion.
No, I don't think so. I mean, they're probably hoping that he's going to decide, I'm just going to try and hit it to the shorter side. But he's hitting them well. He's finding the gap also. So I don't see any reason here for Salvan to decide, you know what, I'm going to take this delivery that's pitched outside the off stump and play it across me. But it's left to be seen. As I mentioned before, the clarity of mind for the batter. That's an important part of the batter's mindset as well.
This time he bowls him the Yorker length delivery, and that is it. And the celebration comes out there from Keswick. His teammate from the police competition, so they will have their own say about that a little bit later on. But that's a massive wicket in the context of the game. They still need 10.5 runs and over. And that also brings into context the shot probably that Carlos Brathwaite played a few deliveries ago.
Yes, indeed. So, I mean, he was set up there on that occasion. He decided to go across, but it was full and straight. So good thinking there from Captain Keswick Williams to get his man.
So Jones, I think, is a new batsman. He comes out now to replace Salvan. So 14 needed now of 9 deliveries. 8 deliveries, correction. So can Keswick close out this over and leave maybe 12 or 11 for the final over for the final bowler to defend?
Well, we saw that 16 runs wasn't defending the previous game. Might be a reverse here on this occasion. But 14 runs needed from 8 balls. Jerome Jones is capable of hitting them out of the park as well.
This one is driven firmly by Jones, but straight to the man at long off. So 13 needed now from 7 deliveries. Roy Williams is on strike. I think Roy is probably going to take this as a free hit. He's going to just swing for the hills.
Yes, I think he should as well. He should try to maximize this last ball. He should try to get a boundary somewhere so that the pressure is taken off in that last over. And more than likely, Kieran Katoy is going to bowl that last over.
This one is wide. So wide signal there. This one will add to the total. But and they're taking another run. But has the ball has already died. So dead ball signal. So it's 1 wide and not 2. So it will be 12, I think, needed now.
Yes, it's a wide ball, but it was a wide that was going down the leg side, Alanson. The way the field is set, that's not an acceptable delivery to be bowling.
Yeah, any bat on that from Roy Williams would have seen it going to the boundary, unless he got it directly to the man at short fine leg.
Yes,
so definitely an error in his line there from Keswick.
It's a change in the field now. A fielder goes back at square leg.
And this one is off the glove. It's over the top, and it goes away to the boundary. It's a Hyrule smashing 4.
I am unsure why the bowler decided to go short there to this new batter, especially with the field that they have set. They don't have a fine leg. So anything that the batter gets on that, it was going to go away, and it did. It went over the keeper's head. 4 runs. They knew it as soon as it went off the glove and went over the keeper's head.
And I think that is what, if you're looking at Harper there on the screen, I think that is what Wayne Harper is saying. That we know why did he bowl a short ball.
Why? It would have been better suited for Keswick to try to bowl a delivery that would have resulted in a single to get Run on strike in the next over to Rashawn Primus, who surprisingly bowled in the last over. Yeah.
No, I'm not surprised. I don't think they would have risked Kieran Katoy in this last over at all.
He bowled a miserly over, his first over. He bowled that first over in the power play. It went for 6 runs, so a big call. It was a tough decision from Keswick Williams. Yes, his spinners were doing a good job, but he decided that pace is the way to end things off. They need to get 8 runs out of 6 deliveries. And what did I say at the beginning of this match, Alanson? I don't think I can take another nail-biting finish, but here we are in the last over again.
You're going to get one. And when we were looking around and asking who's going to bowl the 3 overs, I mentioned Primus. So Primus, as we mentioned around about 2 or so overs ago, is going to bowl one of those 3 overs. And so he is back into the attack now. He has only 6 to defend, actually 8 to defend in 6 deliveries. Should be quite interesting. He'll be bowling to Jones. Still can go either way. Feel well spread. There is a short fine leg, a short third man at backward point in the circle, a man at point. The sweeper cover is there. on the extra cover boundary in this case. And we have a long on, a long off, a deep mid wicket, and a deep square leg.
Yes, a field that's set for full and straight bowling, Alanson.
Yes, and maybe some slower deliveries, because the fine leg and the third man are both in the circle. So let's see what he executes, or attempts to execute. Here with only 6 deliveries remaining. The strikers need 8 runs, and the Rangers need to prevent them from getting those 8 runs. This one is driven down the ground. They push quickly for 1. They will not get 2. Don't think that there was ever 2 there. You see Jones is remonstrating, but I don't think he would have made that 2. Don't know why he's remonstrating to Sealroy.
Yes, but the way he ran that first run, I didn't think that he was looking for a second run. Late in the piece, he decided that he wanted 2. But I don't think they would have had 2 runs there either way.
Yeah, on that delivery, going to that fielder, and we could see the fielder down on the boundary there. I think it's Demba. That was always going to be a run out. You were never going to get 2 runs there.
My oh my, Alanson, what has Roshan Primus done here? It's a free hit.
Oh, and
to
it's the
Cyril
cardinal sin.
Williams.
Let's look and see. Yes, he is over. He is over. Let's look at, you see that replay there. He's over the line. Oh. So now what? 7 still needed off 6 deliveries. Actually, 6 off 6, yes, because that's a no ball plus the single. So 6 needed off 6. Wow. So let's see now he's bowling. Free hit to Williams. And he hits that for 6, and that's the end of the game. Do not sleep on this young lad and his twin brother.
Jerome
they have
Jones.
a lot of talent.
Jerome Jones was so upset. I think he owes Sealroy an apology. He was so upset that Sealroy didn't try to run that second run. And Sealroy says to him, why do I need to take a second when I am going to finish the game in style?
Yeah, I don't think he has not played a lot with Sealroy. And of course, in the first 3 games, Sealroy hasn't really made a lot of runs. So I don't think he knew of his ability. But that was a convincing way to end the game. A high-run cracking 6 over the mid-wicket area right into the Frank Thomas Pavilion. That one travelled the better part about 90 meters or so. And that's a big 6 to end the game here. And the Botanical Gardens Rangers have been defeated by the Fort Charlotte Strikers here in game number 8. The Fort Charlotte Strikers have won by 6 wickets, Stacey.
Yes, and Jerome Jones just embracing Sealroy Williams there after that spectacular shot there. It was a free hit, but it was in the arc and he decided to swing it through to the mid-wicket area. Ooh. Yes, so that brings us to the end of things here, Alanson. Your thoughts on this match so far? Well, your thoughts on this match. Not so far, it's the end of it.
It's the end of the match.
I feel like I'm still in the match.
Yeah, it takes a while to come down from a game like this. And it seems as if almost every game is going down to the wire, which says a lot. It means that the teams are evenly matched. They are closely contesting each game. And no game is really a foregone conclusion.
Yes, it's a quality competition we have here in this Dream 11 VPL5. And it's cricket all in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, ladies and gentlemen. We are seeing what the local talent can do. We've also seen what the overseas pros can do, but they are getting a chance to see what our local players can do in this tournament. And I'm pretty sure they're not disappointed with some of the talents that we have here.
Yes, and it will be very interesting to see how the rest of the tournament goes. It's opening up a little bit. The Rangers is one of the more favored teams, but now they have 2 losses. Well, actually 1 loss and 1 win. I just remember that this is their 2nd game. And so they will have to regroup and come back for the next game. Tomorrow we have 2 very important matches. But before we go to the match tomorrow, in this innings we saw 3 matches tomorrow. In this game we saw in the batting, Salvan Brown, he made 46 of 32 deliveries. He was a top scorer. And I think his innings really was the difference that brought the Fort Charlotte Strikers over the line in the end. Demba was the pick of the bowlers. He bowled 2 overs, 1 for 9. Excellent spell by him, but it wasn't enough. Also, Prasad was 2 overs, 1 for 12, but it wasn't enough to get the Botanical Gardens Rangers over the line in terms of defending this score of 88 that they made. But I think they faltered a bit in only making 87 in the first place when they were 25 off 2 overs without loss. Stacey-Ann.
Yes, an excellent display with the ball there from the Fort Charlotte strikers. Brathwaite again being the pick. Brathwaite being the pick of the bowlers, 2 wickets and just 5 runs. That was very important there, restricting the Botanical Gardens Rangers to just 87, and the Fort Charlotte strikers off the back of Salvan Brong. A brilliant display of offside hitting from Salvan Brong before he was dismissed.
Yeah, and I think tactically, in some of the cases, although they ended up dismissing Salvan, I think tactically they made some errors in terms of their planning to him. We saw that when he was straight, which we saw from Demba when he was bowling to Brown, except for that one that he gave the outside the off stump that he lifted over cover for 4. We saw that he was bowling more on the leg stump of Salvan, midland leg, trying to tuck him up. But later on, we saw from all the other bowlers that they wanted to give him room, which he loves outside the off stump.
Yes, and let's not forget that drop catch. I mean, Michael
Oh my
Joseph
goodness.
there. I mean, catch, and the team definitely paid the price on that occasion.
What did I say at the beginning when it was dropped?
Yes, you know that old saying, Alexson.
Catches
They
win
keep
matches.
saying catches win matches, and that saying will never get old in this game of cricket.
Yeah, so what do we have coming up tomorrow as we look forward to match day number 5 at the Arnesville playing field? Actually, yes, match day number 5. We have 3 games in store for you tomorrow. Yes, I said 3. The first game would be at 9:30 local time here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. That will be the Hikers versus the Divers, the Lassufre Hikers versus the Grenadines Divers. And then we'll have at 12 noon local time, the Fort Charlotte Strikers taking on the Dark View Explorers. And then we will have our final game at 2:30 p.m. when the Botanical Gardens Rangers will take on the Saltpond Breakers. So those are the 3 games scheduled for tomorrow. A packed packed day tomorrow with 3 games. We'll have another 3-day, 3-game day next week, Wednesday. But tomorrow will be the first of those. So a very packed schedule tomorrow, and we're looking forward to a wonderful time here as we continue in this this splendid tournament here, the Dream 11. VPL5, cricket always, Stacey-Ann.
Yes, indeed. So, I mean, 3 matches tomorrow. You won't want to miss any of those. And just to remind you, we also have a VPL Children Festival on Saturday as well. Something for the kids to look forward to in conjunction with LB's inflatable.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.